In the shadows of World War II, while much of the world focused on rebuilding, a small group of brilliant minds began quietly laying the groundwork for what would become the most transformative technology of our time. This is the story of the Internet, a tale of human ingenuity, collaboration across borders, and a vision that would ultimately connect billions of people around the globe. The story begins not with cables or computers as we know them today, but with ideas, revolutionary theories that emerged in laboratories and university halls during the 1940s and 1950s. In those early days, computers were massive machines that filled entire rooms, humming and clicking as they processed basic calculations. They stood alone, isolated islands of technology, with no way to communicate with each other. It was in this environment that a young British mathematician named Alan Turing began exploring the theoretical limits of computation. Having helped crack the German Enigma code during the war, Turing turned his brilliant mind toward understanding what machines could potentially accomplish. In 1936, even before practical computers existed, he described a theoretical device, later known as the Turing machine, that could simulate any computer algorithm. This conceptual breakthrough suggested something profound: that information and logical processes could be universal, transferable, and not limited to human minds. As Turing's ideas spread through academic circles, another pioneer emerged across the Atlantic. In 1948, a researcher at Bell Laboratories named Claude Shannon published A Mathematical Theory of Communication, a paper that would become the foundation of information theory. Shannon showed how all information, whether text, audio, or images, could be broken down into the simplest possible form, binary digits or bits. This insight was revolutionary. It meant that any type of information could be encoded in the same language that computers understood. Shannon introduced the concept of the bit as the basic unit of information and developed mathematical formulas, showing how information could be accurately transmitted even through noisy or imperfect channels. His work gave engineers a framework for thinking about how data could move between locations while maintaining its integrity, an essential concept for any future network. While Turing and Shannon worked on theoretical foundations, practical computing began taking shape. The 1940s saw the development of ENIAC, Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer, one of the first general-purpose electronic computers. Built to calculate artillery firing tables for the US Army, ENIAC weighed 30 tons and contained 18,000 vacuum tubes. Despite its size and limited capabilities by modern standards, it demonstrated that electronic computing was possible at a meaningful scale. In the following years, computers like UNIVAC made the leap from military to commercial applications, but these early machines were still primarily designed for batch processing, running one program at a time with results delivered hours or days later. The idea that computers might communicate with each other in real time remained distant. The Cold War, with all its tension and global anxiety, ironically helped push computer networking forward. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, the first artificial satellite, shocking the American scientific establishment. Government created the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA, to regain technological superiority. This agency would later play a crucial role in the birth of the Internet. By the late 1950s, more voices began advocating for connected computer systems. JCR Licklider, a psychologist and computer scientist, wrote about his vision of an intergalactic computer network, where people could access data and programs from anywhere. When he joined ARPA in 1962, Licklider began funding research into computer networking, setting the stage for later breakthroughs. Meanwhile, an American engineer named Paul Baran was developing ideas that would solve a critical problem in networking: vulnerability. Working at the Rand Corporation, Baran was tasked with designing a communication system that could survive a nuclear attack. His solution was revolutionary: a distributed network with no central hub that could be targeted. If some connections were destroyed, messages could automatically find alternative paths to their destinations. Baran proposed breaking messages into standardized chunks, what we now call packets, that could travel independently through the network before being reassembled at their destination. This concept of packet switching would become fundamental to the Internet's design, though it faced resistance from established telecommunications companies who were invested in existing circuit switching technology. While these technological developments were brewing, cultural visionaries began imagining how interconnected information might change society. Vannevar Bush, who had coordinated much of America's scientific research during World War II, wrote an influential essay called As We May Think in 1945. He described a theoretical device called the Memex, a desk-sized machine that could store and recall information through associations, similar to how the human mind works. Though purely conceptual, the Memex foreshadowed hypertext, search engines, and personal knowledge management systems. By the 1960s, the pieces were falling into place. Computer time-sharing systems allowed multiple users to access a single computer simultaneously from different terminals, hinting at the collaborative potential of connected systems. Researchers were developing the practical applications of packet switching, and funding from ARPA was fueling ambitious networking projects at major universities. The theoretical groundwork had been laid. Information could be digitized, processed algorithmically, broken into packets, and potentially shared across distributed networks. The next step would be to put these theories into practice, to create an actual network connecting distant computers. As the decade came to a close, a small team began working on an experimental network that would connect 4 major research computers across the western United States. They couldn't have known they were about to change the world. The age of isolation was ending, and the age of connection was about to begin. The year was 1969. While the world watched in awe as humans first set foot on the moon, another giant leap for mankind was taking place with far less fanfare. In university labs across America, a small team of researchers was about to send the first message between 2 computers, hundreds of miles apart, a moment that would mark the birth of what we now call the Internet. The project was known as ARPANET, named after its funding agency, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA of the US Department of Defense. Unlike the space race, this technological breakthrough wasn't showcased on television or celebrated with parades. It happened quietly, in academic computer labs, led by scientists and engineers who were focused on solving practical problems rather than making history. By the late 1960s, ARPA had invested millions in university computer research, yet these expensive machines sat in isolation, unable to share resources or data. The vision for ARPANET was straightforward but revolutionary: create a network that would allow these computers to communicate, enabling researchers to share computing resources across long distances. The project was led by Larry Roberts, a soft-spoken but determined computer scientist who had been recruited from MIT to head ARPA's Information Processing Techniques Office. Roberts had the technical knowledge, the funding, and the authority to bring together the best minds in the field. He assembled a team that included institutions like UCLA, Stanford Research Institute, SRI, University of California, Santa Barbara, and the University of Utah. At the heart of ARPANET was packet switching, the concept Paul Barron and others had theorized years earlier. Unlike traditional telephone systems, which maintained a continuous open circuit during a call, packet switching broke data into small chunks that could find their own way through the network. If one path was congested or broken, the packets could reroute through another. This made the network both efficient and resilient. To make this work, the team needed to create special computers called Interface Message Processors (IMPs). These refrigerator-sized machines would serve as gateways between the host computers and the network itself. Built by a company called Bolt Beranek and Newman, BBN, the first IMP was delivered to UCLA in late August 1969, accompanied by a 40-page instruction manual. On the evening of October 29, 1969, the moment of truth arrived. A small group gathered in a lab at UCLA, where graduate student Charlie Klein sat at a computer terminal. Miles away at Stanford Research Institute, programmer Bill Duvall waited at another terminal. The plan was simple. Klein would type "login," and the system would echo these characters on Duvall's screen. Klein typed the letter "lol" and asked over the phone, "Do you see the L?" After a moment, Duvall confirmed he did. Next came the O. It also appeared successfully, but when Klein typed the G, the system crashed. The first message ever sent over what would become the Internet was just 2 letters. Lol. As one researcher later joked, it was accidentally profound, like "Hello World" cut short. Despite this modest beginning, the importance of what had just happened was clear to those involved. Within an hour, the connection was restored, and the full login command was successfully transmitted. The first node-to-node communication on ARPANET was complete. By December 1969, all 4 of the initial sites were connected, creating the first true computer network, The original mapping of ARPANET looked like a diamond, with lines connecting UCLA to SRI, SRI to the University of Utah, Utah to UC Santa Barbara, and Santa Barbara back to UCLA. This simple diagram represented the beginning of a new era in human communication. Throughout 1970, the network grew. More MPs were installed at other universities and research centers, expanding ARPANET's reach. The engineers worked tirelessly to improve the reliability and functionality of the system. Sometimes they'd discover a problem only after a node went down at midnight, requiring emergency phone calls and late-night debugging sessions. This was uncharted territory. There were no instruction manuals for building a nationwide computer network. One of the key technical achievements came in 1970 when the Network Control Protocol (NCP) was finalized. This was the first standardized method for computers on ARPANET to communicate with each other. Before NCP, each computer might speak its own language, making communication difficult or impossible. The protocol established rules for how data should be formatted, transmitted, and received, creating a common language for the network. As the network grew, so did its capabilities. Scientists were no longer limited to the computing resources at their own institutions. A researcher at MIT could run a program on a specialized computer at UCLA without having to travel across the country. Data could be shared instantly, accelerating the pace of collaboration and discovery. In 1971, ARPANET took another giant step forward with the invention of electronic mail, or email. Ray Tomlinson, a programmer at BBN, created a simple program that allowed users to send messages to other users on the network. To separate the username from the host computer, Tomlinson chose the @ symbol, a character that was on the keyboard but rarely used in programming at that time. This seemingly minor decision created the username at host format still used in email addresses today. Email was not part of the original ARPANET plan. It was developed because Tomlinson thought it would be useful, yet it quickly became the network's most popular feature. Scientists who had been connected to share computing resources discovered they enjoyed communicating with each other even more. This pattern would repeat throughout the Internet's history. The most transformative applications often came from unexpected directions. By 1972, ARPANET had grown to include 23 connected computers, or nodes. While this may seem tiny compared to today's billions of connected devices, it represented exponential growth in just 3 years. More importantly, it proved that large-scale networking was viable. The true coming-out party for ARPANET came in October 1972 at the International Conference on Computer Communications in Washington, D.C. Here, Roberts and his team conducted the first public demonstration of the network. Attendees could sit down at terminals and interact with computers hundreds of miles away in real time. They could run programs, transfer files, and send messages across the country as if the distant computers were in the next room. For many computer scientists attending the conference, this was the moment when the potential of networking became real. What had been theoretical or experimental was now a working system with practical applications. The demonstration generated excitement throughout the computer science community and inspired many to join the networking revolution. As 1972 drew to a close, ARPANET had evolved from an experimental project into a functioning network that was changing how research was conducted. The concept of the network began entering the vocabulary of computer scientists across America. The groundwork had been laid for an explosive period of growth and innovation in the coming years. The small team that had gathered in that UCLA lab in 1969 couldn't have fully imagined what their work would lead to. They were focused on connecting powerful research computers, not creating a global communication system. Yet the principles they established, decentralization, packet switching, open protocols, would shape the development of digital networking for decades to come. The successful public demonstration of ARPANET in 1972 marked the end of the beginning. What had started as an experiment connecting 4 computers at American research institutions was about to grow into something much larger. The 1970s would see the network expand, not just in size, but in purpose and reach, as more people recognized the transformative potential of connected computers. By 1973, ARPANET had grown beyond its initial cluster of Western American universities. New nodes appeared at research centers and universities across the United States. Each new connection brought more users, more resources, and more possibilities to the network. Computer scientists who had previously worked in isolation could now collaborate easily with colleagues across the country. The community of networked researchers was growing, and with it, a shared culture of open communication and cooperation began to emerge. What made this expansion possible was the continued refinement of the technical foundations. The original Network Control Protocol, NCP, had served ARPANET well in its early days, but as the network grew, limitations became apparent. The protocol had been designed for a small, trusted network of similar computers. It couldn't easily accommodate different types of networks or handle the growing complexity of connections. Enter two visionaries who would solve this problem: Vinton Cerf and Robert Kahn. Cerf, a computer scientist who had been involved with ARPANET since its UCLA origins, and Kahn, who had worked on the network's architecture at BBN, recognized the need for a more robust approach to networking. They set out to design a system that could connect not just individual computers, but entire networks of different types. In 1973, Cerf and Kahn began developing what would become the Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol, or TCP/IP. Their insight was both technical and philosophical. Rather than forcing all networks to operate the same way, they created a method for different networks to communicate while maintaining their own internal structures. Their approach embodied a crucial principle that would define the Internet: decentralized design with common standards. The TCP/IP protocols were like creating a universal translator that could work between any computer systems, regardless of their hardware or software. This approach meant that no single entity would control the entire system. Networks could join the larger interconnected system or Internet while maintaining their independence. While the TCP/IP protocols were being developed, ARPANET itself was growing beyond American borders. In 1973, the first international connections were established, linking ARPANET to the University College of London in England and the NORSAR seismic detection system in Norway. These connections, traveling through satellite links and undersea cables, transformed what had been an American research project into the beginning of a global system. The Norwegian connection was particularly significant. It had been established to transmit seismic data as part of nuclear test monitoring during the Cold War. Yet this military purpose soon gave way to scientific collaboration, showing how the network could transcend its original defense-related mission. Researchers in Europe could now access American computing resources, and vice versa, fostering international collaboration in ways that had never before been possible. As ARPANET grew, new applications beyond the original file transfers and remote computing continued to emerge. Email, which had been introduced in 1971, became increasingly popular. By the mid-1970s, it accounted for the majority of traffic on the network. The ability to communicate quickly and informally with colleagues across institutions was changing how research collaboration happened. In 1976, Queen Elizabeth II of England became one of the first heads of state to send an email when she inaugurated a new programming language facility. Although the message was largely ceremonial and prepared by technical staff, it symbolized how this new form of communication was beginning to enter public awareness. Even if most people still had no direct access to the technology, the culture of the early network was markedly different from today's Internet. The users were primarily researchers, engineers, and computer scientists, a relatively homogeneous group with shared professional interests. Commercial activity was prohibited on the government-funded ARPANET, and security concerns were minimal since users generally knew and trusted each other. This created an atmosphere of open collaboration that shaped many early Internet traditions. By the mid-1970s, other networks began to appear alongside ARPANET. In 1976, UUCP, Unix-to-Unix copy, allowed Unix computers to connect and share data via regular phone lines. This was significant because it provided networking capabilities to institutions that weren't connected to ARPANET. Another major development came in 1979 with the creation of Usenet, a distributed discussion system created by graduate students at Duke University and the University of North Carolina. Usenet allowed users to post messages to news groups organized by topic. Unlike ARPANET, which required a dedicated connection, Usenet could operate over standard phone lines, making it accessible to a much wider audience, including home computer enthusiasts. These parallel networks reflected growing interest in computer communication beyond the original ARPANET community. People were finding ways to connect computers even without access to the expensive infrastructure of ARPANET. The desire to share information electronically was spreading beyond government-funded research projects. By 1979, ARPANET had grown to include more than 60 nodes, but it was still primarily a research network. However, its success was inspiring others to build similar systems. CompuServe, the first major commercial online service for the public, launched in 1979, offering email, technical support, and message boards to anyone with a computer and modem who could pay the hourly fees. As the 1970s turned into the 1980s, the concept of interconnecting these various networks gained momentum. The term Internet began to appear in technical documents around 1974, when Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn published their paper on TCP/IP titled A Protocol for Packet Network Intercommunication. However, it would take time for the term to enter common usage. The early 1980s saw the formation of BATnet because its time network, which connected academic mainframe computers primarily for email and file transfers. Unlike ARPANET, BATnet was not funded by the government but by the institutions that joined it. This marked an important shift in how networks were funded and governed, moving away from centralized government control. CSNet Computer Science Network was established in 1981 with National Science Foundation support to provide networking services to computer science departments that didn't have access to ARPANET. This further expanded the community of networked researchers and laid groundwork for later NSF involvement in Internet development. Throughout this period, the various networks existed as separate entities, though with growing connections between them. The adoption of TCP/IP would eventually allow them to function as parts of a unified network of networks, the true Internet. But in the early 1980s, this integration was still in progress. Despite these advances, the network remained largely unknown to the general public. In 1982, a typical American would never have heard of ARPANET or the emerging concept of an Internet. Computers themselves were still primarily found in businesses, universities, and government facilities, not in homes. The personal computer revolution was just beginning, with the introduction of machines like the Commodore 64 in 1982 making computers more accessible to ordinary people. As 1982 drew to a close, the stage was set for a pivotal moment in Internet history. ARPANET had proven the value of networked computing. Multiple networks existed and were growing. The technical foundations for connecting these networks had been developed with TCP/IP. What remained was to implement these protocols across the entire system. The researchers, engineers, and visionaries who had built these early networks were about to take the next critical step, one that would transform their collection of specialized research networks into the foundation of a global communication system. The true Internet was about to be born. The morning of January 1st, 1983, seemed like any other New Year's Day. While many Americans were recovering from celebrations or watching college football bowl games, something momentous was happening behind the scenes. On that day, with the flip of a digital switch, ARPANET officially transitioned from its original Network Control Protocol, NCP, to the new Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol, TCP/C. This technical change, invisible to most of the world, would later be recognized as the true birth date of the Internet, as we know it today. The transition was years in the making. Vint Cerf, Bob Kahn, and their colleagues had developed TCP/C in the mid-1970s, but implementing it across an already functioning network was no simple task. John Postel and Joyce Reynolds at the University of Southern California's Information Sciences Institute led the massive effort to coordinate the switchover. For months, they had worked with network administrators across dozens of sites, preparing for what some called Flag Day, the moment when the old protocol would be permanently disabled. The change was not merely technical but philosophical. TCP/C was designed with a fundamentally different vision than the original ARPANET protocols. Where NCP had been created for a single closed network, TCP/C was built for an open system of interconnected networks, an Internet. Any network could join this system if it implemented the standard protocols. No central authority would control who could connect or what they could do with their connection, as long as they followed the basic rules of the protocols. This design embodied what would later be called the end-to-end principle, the idea that the network itself should be as simple as possible, with intelligence residing in the devices at either end of a connection. The network's job was simply to carry packets from source to destination. What those packets contained, how they were used, and what happened to them when they arrived was not the network's concern. This principle would allow for tremendous innovation at the edges of the network without requiring changes to its core. The transition to TCP/IP was not without challenges. Some computers weren't ready on January 1st and had to scramble to implement the new protocols. Others experienced temporary problems that required quick fixes. But remarkably, given the scale and complexity of the change, the transition was largely successful. By the end of January, the entire ARPANET was operating on TCP/IP. This change meant that ARPANET was now just one network among potentially many in the broader internet. Other networks could connect to it as equals through gateways that spoke the common language of IP. The architecture was in place for the explosive growth that would follow. With the foundational protocol in place, other crucial elements of modern internet infrastructure soon followed. One of the most important came later in 1983 with the introduction of the domain name system DNS. Before DNS, every computer on the network was identified by a numeric IP address, a string of numbers that computers could easily process but humans found difficult to remember. Host names existed, but they were managed through a single file called hosts.txt that had to be manually updated and distributed across the network. As the network grew, this centralized approach became increasingly unwieldy. Paul Mockapetris, working at USC's Information Sciences Institute, developed DNS as a distributed, hierarchical system for translating between human-readable domain names and machine-readable IP addresses. Instead of a single file containing all host information, DNS distributed this information across multiple servers organized in a tree-like structure. The DNS design introduced the now familiar domain suffixes like .com, commercial.edu, educationalinstitutions.org, organizations.gov, government, and .mil, military. These top-level domains created a logical organization for the growing network. Country-specific domains like UK for the United Kingdom or FR for France acknowledged the increasingly international nature of the Internet. The first domain ever registered under this new system was Symbolics.com, claimed by the Symbolics Computer Corporation in March 1985. While few could have predicted it at the time, domain names would eventually become valuable digital real estate, with some selling for millions of dollars decades later. Another significant development in 1983 was the split of ARPANET into two separate networks, ARPANET for research purposes and MULNET, Military Network for non-classified military communications. This division reflected the growing recognition that different user communities had different needs and security requirements. MILNET eventually became part of the Defense Data Network, while ARPANET continued as the backbone for civilian research. This splitting of networks was an early example of how the Internet would evolve, not as a single monolithic system, but as a diverse ecosystem of interconnected networks serving different purposes, yet able to communicate through common protocols. The academic community also expanded its networking presence in 1983. CSNet, Computer Science Network, which had been established in 1981, continued to grow, providing network services to computer science departments that didn't have access to ARPANET. BitNet, because its time network connected academic mainframe computers, primarily for email and file transfers. These networks, along with others like USNet, formed a patchwork of connectivity. They didn't all use TCP/IP initially, but the protocol's flexibility eventually allowed them to interoperate. The result was a growing network of networks, the literal meaning of the term Internet. For users of these early networks, the experience bore little resemblance to today's Internet. There was no World Wide Web, no browsers, no social media. The primary applications were email file transfers and remote login to other computers. Access was typically through text-based terminals, black screens with green or amber text, and a blinking cursor. Graphics, when they existed at all, were crude by modern standards. Despite these limitations, the impact on research and collaboration was profound. Scientists who had previously communicated through postal mail or occasional conferences could now exchange ideas daily. Software could be shared instantly across continents. Problems that might have taken months to solve through traditional correspondence could be addressed in days or hours. The physical infrastructure of this early Internet was also evolving. The original ARPANET had used dedicated phone lines leased from telephone companies, with data transmitted at speeds that would seem glacial today, typically 56 kilobits per second. By 1983, plans were already underway for faster backbone networks that would eventually reach speeds of 1.5 megabits per second, still slower than a modern home connection. but a massive improvement at the time. For all its technical advances, the Internet of 1983 remained largely unknown to the general public. Access was limited to those affiliated with participating research institutions, government agencies, or a handful of private companies involved in network research. Home computer ownership was growing with popular models like the Commodore 64 and Apple IIe, but these machines typically weren't connected to any network. Commercial online services like CompuServe and The Source offered some network features to consumers, but they were closed systems, not part of the open internet. They provided email, chat rooms, forums, and access to certain databases, all for hourly fees that could quickly add up. Connecting typically required a telephone modem, a device that converted digital computer data into audio tones that could travel over standard phone lines, usually at speeds of 300 to 1200 bits per second. Despite being largely invisible to the public, the developments of 1983 made the Internet infinitely more scalable than it had been before. The combination of TCP, SLIP, and DNS created a system that could theoretically grow to connect billions of devices, a possibility that few considered realistic at the time. What made these protocols so powerful was their simplicity and flexibility. TCP/SLIP didn't care what type of computer you were using, what operating system it ran, or what you wanted to do with your connection. It simply provided a standard way for packets of data to find their way from source to destination across multiple networks. This simplicity allowed for incredible diversity in both the devices that could connect and the applications they could run. As 1983 drew to a close, the foundations were firmly in place for what would become a global communications revolution. The technical community had created a system with the capacity to grow far beyond its current boundaries. What remained to be seen was how that growth would happen, who would drive it, and what new applications would emerge to harness the power of a truly global network. While engineers and scientists were building the technical infrastructure of the Internet, something equally important was happening on screens across America and beyond. In living rooms, college dorms, and small offices, people were discovering the magic of connecting with others through technology. The mid to late 1980s marked the rise of the first true online communities, digital gathering places where people came together, not just to share files or send messages, but to build relationships, exchange ideas, and create culture. These early online communities took many forms, but few were part of the official Internet with its TCP/IP protocols. Instead, most existed on parallel systems that were more accessible to everyday computer enthusiasts. The most popular were bulletin board systems, or BBSs, electronic message boards run by hobbyists using personal computers and phone lines. To access a BBS, you needed a computer, a modem, and the phone number of the system you wanted to call. Your computer would dial the number, the modem on the other end would answer, and suddenly you were connected to another computer that might be across town or across the country. Unlike the Internet, which allowed many users to connect simultaneously, most BBSes could host only one user at a time. When you connected, the phone line was busy for anyone else trying to call. Despite these limitations, BBSes fostered vibrant communities. A typical BBS might offer message boards, file sharing areas, and games. Users would leave messages for each other, upload and download software, and participate in ongoing discussions on topics ranging from computer programming to science fiction. Some BBSes specialized in particular topics or communities. There were boards dedicated to music, gaming, politics, religion, and countless other interests. The sysops system operators, who ran BBSes, were like digital community managers, maintaining the hardware and software, setting rules, and often creating a distinctive atmosphere for their electronic gathering places. Some BBSes charged fees, but many were passion projects run by enthusiasts eager to create digital spaces for like-minded people. As personal computing grew more popular, so did BBSes. By the late 1980s, thousands of these systems were operating across the United States alone, with many more internationally. They represented a grassroots telecommunications revolution, ordinary people creating their own networks, independent of major corporations or government agencies. For many users, BBSes provided their first experience of online community. The excitement of connecting with distant strangers who shared your interests was powerful. People formed friendships, fell in love, debated politics, and exchanged knowledge all through text on a screen, often at the glacial pace of 1200 or 2400 bits per second. While BBSEs flourished in local communities, other systems were creating larger, more connected networks. One of the most influential was USNet, which had been established in 1979 but grew substantially in the late 1980s. Unlike BBSEs, which were standalone systems, USNet was a distributed network of servers that exchanged messages, creating discussion forums called newsgroups. USNet was organized into hierarchies: Compay for computer topics, Sci for science, Rec for hobbies and recreation, Seg for social issues, and so on. Within these categories were thousands of specific newsgroups covering nearly every imaginable topic. Want to discuss Star Trek? Join rec.arts.startrek. Interested in artificial intelligence? Compayf. I was the place for you. These newsgroups created global communities of interest long before social media platforms existed. The content on USNet reflected the demographics of early network users, predominantly college-educated, technically inclined, and based at universities or technology companies. Discussions could be scholarly and detailed, but USNet also had its share of arguments, jokes, and social bonding. It was here that many internet traditions began, including emoticons like the smiley face, to convey tone in text-only communications. Another significant development in this period was Internet Relay Chat, IRC, created in 1988 by Jarkko Okarinen, a Finnish student. Unlike the asynchronous communication of BBSEs and USNet, IRC allowed users to chat in real time. Participants would join channels dedicated to various topics and converse as if they were in the same room, despite being scattered across the globe. IRC quickly became popular, especially among the technical community. During major world events like the Gulf War in 1991, IRC channels became improvised news networks, with participants sharing information and first-hand accounts faster than traditional media. This foreshadowed how social media would later transform news consumption and reporting. While these various systems were growing, a remarkable experiment in online community was unfolding in the San Francisco Bay Area. The Whole Earth Electronic Link, launched in 1985, became one of the most influential early online communities. Founded by Stuart Brand of Whole Earth Catalog fame and Larry Brilliant, the Well attracted an eclectic mix of technologists, journalists, Grateful Dead fans, and counterculture figures. The Well charged for access but fostered exceptionally thoughtful discussions through its conference system. It became famous for its sense of community and the quality of conversation. As journalist Howard Riesingold, a Well member, would later write in his book The Virtual Community, these online spaces were places where people gathered for intellectual fellowship, emotional support, companionship. What made the Well special was not its technology, which was relatively simple, but its community norms and the diversity of its participants. It demonstrated that online communities could foster meaningful relationships and substantive intellectual exchange. Many Well members formed real-world friendships, gathering at parties and events organized through the system. For businesses and organizations, email was becoming an essential tool during this period. By the late 1980s, email was no longer confined to research networks. Commercial email services allowed businesses to communicate electronically, both internally and with external partners. Companies like MCI Mail and CompuServe offered email addresses to paying customers, and gateways between different email systems were established. Email was transforming workplace communication, though not without resistance. Many executives initially viewed electronic messages as less important than paper memos or phone calls. Some refused to use computers altogether, having assistants print out emails for them and type their responses. Despite this resistance, the efficiency of electronic communication was undeniable, and email adoption steadily increased. The physical infrastructure connecting these various communities continued to evolve. By the late 1980s, modems had become faster and more reliable, with speeds reaching 9,600 bits per second in more advanced models. This was still painfully slow by modern standards. Downloading a single high-resolution photograph could take minutes, but it represented significant progress. For those lucky enough to be at major universities or research institutions, direct internet connections offered much higher speeds. The National Science Foundation Network (NSFNet) had been established in 1985 to connect university supercomputing centers, and by 1988, its backbone had been upgraded to T1 lines running at 1.5 megabits per second, roughly 50 times faster than the fastest consumer modems of the era. Throughout this period, the official internet remained largely a tool for research and education. Commercial use was still restricted by the National Science Foundation's acceptable use policy, which prohibited use for commercial activities by for-profit institutions. This policy reflected the internet's origins as a government-funded research network. However, these restrictions were increasingly at odds with the growing commercial interest in networking. Businesses were establishing private networks using the same TCP/IP technology, and entrepreneurs were beginning to see the potential for commercial services delivered over internet-like infrastructure. By 1990, the landscape of online communication was diverse and expanding. The official internet connected thousands of research institutions and universities. USNet reached tens of thousands of computers worldwide. Hundreds of thousands of people used commercial online services like CompuServe, Prodigy, and the rapidly growing America Online (AOL), and countless local communities formed around thousands of BBSEs. These various systems weren't yet integrated into a single seamless network. Moving information between them often required gateways or manual intervention. Each had its own interface, culture, and rules, but collectively they were teaching a generation of users the value of electronic communication and community. The users of these early systems were pioneering a new form of human interaction. They were learning how to express themselves through text alone, how to form relationships with people they might never meet in person, and how to collaborate across distance. They were creating the social norms and practices that would eventually shape life online for billions of people. As the 1980s came to a close, these online communities remained largely invisible to mainstream culture. Most Americans had never used a modem or sent an email. Newspapers and television rarely reported on developments in computer networking, except as occasional curiosities. But for those already participating in these digital spaces, it was clear that something transformative was happening. A new kind of public sphere was taking shape in the electronic ether. What none of these early online explorers could have predicted was how dramatically things would change in the coming decade. A new application was about to emerge that would make the internet accessible and appealing to the general public, transforming it from a specialized tool for researchers and enthusiasts into a mass medium with global reach. On a snowy day in December 1990, in a research laboratory near the Franco-Swiss border, a British computer scientist named Tim Berners-Lee completed work on a project that would transform the internet from a specialized tool for academics and researchers into a mass medium that would eventually touch every aspect of human life. His creation was deceptively simple, but its impact would be profound. He called it the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee had been working at CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, one of the world's largest physics laboratories. CERN employed thousands of scientists from across Europe and beyond, generating enormous amounts of data and research papers. Keeping track of all this information was becoming increasingly difficult. Scientists would arrive at CERN for a few months, create new documents and data, then leave, often with critical knowledge and connections lost in the process. In March 1989, Berners-Lee had submitted a proposal to his managers titled Information Management. A proposal. In it, he suggested creating a hypertext system that would allow researchers to share and link documents across the CERN network. Initially, the proposal received a lukewarm response. His supervisor wrote vague but exciting on the cover, but Berners-Lee persisted, refining his ideas and eventually receiving permission to pursue the project. What made Berners-Lee's vision revolutionary wasn't the concept of hypertext itself, which had been around since the 1960s. Computer pioneers like Douglas Engelbart and Ted Nelson had long advocated for interconnected documents with clickable links. What Berners-Lee did was combine hypertext with the existing infrastructure of the internet, creating a system that could work across different computers and networks worldwide. By the end of 1990, Berners-Lee had developed the three fundamental technologies that still form the foundation of today's web: HTML, hypertext markup language, the formatting language for web pages, HTTP, hypertext transfer protocol, the rules for how information passes through the web, and URLs, uniform resource locators, the unique addresses that identify each resource on the web. He also created the first web browser and editor, which he called World Wide Web, later renamed Nexus to avoid confusion with the abstract space World Wide Web. The first web server ran on a NeXT computer in his office with a handwritten sign taped to the front reading, "This machine is a server. Do not power down." On August 6, 1991, Berners-Lee publicly announced the World Wide Web project on several internet news groups and made his code available for anyone to use. This decision to release the web as open, non-proprietary technology was crucial to its rapid adoption. Had Berners-Lee or CERN attempted to patent or license the technology, the web's growth might have been significantly stunted. The first website, hosted at info.cern.j, was simple by today's standards, mostly text with hyperlinks, explaining what the World Wide Web was and how to use it. There were no images, videos, or interactive elements, but the fundamental idea was revolutionary. Documents could be linked across the internet, creating a web of information that users could navigate by simply clicking. Initially, the web spread slowly, primarily among academic and research institutions. Early browsers were text-based and worked only on specific computer systems. For the web to truly transform the internet, it needed a more accessible, user-friendly browser that could work on common personal computers. That breakthrough came in 1993 with the release of Mosaic, developed by a team at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications, NCSA, at the University of Illinois. Led by Mark Andreessen and Eric Benner, the Mosaic team created a browser that could display images in line with text rather than in separate windows, featured a graphical interface, and ran on widely used operating systems like Windows and Macintosh. Mosaic made the web visually appealing and dramatically easier to use. No longer did you need to remember cryptic commands or navigate through text-only interfaces. With Mosaic, you could simply point and click your way through the web's growing information space. This accessibility helped the web extend beyond the technical community to everyday users. The impact was immediate and dramatic. In 1993, the web accounted for just 1% of internet traffic. By 1995, that figure had grown to 30%. Websites were proliferating at an astonishing rate. In June 1993, there were approximately 130 websites in existence. By January 1996, there would be more than 100,000. As the web's popularity exploded, Andreessen left NCSA to co-found Netscape Communications with Silicon Valley entrepreneur Jim Clark. Their Netscape Navigator browser, released in late 1994, quickly became the dominant way people access the web. By mid-1995, Netscape controlled around 80% of the browser market and became a symbol of the emerging internet economy. The early web was notably different from today's version. Pages were simpler, dominated by text with limited graphics. Backgrounds were often gray, not white. There were no streaming videos, complex JavaScript applications, or sophisticated e-commerce systems. Navigation was simpler too. Many sites featured home pages with lists of links organized by topic. Web surfing meant following these links from site to site, discovering new content along the way. With the web's growing popularity came new ways to find information online. The first search engines began to appear, including Webcrawler, Lycos, and Alta Vista. These early search tools were primitive by today's standards, but they provided essential navigation aids as the web expanded beyond what any human-curated directory could cover. In April 1994, two Stanford graduate students, David Philo and Jerry Yang, created Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web, a hierarchically organized directory of websites. They soon renamed it Yahoo, and by the end of 1994, their site was receiving nearly 1 million hits per day. Unlike pure search engines, Yahoo combined human curation with search functionality, helping users make sense of the rapidly growing web. As the web became more accessible to non-technical users, commercial interest grew rapidly. The National Science Foundation, which had been operating the backbone of the US Internet since 1985, began transitioning control to commercial providers in 1993. By April 1995, the NSFNet backbone was decommissioned, marking the end of major US government control over the Internet's infrastructure. The Internet and the web were now open for business. Internet access for ordinary Americans was growing too. National services like America Online, AOL, CompuServe, and Prodigy, which had previously offered their own proprietary content and communication systems, began providing web access to their subscribers. Dedicated Internet service providers, ISPs, proliferated, offering dial-up connections in cities and towns across the country. The commercialization of the web happened remarkably quickly. In 1993, the first banner ads appeared. In 1994, Pizza Hut offered online ordering on its website. The first dedicated online merchant, Amazon.com, opened for business in July 1995, initially selling only books. eBay, founded in September 1995, originally as AuctionWeb, created a whole new way for individuals to buy and sell goods online. With commercialization came concerns about online security and privacy. The need to protect financial transactions led to the development of secure protocols like SSL, Secure Sockets Layer, introduced by Netscape in 1994. These technologies made it possible for users to share credit card information and other sensitive data with reasonable confidence that it wouldn't be intercepted by malicious actors. The mid-1990s also saw the beginning of what would become known as the domain name rush. As businesses recognized the importance of establishing an online presence, valuable domain names were quickly claimed. By 1995, companies were waking up to the value of having their brand name as a .com address. Some forward-thinking individuals registered generic domains like business.com and sex.com, which would eventually sell for millions of dollars. Behind the scenes, the web's infrastructure was evolving to handle its explosive growth. The initial protocol, HTTP Sales 09, was upgraded to HTTP Sales 1.0 in 1996, adding features needed for the increasingly sophisticated web. Tim Berners-Lee established the World Wide Web Consortium, DU3C, in 1994 to develop open standards for the web, ensuring its continued evolution as an open, accessible platform. As more people discovered the web, a new form of personal expression emerged, the personal homepage. Individuals created simple websites sharing their interests, experiences, and thoughts, the predecessors to blogs and social media profiles. Universities often provided web space for students and faculty, leading to URLs that typically ended with a tilde followed by a username. These personal pages reflected the democratic potential of the web. Anyone with internet access and basic HTML knowledge could publish content globally without needing permission from gatekeepers like publishers or broadcasters. This radically open publishing model would eventually transform media, politics, and culture. By 1995, the web had begun to enter mainstream awareness. Major newspapers and magazines launched online editions. Television shows started displaying URLs during credits. Companies added web addresses to their business cards and advertisements. The distinctive www prefix and .com suffix became part of everyday language. Yet even as the web grew in popularity, it remained unfamiliar to most Americans. A Pew Research survey in 1995 found that only 14% of US adults used the internet in any form. For many, the web was still something they had heard about but never experienced, a mysterious new technology covered in news stories, but not yet part of daily life. Those who did venture online often connected through painfully slow dial-up modems, typically running at 14.4 or 28.8 kilobits per second. At these speeds, a single image could take minutes to load. Users would start a download and then go make a sandwich while waiting for it to complete. The web's promise was evident, but the user experience remained constrained by the limitations of existing infrastructure. Despite these constraints, by the end of 1995, the foundation had been laid for a new era of communication, commerce, and culture. What had begun as a project to help physicists share research papers had evolved into a global information system accessible to anyone with a computer and a modem. The stage was set for the internet's transformation from a niche technology into a mainstream medium that would reshape modern life. In just 5 years, from 1990 to 1995, the web had gone from concept to cultural phenomenon. It had begun to fulfill the internet's long-promised potential to connect people and information across boundaries of geography and institution. But this was just the beginning. The coming years would bring even more rapid change, as investors, entrepreneurs, and the general public rushed to stake their claims in this new digital frontier. The morning sun cast long shadows across San Francisco's South Park as young entrepreneurs gathered at a local cafe. It was early 1996, and the air buzzed with excitement. Around tables scattered with napkin sketches and hastily scribbled business plans, 20-somethings in casual clothes discussed concepts that sounded more like science fiction than business. Online shopping malls, virtual communities, digital currencies. The words .com and IPO punctuated nearly every conversation. Money was flowing into the city at an unprecedented rate, all chasing the same dream, to stake a claim in the new digital frontier known as the World Wide Web. This scene played out daily across Silicon Valley as the internet entered its gold rush era. Between 1995 and 2000, the United States experienced one of the most remarkable investment booms in its history. Venture capital poured into internet startups at a staggering pace. Initial public offerings, IPOs of internet companies, routinely saw stock prices double or triple on their first day of trading. Young entrepreneurs became paper millionaires overnight. The internet had captured the imagination of Wall Street, and the resulting flow of capital would fundamentally transform the online landscape. The dot-com boom had its roots in the public recognition of the web's potential. Netscape's wildly successful IPO in August 1995 served as the opening bell. The company, barely 16 months old and not yet profitable, ended its first day of trading with a market value of $2.9 billion. This sent a clear message to investors and entrepreneurs alike. The internet represented an extraordinary financial opportunity. What followed was a period of intense innovation and competition, as companies raced to establish themselves in this new medium. Some of today's most recognized internet brands emerged during this era. Incorporated in 1995, rapidly evolved from a simple web directory into a major portal, offering news, email, and other services. Amazon, also founded in 1995, began selling books online with the ambitious vision of becoming Earth's biggest bookstore before expanding into other product categories. eBay transformed person-to-person commerce after its 1995 launch, creating a global marketplace where individuals could buy and sell directly to one another. In 1998, two Stanford PhD students named Larry Page and Sergey Brin incorporated a company called Google, offering a search engine that used a revolutionary algorithm to rank web pages by relevance and popularity. Not all significant players from this era survived in their original form. Companies like Excite, Lycos, and AltaVista were once dominant search engines that eventually lost out to Google. GeoCities, an early platform for personal websites organized into virtual neighborhoods, grew to become one of the most visited sites on the early web before its eventual decline. The rush to digitize traditional businesses led to experimentation with online versions of almost every service imaginable. Pets.com sold pet supplies online, complete with a sock puppet mascots that appeared in Super Bowl commercials. Webvan attempted to revolutionize grocery shopping with online ordering and home delivery. Cosmo.com promised one-hour delivery of small items in major cities. These companies raised hundreds of millions of dollars despite unproven business models. The dot-com era was characterized by a business philosophy that prioritized growth and market share over profitability. The mantra was get big fast, acquire as many users as possible before competitors could establish themselves, then figure out how to monetize later. This approach was justified by references to network effects, the idea that certain online services become more valuable as more people use them. This strategy required enormous amounts of capital, which investors were eager to provide. Venture capital investments in internet companies rose from $250 million in 1995 to $10 billion in 1999. The Nasdaq Composite Stock Index, home to many technology stocks, rose from under 1,000 in 1995 to a peak of over 5,000 in March 2000, reflecting the market's exuberance for all things internet-related. Money flowed into advertising and marketing as companies competed for consumer attention. The 2000 Super Bowl featured commercials from 17 dot-com companies, each paying millions for 30-second spots. Lavish launch parties became standard, with companies spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on single events featuring celebrity performances and open bars. One infamous party for a now-defunct startup featured mist-spraying elephants and trapeze artists. The boom created a distinctive culture in technology hubs like Silicon Valley, Seattle, and New York City. Startups embraced casual dress codes, open office plans, and workplace perks like free food and games. 20-something programmers could command six-figure salaries plus stock options. The traditional boundaries between work and leisure blurred as employees worked long hours in pursuit of stock option, riches, and the thrill of building something revolutionary. For many Americans, this period marked their introduction to the internet. AOL America Online played a crucial role in bringing millions online through its user-friendly interface and aggressive marketing, including the ubiquitous free trial CD-ROMs that seemed to arrive weekly in mailboxes across the country. By 1997, AOL had more than 10 million subscribers many accessing the internet for the first time through AOL's walled garden of content and services. Home internet access grew rapidly as dial-up service spread across the country. From 1995 to 2000, the percentage of US households with internet access jumped from about 14% to over 40%. Connection speeds improved too, as 56K modems replaced slower predecessors, though these dial-up connections still required tying up phone lines and produced the distinctive screeching sound of modems handshaking. The internet was becoming an everyday utility rather than a novelty. Email addresses began appearing on business cards alongside phone numbers. www prefixes showed up in television commercials and billboards. Schools started building computer labs with internet access. Public libraries installed web-connected computers for patrons. The internet was weaving itself into the fabric of daily life. New forms of online culture emerged. Chat rooms and instant messaging services like ICQ and AOL Instant Messenger created spaces for real-time conversation. Napster, launched in 1999, allowed users to share MP3 music files directly from their hard drives, attracting tens of millions of users before legal challenges from the recording industry shut it down. The open publishing model of the web enabled blogs, short for weblogs, to emerge as a new form of personal expression and alternative media. Behind the scenes, significant investments were being made in internet infrastructure. Telecommunications companies laid thousands of miles of fiber optic cable, greatly expanding network capacity. Data centers sprouted up to house the growing number of servers needed to power websites and services. Internet exchange points were established to handle the increasing flow of traffic between networks. As the 1990s drew to a close, the dot-com boom reached fever pitch. The fear of missing out drove investors to fund increasingly speculative ventures. Companies with little more than a business plan and a .com in their name could raise millions. Stock valuations became detached from traditional metrics like revenue and profit. Some observers warned of a bubble, but their cautions were largely dismissed as failure to understand the new economy. On March 10, 2000, the Nasdaq Composite Index reached its peak of 5,048.62. From there, it began a decline that would eventually erase nearly 80% of its value. The dot-com bubble had begun to burst. The collapse wasn't triggered by any single event, but rather a gradual recognition that many internet businesses weren't economically viable. As startup companies burned through their capital without achieving profitability, they returned to the market for additional funding. Investors, becoming more discerning, began to question business models that prioritized growth over revenue. When new funding dried up, many companies couldn't survive. The next 2 years saw a painful contraction across the internet economy. Pets.com, once valued at hundreds of millions of dollars, shut down just 9 months after its IPO. Webvan declared bankruptcy in July 2001 after burning through more than $800 million in funding. Thousands of other dot-coms disappeared, often with little to show for the millions invested in them. Major layoffs hit even the surviving companies. San Francisco office vacancy rates soared as once expanding startups downsized or disappeared. The streets of Silicon Valley, previously clogged with traffic, grew quieter. Countless six-figure jobs vanished. Used office furniture flooded the market as liquidated companies sold off their assets. The financial impact extended beyond the companies themselves. Venture capital firms took heavy losses. Individual investors who had bought into the hype saw their portfolios devastated. The Nasdaq wouldn't return to its 2000 peak for another 15 years. The crash contributed to the broader economic recession that began in 2001. The terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, which occurred during this already difficult period, further dampened economic activity and highlighted the vulnerability of highly networked systems. In the somber months that followed, the exuberance of the dot-com era seemed not just financially unsustainable, but culturally out of step with a nation facing serious threats. And yet, amid the wreckage of failed startups and devalued stocks, the fundamental transformation brought by the internet continued. The crash weeded out unsustainable businesses but didn't reverse the internet's integration into daily life. Email remained essential. E-commerce continued to grow, albeit at a more measured pace. Search engines became more sophisticated. The percentage of Americans online continued to increase. Some of today's most successful technology companies emerged stronger from this period of correction. Amazon, which saw its stock fall from $107 to just $7 per share, continued expanding its product offerings and improving its logistics. Google refined its search technology and developed its advertising model. eBay remained profitable throughout the downturn. These companies had sustainable business models that could weather the storm. The dot-com crash taught valuable lessons about the economics of online businesses. Investors became more focused on clear paths to profitability rather than merely user growth. The phrase burn rate, how quickly a company spends its capital, took on new significance, as startups were expected to be more frugal. The ability to generate actual revenue became more important than abstract concepts like eyeballs or mindshare. By late 2001, as the dust settled from both the crash and the 9/11 attacks, the internet landscape had been fundamentally altered. Gone were many of the excesses of the boom years, the lavish parties, the absurd valuations, the companies with more marketing budget than actual product. What remained was a more sober approach to internet business, focused on creating sustainable value rather than quick exits. The survivors of this period would go on to build the foundation for the next phase of internet development. The crash hadn't killed the internet revolution, it had simply ended its wild adolescence. The technologies, business models, and cultural practices that would define the next era were already taking shape, though few could yet see their full potential. As one era ended, another was beginning. The rapid rise and fall of the first internet boom had demonstrated both the transformative potential of the technology and the need for sustainable approaches to harnessing that potential. The stage was set for a new phase of internet development, one that would be more participatory, more mobile, and more social than anything that had come before. In the quiet aftermath of the dot-com crash, with investment capital scarce and public enthusiasm dampened, something remarkable was happening to the internet. Rather than retreating, the web was undergoing a profound transformation. The static pages of the early internet were giving way to dynamic, interactive platforms where users didn't just consume content, they created it. This shift would eventually be called Web 2.0, and it would fundamentally change our relationship with technology and each other. The term Web 2.0 inches was coined in 2004 by publisher Tim O'Reilly to describe emerging trends in web development and business models. It wasn't a new version of technical specifications, but rather a new approach to what the web could be. At its core was a simple but revolutionary idea: the web as a platform for participation rather than just publication. In the first iteration of the web, sites were primarily created by professionals and organizations. Users were mostly passive consumers of content, much like readers of magazines or viewers of television. Web 2.0 flipped this model on its head. Now, platforms were being built that allowed ordinary users to create, share, and comment on content without needing technical skills or special resources. This transformation didn't happen overnight. It began with modest innovations that made the web more interactive. Comment sections allowed readers to respond directly to articles. Rating systems let users express opinions on products and content. Forums evolved into more sophisticated discussion platforms. Simple tools for creating personal websites became more accessible. One of the earliest and most influential Web 2.0 platforms was the blog. Short for weblog, blogs emerged in the late 1990s but gained mainstream traction in the early 2000s. Unlike traditional websites, blogs were chronological journals that could be easily updated without technical knowledge. Services like Blogger, acquired by Google in 2003, and WordPress, launched in 2003, made it possible for anyone to become a publisher with just a few clicks. Blogs democratized media in unprecedented ways. Political bloggers challenged traditional news outlets. Personal bloggers shared their lives with growing audiences. Corporate bloggers gave organizations more human voices. A culture of linking and commenting connected these individual voices into what became known as the blogosphere, a distributed conversation across the internet that bypassed traditional media gatekeepers. Another cornerstone of Web 2.0 was the wiki, a website that could be edited by its users. The most famous example, Wikipedia, launched in January 2001 and grew rapidly through the decade. Initially viewed with skepticism by educators and researchers, Wikipedia's community-driven approach to knowledge creation proved remarkably effective. By 2007, it contained over 2 million English-language articles and had become one of the most visited sites on the internet. Wikipedia demonstrated the power of collective intelligence, the idea that large groups of people working together could create something more comprehensive than any individual or small team could achieve. This collaborative approach to content creation became a defining feature of Web 2.0. As important as blogs and wikis were, The true social revolution of Web 2.0 began with the rise of social networking sites. While early online communities had existed since the beginning of the internet, the social networks that emerged in the mid-2000s took the concept to a new level of popularity and functionality. Friendster, launched in 2002, was among the first to gain significant traction, allowing users to create profiles and connect with friends. MySpace, which followed in 2003, quickly surpassed it, becoming the most visited website in the United States by 2006. MySpace's customizable profiles and focus on music made it especially popular with teenagers and young adults. Then came Facebook. Founded by Mark Zuckerberg and his Harvard classmates in 2004, Facebook was initially limited to college students. The requirement of a university email address created an exclusive atmosphere that helped drive its early adoption. In September 2006, Facebook opened registration to anyone over 13 with an email address, beginning its expansion to a global audience. Facebook's clean design and focus on real identities distinguished it from competitors like MySpace. Its news feed, introduced in 2006, transformed how users experienced the site, presenting a constantly updating stream of friends' activities. Despite initial privacy concerns, the news feed became one of Facebook's most engaging features, keeping users coming back multiple times daily to see new updates. While Facebook was building the dominant social network, other platforms were exploring different aspects of social sharing. In 2005, 3 former PayPal employees launched YouTube, a video sharing platform that allowed users to upload, share, and view videos. The site's simple interface and embeddable player made it easy to integrate videos across the web. YouTube's growth was explosive. By July 2006, users were uploading more than 65,000 videos and watching over 100 million videos per day. The platform became a cultural phenomenon, creating new celebrities, viral sensations, and forms of entertainment. Google recognized YouTube's potential, acquiring the company for $1.65 billion in October 2006, a price that seemed staggering at the time, but would later prove to be a bargain. The year 2006 also saw the launch of Twitter, originally conceived as a platform for sharing short status updates via SMS. Twitter's 140-character limit, derived from SMS text message constraints, forced users to be concise, creating a unique communication style. Initially dismissed by some as trivial, Twitter would eventually become a powerful tool for real-time news, public discourse, and direct communication between public figures and their audiences. These platforms weren't just adding new features to the internet, they were changing how people interacted with each other and consumed information. Before social media, most online activity happened in relative isolation. You might send emails, read websites, or shop online, but these were largely private activities. Social networks made online activity inherently social, with likes, comments, shares, and friend requests creating a continuous feedback loop of engagement. The impact on society was profound. Long-lost friends reconnected after decades. Family members separated by oceans could share daily updates. Communities formed around niche interests that might be too specialized to sustain in any physical location. The definition of friend expanded to include people we might never meet in person, but with whom we shared interests or connections. For businesses, Web 2.0 created both opportunities and challenges. Direct engagement with customers through social media offered new ways to build brand loyalty and gather feedback. However, it also meant that companies had less control over their public image, as customers could publicly share negative experiences that might previously have remained private complaints. The rise of user-generated content also created new business models. YouTube's partner program, launched in 2007, allowed popular creators to earn money from advertisements shown on their videos. This created a new category of content creators who could build careers producing videos, blogs, or social media content, often with production values that rivaled traditional media, but with far lower costs. Another key development during this period was the concept of tagging content with keywords. Sites like Flickr for photos and Delicious for bookmarks allowed users to assign their own tags to content, creating what became known as folksonomies, classification systems that emerged organically from user behavior rather than being imposed by experts. This approach to organizing information was more flexible and responsive than traditional hierarchical categories. The mid-2000s also saw the emergence of mashups, web applications that combine data or functionality from multiple sources. Google Maps, launched in 2005, was particularly important in this regard. When Google released an API, application programming interface for Maps, developers could integrate mapping functionality into their own sites and applications, creating services that showed everything from crime statistics to restaurant reviews on interactive maps. This openness to third-party development became another hallmark of Web 2.0. Major platforms began offering APIs that allowed developers to build applications on top of their services. Facebook's platform, launched in 2007, enabled the creation of thousands of third-party applications and games like Farmville, which at its peak had over 80 million active users. This created ecosystems around major platforms, increasing their value and user engagement, while social networks and user-generated content defined much of Web 2.0, the period also saw important advances in web technology. AJX, asynchronous JavaScript and XML, allowed web pages to update content without reloading the entire page, creating more responsive and app-like experiences. CSS improvements gave designers more control over web page appearance. These technical advances made the web feel more like software and less like static documents. Everything changed again in 2007 when Apple introduced the iPhone. This wasn't just a new phone but a paradigm shift in how people accessed the internet. The iPhone's full web browser, touch interface, and later its App Store would eventually transform the internet from something we visited on computers to something always with us, accessible with a tap or swipe. Mobile internet usage grew steadily after the iPhone's introduction. Social media platforms quickly adapted, with mobile apps that made sharing even more immediate. You could now post photos directly from where you took them, check in at locations you were visiting, and maintain continuous connection to your social networks throughout the day. The phone was becoming the primary internet device for many users. Cloud computing also gained significant traction during this period. Rather than storing data and running applications on local computers, users increasingly relied on servers accessed over the internet. Services like Google Docs, later Google Drive, allowed collaborative editing of documents, spreadsheets, and presentations through a web browser. Dropbox, founded in 2007, made file storage and sharing simple and reliable. The cloud model reduced the importance of specific devices, as your data could be accessed from anywhere with an internet connection. By 2010, the transformation was well underway. Facebook had over 500 million active users. YouTube was streaming more than 2 billion videos daily. Twitter was processing 65 million tweets per day. The web had become deeply social, mobile, and participatory. User-generated content wasn't just a feature of the internet, it was becoming its primary purpose. This evolution reflected broader cultural shifts. Hierarchy and authority were giving way to networks and collaboration. The line between creators and consumers was blurring. Information was becoming more abundant, but also more filtered through social connections. Our digital and physical lives were increasingly intertwined. The Web 2.0 era fundamentally changed our relationship with information and each other. It democratized publishing, amplified individual voices, and created new forms of community. It made the internet more personal, more social, and more essential to daily life. These changes came with both benefits and costs: greater connection, but also distraction, more voices but also more noise, new opportunities, but also new vulnerabilities. As the decade ended, the foundation was being laid for even more significant changes. Smartphones were becoming ubiquitous. Social media was moving from novelty to necessity. Data collection was expanding exponentially. The internet was no longer just a technology or a medium. It was becoming the primary infrastructure of modern life, with implications that would unfold in the years to come. As the calendar turned to 2010, a young woman in Cairo pulled out her smartphone and opened Facebook. With a few taps, she joined a group called We Are All Colored Said, named after a man beaten to death by Egyptian police. Within months, this online community would help catalyze a revolution that toppled a government that had ruled for nearly 30 years. Halfway around the world, a college student streamed a movie on Netflix while ordering dinner through an app, never once leaving his dorm room. In a corporate office in London, security experts scrambled to contain a cyber attack that had breached their company's data servers, potentially exposing millions of customer records. These scenes, playing out simultaneously across the globe, represented the new reality of the internet in the 2010s. The network that began as a research project and evolved into a social platform had now become thoroughly embedded in the fabric of daily life, economic systems, and political structures worldwide. This deep integration brought unprecedented conveniences and connections, but also new vulnerabilities, challenges, and questions about the technology's impact on society. By 2010, the internet had achieved a level of penetration and importance that would have been hard to imagine in earlier decades. In developed nations, it had transformed from luxury to utility, as essential as electricity or running water. In the United States, internet access had reached 71% of households. Smartphones, led by Apple's iPhone and the growing number of Android devices, were putting the internet in people's pockets, making connectivity constant rather than occasional. This always-on connectivity changed patterns of daily life. Social media became a continuous presence, with the average user checking platforms like Facebook multiple times per day. Push notifications created a perpetual connection to online services, alerting users to new messages, updates, and content. The distinction between going online and the rest of life was fading. For many, being online was the default state. The smartphone revolution accelerated dramatically through the decade. In 2010, about 20% of Americans owned a smartphone. By 2019, that figure had risen to 81%. This shift made the internet more personal, more localized, and more integrated with physical reality. Mobile apps knew your location, recognized your face, measured your steps, and monitored your heart rate. The phone became a constant companion, mediating more and more human experiences. With smartphones came the rise of the app economy. Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store offered millions of applications that extended the functionality of mobile devices in countless ways. Apps emerged for everything from meditation to dating, from ordering food to hailing rides. These applications often provided more streamlined, focused experiences than websites, leading some to predict that apps would eventually replace the open web entirely. The app ecosystem also created new business models. The freemium approach, offering basic services for free while charging for premium features, became common. So did monetization through targeted advertising based on user data. These models allowed services to scale rapidly by removing upfront cost barriers, but they also created incentives for aggressive data collection and attention-grabbing design. Beyond social media, the 2010s saw the rise of other digital platforms that transformed traditional industries. Netflix, which had begun as a DVD-by-mail service, pivoted successfully to streaming video, eventually producing its own original content and challenging the traditional television and film industries. Spotify did the same for music, offering unlimited streaming for a monthly subscription fee, changing how people consumed and discovered music. The sharing economy emerged as another disruptive force. Airbnb, founded in 2008, grew explosively through the 2010s, allowing people to rent out their homes or spare rooms directly to travelers. Uber and Lyft transformed urban transportation by connecting passengers with drivers through mobile apps. These platforms operated in the spaces between established regulatory categories, often generating controversy as they disrupted existing industries and labor relationships. Cloud computing continued its rapid expansion, moving from a novel approach to the dominant paradigm for software and services. Companies increasingly shifted from selling software packages to offering software as a service SaaS applications accessed through the internet on a subscription basis. This model reduced upfront costs for users and allowed for continuous updates and improvements. For individuals, cloud storage became the norm for personal files, photos, and documents. Services like Google Drive, Dropbox, iCloud, and OneDrive made it possible to access personal data from any device with an internet connection. This convenience came with new dependencies. Your data was now stored on someone else's servers, subject to their terms of service and security practices. Social media platforms continued to grow and evolve throughout the decade. Facebook reached the milestone of 1 billion active users in 2012 and continued expanding globally. Twitter became an essential platform for breaking news, political discourse, and celebrity culture. Instagram, acquired by Facebook in 2012 for $1 billion, grew from a simple photo-sharing app to a cultural force that influenced fashion, travel, food, and retail through its visually focused approach. New platforms emerged to serve different needs and demographics. Snapchat, launched in 2011, pioneered ephemeral content that disappeared after viewing attracting younger users looking for more spontaneous, less permanent forms of sharing. TikTok, which gained global popularity in the late 2010s, focused on short-form video content, often featuring music, comedy, and creative editing. These platforms reflected a shift toward more visual, immediate forms of communication. With the growing centrality of social media came increasing concerns about its effects. Studies began to examine links between heavy social media use and issues like anxiety, depression, and loneliness, particularly among young people. The design of these platforms, with their infinite scrolls, notification systems, and like buttons, came under scrutiny for intentionally maximizing engagement at the potential cost of user well-being. The business model of major internet platforms also faced growing criticism. Many operated on what Harvard professor Shoshana Zuboff termed surveillance capitalism, collecting vast amounts of user data to predict and influence behavior, primarily for advertising purposes. This approach raised questions about privacy, autonomy, and the concentration of power in the hands of a few dominant companies. Privacy concerns reached new heights in 2013 when former NSA contractor Edward Snowden leaked classified documents revealing extensive surveillance programs operated by U.S. intelligence agencies, often with the cooperation of major technology companies. The revelations sparked global debate about the balance between national security and privacy rights in the digital age. These concerns were amplified in 2018 with the Cambridge Analytica scandal, which revealed that the personal data of millions of Facebook users had been harvested without consent and used for political advertising. The incident brought issues of data privacy and political manipulation into mainstream conversation and led to congressional hearings, regulatory actions, and a #delete Facebook movement. As social media platforms grew more influential, they also became battlegrounds for larger social and political conflicts. The 2016 US presidential election highlighted how these platforms could be weaponized for disinformation campaigns. Russian-linked accounts created fake personas, established polarizing social media pages, and spread misleading content designed to amplify divisions in American society. The problem of misinformation extended beyond politics. Health misinformation, conspiracy theories, and extremist content found fertile ground on platforms designed to maximize engagement. Content that triggered strong emotional responses, whether outrage, fear, or vindication, often spread faster than more nuanced or factual material. Platform algorithms, optimized for engagement rather than accuracy or social benefit, sometimes amplified these problematic patterns. In response to these challenges, platforms introduced various forms of content moderation and fact-checking. These efforts, however, raised their own difficult questions about free speech, censorship, and who should have the power to determine acceptable discourse. The major platforms found themselves in the uncomfortable position of making consequential decisions about expression and information access on a global scale. Cybersecurity emerged as another critical challenge of the decade. As more sensitive activities moved online, from banking to healthcare to government services, the potential damage from security breaches increased dramatically. Major cyber attacks like the 2017 WannaCry ransomware incident, which affected computers in over 150 countries, demonstrated the vulnerability of digital systems. Data breaches became distressingly common. Incidents at companies like Equifax, Yahoo, and Marriott exposed the personal information of hundreds of millions of people. These breaches highlighted the vast amounts of sensitive data being collected and stored, often with inadequate security measures. They also revealed the limited recourse available to individuals whose data had been compromised. State-sponsored hacking grew more sophisticated and consequential. Nations like Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran developed advanced cyber capabilities for espionage, sabotage, and influence operations. Targets included government agencies, critical infrastructure, major corporations, and political organizations. The line between cybercrime, espionage, and warfare became increasingly blurred. Despite these challenges, the internet continued to transform the world in positive ways throughout the 2010s. Remote work became increasingly viable as collaboration tools improved and high-speed internet expanded. Access to education expanded through online courses and learning platforms. Telemedicine began to break down geographic barriers to healthcare. Creative communities flourished across platforms, creating new art forms and opportunities for expression. The decade also saw important efforts to expand internet access globally. By 2019, approximately 59% of the global population had internet access, up from about 29% in 2010. Mobile networks brought connectivity to regions that had never had fixed-line telecommunications. Projects like Facebook's Internet.org and Google's Project Loon attempted to extend access to underserved areas, though not without controversy about their approaches. Regulatory responses to digital challenges evolved throughout the decade. The European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, implemented in 2018, established stronger privacy protections and gave users more control over their personal data. Antitrust investigations into major technology companies began in both the United States and Europe, examining whether their dominant market positions were harming competition and consumers. The net neutrality debate played out across the decade, particularly in the United States. This principle, that internet service providers should treat all online traffic equally, was established as FCC policy in 2015, then repealed in 2017, reflecting deeper political divisions about how the internet should be governed and regulated. By the end of the 2010s, the internet had become both a mirror and a driver of broader social dynamics. It reflected existing inequalities, with digital divides persisting along economic, geographic, and social lines. It amplified certain human tendencies toward connection but also tribalism, toward knowledge-seeking but also confirmation bias, and it concentrated tremendous power in the companies that controlled its most important platforms and services. As the decade drew to a close, there was growing recognition that the internet's evolution had reached a critical juncture. The early techno-optimism that had characterized previous eras had given way to a more nuanced understanding of both the technology's transformative potential and its problematic aspects. Questions about privacy, security, power, truth, and human well-being in digital contexts moved from the margins to the center of public discourse. The Internet of 2020 bore little resemblance to the ARPANET of 1969 or even the World Wide Web of 1995. It had evolved from an academic curiosity to a commercial space to an essential and contested domain of human activity. What had begun as a technical project had become a social, economic, and political system of incredible complexity. The challenges that emerged in the 2010s would shape its continuing evolution and humanity's relationship with digital technology for decades to come. The early months of 2020 brought a global crisis that would unexpectedly accelerate the internet's integration into daily life. As the COVID-19 pandemic spread across the world, billions of people found themselves suddenly isolated in their homes, dependent on digital connections for work, education, healthcare, shopping, and human contact. What had been a gradual digital transformation became, almost overnight, an urgent necessity. The internet, built over decades as a resilient communication system, faced its greatest test and revealed both its extraordinary capabilities and its persistent limitations. As offices closed worldwide, remote work went from a growing trend to an immediate reality for hundreds of millions of workers. Video conferencing platforms like Zoom, previously used primarily in business settings, became household names. Zoom went from 10 million daily meeting participants in December 2019 to over 300 million by April 2020. The platform hosted everything from corporate meetings to family gatherings, from elementary school classes to religious services. Schools and universities moved online with unprecedented speed, creating virtual classrooms for students from kindergarten through graduate school. Telemedicine appointments replaced many in-person doctor visits. Online shopping, already popular, became essential for obtaining everything from groceries to medications. Streaming entertainment services saw surging viewership as people sought distraction during lockdowns. This massive shift revealed the internet's remarkable capacity to adapt and scale. Core infrastructure largely withstood the dramatic increase in traffic. Video conferencing, often involving multiple simultaneous high-definition video streams, became commonplace even as networks handled record volumes of data. The internet's distributed design, created decades earlier to survive potential nuclear attacks, proved well-suited to weathering a different kind of global crisis. At the same time, the pandemic highlighted digital divides that had persisted despite the internet's expansion. Students without reliable home internet access or appropriate devices struggled to participate in remote learning. Workers in jobs that couldn't be performed remotely faced both economic hardship and greater health risks. Rural areas with limited broadband infrastructure found themselves further disadvantaged in accessing essential services that had moved online. The crisis also accelerated existing digital trends. E-commerce adoption leaped ahead by years in just a few months. Digital payment systems became more widespread as people sought contactless options. Subscription services for everything from meal kits to streaming content saw surging growth. Many of these changes appeared likely to outlast the pandemic itself, representing a permanent shift in how people interact with digital services. As life moved increasingly online, questions about the power of major technology companies gained new urgency. Companies like Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and Microsoft had already achieved unprecedented scale and influence before the pandemic. The crisis only strengthened their positions, as their services became more essential and their market values soared while many traditional businesses struggled. This concentration of power drew increasing scrutiny from regulators and lawmakers worldwide. In the United States, a 16-month congressional investigation culminated in an October 2020 report concluding that Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google had exercised monopoly power. Multiple antitrust lawsuits followed. The European Union continued aggressive regulatory action, including significant fines and new legislative frameworks aimed at curbing the dominance of these digital giants. Even as these regulatory battles unfolded, major technology companies were investing heavily in emerging technologies that promised to reshape the internet yet again. Artificial intelligence and machine learning advanced rapidly, powering everything from voice assistants to content recommendation algorithms to automated translation services. The capabilities of AI systems expanded dramatically. OpenAI's GPT-3, released in 2020, demonstrated remarkable ability to generate human-like text, raising both excitement about AI's potential and concerns about its possible misuse. Computer vision systems achieved new levels of accuracy in tasks like facial recognition and object detection. AI began moving from research labs into everyday applications, from smartphone features to business analytics tools. These advances in AI intersected with long-standing questions about privacy, bias, and power in digital systems. Facial recognition technology faced particular scrutiny for its potential use in surveillance and its documented accuracy disparities across demographic groups. Automated decision systems in areas like hiring, lending, and criminal justice raised concerns about transparency, accountability, and fairness. Another emerging technology with potential to reshape the internet was augmented reality, AR, and virtual reality, VR. After years of development and several false starts, these technologies began showing signs of mainstream potential. Facebook, renamed Meta in 2021, made substantial investments in VR, positioning it as the gateway to what CEO Mark Zuckerberg described as the metaverse, a more immersive, embodied version of the internet, where people could interact in three-dimensional virtual spaces. Both established companies and startups explored applications ranging from virtual offices for remote collaboration to immersive social spaces to new forms of entertainment and education. While mass adoption remained in the future, the vision of an internet that extended beyond screens into more spatial, embodied experiences gained momentum. The rollout of 5G networks promised to support these new applications with dramatically faster wireless connections and reduced latency. Major telecommunications companies invested billions in building these next-generation networks, which offered speeds up to 100 times faster than 4G in ideal conditions. Beyond supporting mobile devices, 5G was positioned as critical infrastructure for the Internet of Things (IoT), the growing network of connected devices embedded in homes, cities, factories, and transportation systems. The IoT continued its rapid expansion throughout the 2020s. Smart home devices became increasingly common, with voice-controlled speakers acting as hubs for managing everything from lights and thermostats to security systems and entertainment. Connected sensors transformed industrial processes, enabling preventive maintenance and more efficient operations. Cities deployed smart infrastructure to monitor traffic, air quality, energy usage, and other urban systems. This proliferation of connected devices expanded the Internet's reach from the digital into the physical world. The line between online and offline blurred further as everyday objects gained network connections and the ability to collect and transmit data. This created new conveniences but also new security and privacy challenges, as the potential attack surface for hackers expanded dramatically and intimate spaces became increasingly monitored. Security concerns extended beyond consumer devices to critical infrastructure. The May 2021 ransomware attack on Colonial Pipeline, which disrupted fuel supplies across the eastern United States, demonstrated the potential real-world consequences of digital vulnerabilities. Similar attacks targeted hospitals, government agencies, and corporations worldwide, highlighting the need for improved cybersecurity practices and infrastructure. These security challenges were complicated by the evolving landscape of global internet governance. The vision of a single, open, global internet faced growing challenges, from efforts to create national or regional versions with different rules and restrictions. China's Great Firewall had long limited what content citizens could access. Russia took steps to create a sovereign internet that could operate independently from the global network. The European Union established distinct regulatory frameworks around privacy and content. Even in more open societies, debates intensified about appropriate limits on online speech and behavior. Social media platforms faced pressure from various stakeholders to address problems like harassment, hate speech, misinformation, and extremist content. Their responses, including content removal, labeling, and account suspensions, sparked debates about free expression, corporate power, and who should make consequential decisions about permissible speech in digital public spaces. The issue came to a head in January 2021, when major platforms suspended then-President Donald Trump's accounts following the Capitol riot, citing concerns that his statements might incite further violence. The unprecedented action against a sitting president highlighted the immense power these private companies wielded over public discourse and raised questions about their roles as de facto gatekeepers of the digital public sphere. These tensions reflected a broader realignment in thinking about the internet's role in society. The techno-optimism that had characterized much of its history, the belief that connecting humanity through digital networks would naturally lead to greater freedom, knowledge, and progress, had given way to a more complex understanding of both its benefits and its harms. The internet had indeed created extraordinary opportunities for connection, access to information, and new forms of expression and commerce. It had empowered movements for social change, democratized publishing, and created economic opportunities that transcended geographic limitations. Remote work during the pandemic had demonstrated how digital connectivity could provide flexibility and resilience in crisis. At the same time, the internet had enabled new forms of surveillance, manipulation, and harm. It had facilitated the spread of misinformation and conspiracy theories. It had created addictive products designed to maximize engagement at potential cost to well-being. It had concentrated tremendous economic power in a small number of companies, and it had often amplified social divisions rather than healing them. Addressing these challenges while preserving the internet's benefits emerged as one of the defining tasks for technologists, policymakers, and citizens in the 2020s. Approaches varied widely across countries and contexts, reflecting different values, priorities, and political systems. Some focused on regulatory solutions, creating new legal frameworks to address issues like data privacy, algorithmic transparency, and market concentration. Others emphasized technical fixes such as better security protocols, privacy-enhancing technologies, or alternative social media designs that didn't depend on engagement-maximizing algorithms. Still others looked to educational approaches, helping users better understand digital systems and develop critical media literacy. These discussions unfolded against the backdrop of broader societal challenges, including climate change, political polarization, and economic inequality. The internet's energy consumption, particularly from data centers and cryptocurrency mining, raised concerns about its environmental impact. Digital divides along economic, geographic, and social lines persisted despite expanded access, and questions about the future of work in an increasingly automated economy took on new urgency. Looking toward the future, several trends seemed likely to shape the internet's ongoing evolution. Artificial intelligence would continue to advance, becoming more capable and more integrated into digital systems of all kinds. The boundary between physical and digital would blur further as more objects and environments gained network connections and computational capabilities, and immersive technologies might eventually transform how we experience and interact with digital content and each other. At the same time, the internet's future would be shaped by human choices about values, governance, and design. Would privacy be preserved or further eroded? Would digital systems be designed primarily for engagement and profit, or for human well-being and social benefit? Would the internet remain relatively open and global, or become increasingly fragmented along national or ideological lines? Would its benefits be distributed equitably, or would digital divides persist and deepen? These questions had no predetermined answers. The internet, for all its technical complexity, remained fundamentally a human creation, reflecting human priorities, choices, and compromises. Its future would be determined not just by technological advancement, but by collective decisions about what kind of digital world we want to build. From the first message sent between two computers in a UCLA lab to the globe-spanning network of today, the internet has evolved in ways its creators could never have fully imagined. Each era of its development has brought new capabilities, challenges, and questions. The network that began as a military-funded research project has become an essential infrastructure for modern life, a commons, a marketplace, a public sphere, and an extension of human cognitive and social capacity. The history of the internet reminds us of both human ingenuity and human fallibility. It shows how technical decisions can have profound social implications, often unforeseen by their makers. It demonstrates how systems designed for one purpose can evolve to serve entirely different ones. And it reveals how the same technologies that connect us can also divide us, depending on how they're designed and deployed. As we navigate the internet's next chapter, this history offers valuable perspective. The challenges we face are complex but not insurmountable. The future remains unwritten, shaped by countless decisions made by developers, companies, policymakers, and users worldwide. Understanding where the internet came from, the visions that inspired it, the values embedded in its design, the human needs it serves, helps us make wiser choices about where it should go next. In the end, the internet is neither utopian nor dystopian. It is what we collectively make of it. Its story continues to unfold, a remarkable human achievement with chapters yet to be written. Picture yourself standing on the shores of a sun-drenched Mediterranean island. The year is roughly 2000 BCE. The sea stretches endlessly before you, its azure waters lapping against white stone harbours, where ships with colourful sails dock after long voyages. Behind you rise the walls of an intricate palace complex, a labyrinth of corridors, courtyards, and columns. This is Crete, home to Europe's first advanced civilization, the Minoans, and the cradle of what would become Greek civilization. The story of ancient Greece begins not on the mainland, but on these islands scattered across the Aegean Sea. The Minoans, named after their legendary king Minos, built a maritime empire based on trade rather than conquest. Their sailors navigated the Mediterranean, exchanging olive oil, wine, and exquisite pottery for metals, ivory, and exotic goods from Egypt and the Near East. In their palace at Knossos, walls were adorned with vibrant frescoes depicting dolphins, bulls, and elegant court figures. Women wore open-fronted dresses exposing their breasts, fashion choices that would shock later Greek societies. Unlike the warrior cultures that would follow, Minoan cities lacked defensive walls. The sea was their protection, their ships their strength. But around 1600 BCE, disaster struck. The massive volcano on the nearby island of Tira, modern Santorini, erupted with apocalyptic force. Ash darkened skies hundreds of miles away. Tsunamis battered coastal settlements. The Minoan civilization never fully recovered from this catastrophe, leaving them vulnerable to a new power rising on the Greek mainland, the Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans were a warrior people, Indo-European speakers who had migrated into Greece around 2000 BCE, where Minoan palaces were open and airy. Mycenaean citadels perched on hilltops behind massive stone walls so impressive that later Greeks believed only the mythical Cyclops could have built them. From these fortresses, kings who called themselves Wainaks ruled over territories dotted with villages. Their tombs overflowed with gold masks, bronze weapons, and amber beads, testifying to their wealth and far-reaching connections. These Mycenaeans expanded throughout the Aegean, eventually taking control of Crete itself. Their powerful fleet dominated the eastern Mediterranean. Their merchants traded as far as Sicily and the Black Sea. Their warriors raided distant shores. Names of their kingdoms, Mycenae, Pylos, Thebes, Athens, would echo through Greek history for millennia to come. It was during this Mycenaean age that many of the stories later immortalized by Homer likely took place. The legendary Trojan War probably occurred around 1250 BCE, when a coalition of Mycenaean kings may have attacked the wealthy city of Troy on the coast of modern Turkey. Whether fought over trade routes, tribute, or a kidnapped queen named Helen, this conflict would be transformed by oral tradition into Greece's defining epic. But like the Minoans before them, the Mycenaeans faced their own collapse. Around 1200 BCE, a perfect storm of disasters struck the eastern Mediterranean. Drought, earthquakes, internal rebellions, and invasions by mysterious sea peoples unraveled the Bronze Age world. Mycenaean palaces burned. Their complex writing system, called Linear B, was forgotten. Trade networks shattered. Greece entered what scholars call a dark age, when population declined, villages shrank, and the art of writing disappeared. For nearly 4 centuries, Greece remained in this diminished state. Yet even in darkness, important developments were taking shape. Iron replaced bronze for tools and weapons. New peoples, including the Dorians, migrated into some regions, and most crucially, Greeks began to organize themselves around a new kind of community, the polis, or city-state. Unlike the palace-centered kingdoms of the Mycenaean age, these emerging city-states centered on a shared identity among their citizens. Each polis typically included an urban center with a fortified high point, the Acropolis, residential areas, public spaces, and surrounding countryside that provided food. Though small by modern standards, most had fewer than 10,000 citizens. These communities fostered intense loyalty and distinct local cultures. By the 8th century BCE, Greece was awakening from its long slumber. Population grew, farmers produced more food, craftsmen created new styles of pottery decorated with geometric patterns. Most significantly, Greeks adopted and adapted the Phoenician alphabet, creating the first truly accessible writing system in their history. No longer a specialized skill for palace scribes, writing could now be learned by merchants, aristocrats, and poets. This era of renewal also saw Greeks venturing outward again. Facing limited farmland and growing populations, communities sent out groups of citizens to establish colonies around the Mediterranean. From Spain to the Black Sea, these colonial foundations spread Greek culture, language, and trade networks. Some, like Syracuse in Sicily or Byzantium on the Bosporus, would become powerful cities in their own right. Meanwhile, on the Greek mainland, competition between emerging city-states drove innovation and cultural development. In some regions, aristocratic families dominated, creating oligarchies where power rested with the wealthy few. In others, individual leaders called tyrants seized control, often with popular support against entrenched aristocrats. And in a few places, particularly Athens, experiments with broader citizen participation planted the seeds of democracy. This age of formation witnessed the birth of distinctly Greek art forms. Epic poetry, preserved through oral tradition since the Mycenaean collapse, was finally written down. Homer's Iliad and Odyssey achieved their final form around this time, preserving not just the legendary Trojan War but an entire worldview. Sculptors began creating distinctive Kouros figures, nude male statues with rigid poses, and mysterious smiles that show Egyptian influence but uniquely Greek aesthetics. Religion bound these scattered Greek communities together, despite their political independence. They shared a common pantheon centered on the Olympian gods and a belief that divine forces shaped human destiny. Great sanctuaries like Delphi and Olympia became meeting grounds where Greeks from different city-states gathered for festivals, athletic competitions, and consultation with oracles. The Olympic Games, first recorded in 776 BCE, brought athletes from across the Greek world to compete for olive wreaths and glory. By 600 BCE, Greece had entered what historians call the Archaic period, a time of rapid development in art, architecture, economics, and politics. Black figure pottery depicted elaborate mythological scenes. Monumental stone temples replaced wooden shrines. Poets like Sappho and Archilochus explored personal emotions in their verses. And in Greek colonies in Ionia, western Turkey, thinkers began questioning traditional explanations about the natural world, seeking rational rather than mythological causes, the first stirrings of philosophy. Yet this cultural flourishing occurred against a backdrop of intensifying competition. City-states frequently warred with their neighbors over borders, water rights, and regional influence. Athens and Sparta emerged as particularly powerful, developing contrasting societies that would define much of later Greek history. Social tensions within cities increased as merchants and farmers demanded more rights from traditional aristocrats. The Greek world was about to face its greatest external challenge. To the east, the Persian Empire had risen to become the largest state the ancient world had ever seen. Stretching from India to Egypt, with unmatched wealth and armies, Persia began incorporating Greek cities along the Ionian coast into its vast domains. When these Greeks revolted in 499 BCE, Athens sent ships to support them, an act of defiance that would lead to the momentous Persian Wars and the dawn of Greece's Golden Age. As the 6th century BCE drew to a close, Greek civilization stood poised at a crucial moment. From humble beginnings on Aegean islands and mainland hilltops, through collapse and renewal, the Greeks had created a unique culture based on city-state independence, citizen participation, artistic innovation, and rational inquiry. Their greatest achievements and greatest conflicts still lay ahead. The Greek polis was far more than a dot on a map. It was a revolutionary concept that transformed human society. Unlike the vast empires of Persia or Egypt ruled by god-kings and sprawling bureaucracies, the Greek world fractured into hundreds of independent, self-governing communities. Each polis maintained its own government, laws, military forces, religious festivals, and fierce sense of identity. While sharing language, religion, and broader cultural practices, Greeks identified first and foremost as citizens of their particular city-state, as Athenians, Spartans, Corinthians, or Thebans. Most city-states followed a similar physical pattern, despite varying greatly in size and landscape. At the highest point stood the Acropolis, a fortified hilltop containing temples and religious sanctuaries, visible from miles around as the sacred heart of the community. Below stretched residential neighborhoods with narrow, winding streets and modest homes built around central courtyards for light and air. The Agora served as the civic center, a vibrant marketplace surrounded by government buildings, courts, and covered walkways called stoas where philosophers taught and citizens socialized. Beyond the urban core lay the countryside, the Chora, where farmers cultivated wheat, barley, olives, and grapes on terraced hillsides and fertile plains to feed the city. Yet the polis wasn't merely a physical space, but represented a profound political idea that a community should govern itself through the participation of its citizens rather than submit to the dictates of a distant monarch. This revolutionary concept of citizenship transformed those who held it. A citizen belonged to the polis, and the polis belonged to him, for it was almost exclusively men who held full political rights. This mutual relationship created obligations and privileges, unlike anything in earlier societies. No two city-states exemplified the different possibilities of the polis system better than Athens and Sparta, rival powers whose contrasting societies would fascinate Greeks of their time and observers ever since. Athens, nestled between mountains and sea in the region of Attica, evolved the world's first democratic government through a series of reforms. The pivotal figure in this transformation was Cleisthenes, who in 508 BCE reorganized Athenian society to break the power of aristocratic clans. He created artificial tribes that mixed people from different regions and social backgrounds, forcing citizens to identify with the polis as a whole rather than traditional family networks. The resulting Athenian democracy operated through three main institutions. The Assembly Ecclesia met on the Pnyx Hill, where any citizen could speak and vote on policies, wars, and treaties. A council of 500 bulul, chosen by lot, prepared business for the assembly and handled day-to-day governance. Courts composed of citizen jurors, sometimes thousands for important cases, rendered verdicts without judges or lawyers. This system gave ordinary Athenians direct control over their city's destiny, though political rights remained limited to adult males born to Athenian parents, perhaps 30,000 men out of a total population of 300,000. Across the Peloponnesian Peninsula, Sparta developed a radically different society focused on military prowess. Following reforms attributed to the semi-legendary lawgiver Lycurgus, Sparta transformed itself into what historians call a garrison state. Male citizens, known as Spartiates, lived solely to fight. From age 7, boys were removed from their homes and subjected to a brutal training regimen called the agoge, where they learned warfare, endurance, and absolute obedience. They ate in communal messes, slept on reed mats, and received regular beatings to toughen them. At 20, they joined military barracks. Even after marriage, a Spartan man lived with his wife only occasionally until age 30. This extraordinary military focus required an unusual social structure. Sparta's agricultural land was divided among citizen families and worked by a subjugated population called helots, essentially state-owned serfs descended from conquered peoples. These helots vastly outnumbered their Spartan masters, creating constant fear of rebellion. Each year, Sparta's leaders formally declared war on the helots, allowing them to be killed without religious pollution. Young Spartans sometimes conducted night raids called the Cryptia, murdering any helots found outside after dark to maintain terror and control. Between citizens and helots stood a middle class of perioikoi, dwellers around, who were free but lacked political rights. These craftsmen, merchants and farmers provided essential economic services that citizen soldiers disdained. Sparta's government balanced elements of monarchy, 2 hereditary kings, oligarchy, a council of elders, and limited democracy, an assembly of citizens. 5 elected officials called ephors held extraordinary power, including authority over the kings themselves. While Athens celebrated artistic achievement, intellectual exploration, and the pleasures of private life, Sparta scorned luxury and individualism. When an Athenian noted that Sparta had no defensive walls, King Agesilaus pointed to his soldiers and replied, "These are the walls of Sparta." The great Athenian dramatist Euripides would never have flourished in Sparta, where poetry and music served only to glorify the state and inspire warriors. Even their currency, heavy iron spits rather than valuable silver, was designed to discourage commerce and accumulation of wealth. Between these extremes of Athens and Sparta, most Greek city-states developed mixed systems of government. Some remained under traditional aristocracies, where noble families dominated political life. Others experienced periods of tyranny, rule by individuals who seized power, often with popular support against entrenched elites. Though tyrant later acquired negative connotations, many early tyrants were reform-minded rulers who built public works, sponsored festivals, and expanded citizen rights. Regardless of government type, the economies of most city-states centered on agriculture. The typical citizen owned a small farm worked by his family, and perhaps a few slaves. He grew grains for bread, olives for oil, and grapes for wine, the Mediterranean triad that sustained Greek life. Many households maintained modest flocks of sheep or goats for wool, milk, and occasional meat. On market days, farmers brought surplus produce to the agora, trading for pottery, tools, and other necessities. Greek terrain, with its mountains and limited arable land, could not support large populations. This scarcity drove competition between communities and spurred maritime trade. By the 5th century BCE, Athens in particular had developed elaborate commercial networks, importing grain from the Black Sea region, timber from Macedonia, and luxury goods from throughout the Mediterranean. Specialized craftsmen produced fine pottery, textiles, and metalwork for export. Banking systems developed to facilitate long-distance trade, with money changers and lenders operating from tables trapeza in the agora, the origin of our word bank. Beneath the political and economic structures of the polis lay a complex social hierarchy. At the top stood adult male citizens with rights to vote, own property, and speak in courts. Below them were resident foreigners called metics, who paid special taxes for the privilege of living and working in the city, but held no political rights, despite their often substantial economic contributions. At the lowest levels were slaves, comprising perhaps 1/3 of the population in cities like Athens. These enslaved people served as household servants, agricultural laborers, and workers in mines and workshops. Women in most city-states, Sparta being a notable exception, lived highly restricted lives. Though not technically slaves, Athenian women were legal minors throughout their lives, always under the guardianship of a male relative. They could not vote, attend the assembly, serve on juries, or own substantial property. Their primary roles centered on household management and childbearing, producing sons who would become citizens. Respectable women rarely appeared in public spaces, instead occupying the women's quarters, gynaikion, within their homes. Outside this domestic sphere, religious festivals provided their main opportunity for public participation. Yet despite these limitations, the household oikos remained central to polis identity and success. The ideal citizen managed his household prudently, raised children who respected tradition, participated actively in civic affairs, and fought bravely when called to war. This integration of private and public virtue distinguished Greek citizenship from modern conceptions that separate family life from political engagement. Daily life in the polis followed rhythms dictated by season and custom. Citizens rose with the sun and conducted business in the cool morning hours. At midday, many returned home for the main meal, often a simple fare of bread, olives, cheese and wine, followed by an afternoon rest during the Mediterranean heat. Early evening might find them at the gymnasium, originally training grounds for military service that evolved into centers for athletic practice, intellectual discussion, and male socialization. There, citizens exercised naked. The word gymnasium derives from gymnos, meaning naked, conversed on politics and philosophy, and strengthened the homosocial bonds that undergirded polis life. The Greek calendar overflowed with festivals honoring various deities, transforming routine urban existence with processions, sacrifices, athletic competitions, and dramatic performances. During the Great Dionysia in Athens, normal activities paused for days while citizens gathered in the theatre of Dionysus to watch tragedies and comedies exploring human nature, divine will, and political tensions. Such communal experiences reinforced shared identity and values, even as they provided opportunities to question traditional assumptions. This intricate balance between individual liberty and collective identity made the polis a uniquely dynamic form of human organization. Though small by modern standards, Athens at its height contained perhaps 300,000 people, including slaves and foreigners, while many city-states numbered only a few thousand citizens. These communities produced cultural, artistic, and intellectual achievements far beyond their size. Yet the same independence that fueled their creativity also prevented Greeks from uniting against common threats, leaving them vulnerable to eventual conquest. As the 5th century BCE dawned, the diverse city-states of Greece faced an existential challenge from the mighty Persian Empire to the east. Their response would define the classical age and set the stage for Athens' brief but extraordinary golden era. The Persian threat loomed not just over territory and resources, but over the very concept of citizen self-governance that made the polis unique in human history. The coming conflict would test whether these small, quarrelsome communities could set aside their differences long enough to preserve their revolutionary experiment in freedom. A lone traveler climbs the winding path toward Delphi, her sandals kicking up dust from the sacred way. She has journeyed for weeks to reach this place nestled on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, driven by questions only the oracle might answer. Will her family survive the drought? Should she arrange her daughter's marriage to the merchant's son? Might the persistent pain in her side eventually kill her? As she approaches the great temple of Apollo, she joins a line of fellow seekers, wealthy aristocrats, desperate farmers, curious philosophers, ambitious politicians, all awaiting their moment before the Pythia, Apollo's priestess, who will breathe in sacred vapors and transmit the god's cryptic wisdom. For the ancient Greeks, the gods were not distant abstractions but active participants in human affairs. Their presence permeated every aspect of daily life. Farmers made offerings to Demeter for bountiful harvests. Sailors prayed to Poseidon for safe passage. Women in childbirth called upon Artemis for protection. This intimate relationship between mortals and immortals formed the foundation of Greek religious experience. Gods might be powerful and unpredictable, but they were also accessible and deeply involved in human concerns. At the center of Greek religious belief stood the Olympian pantheon, 12 major deities who resided atop Mount Olympus, the highest peak in Greece. Zeus reigned as king of the gods, wielding thunderbolts and governing the order of the cosmos. His wife Hera presided over marriage and childbirth, though her own marital life was plagued by Zeus's countless infidelities. Their siblings and children comprised the divine family that ruled over nature and human institutions. Poseidon, Zeus's brother, commanded the seas with his trident, sending storms against those who offended him, and calm waters to his favorites. Another brother, Hades, ruled the underworld, not as an evil figure, but as the solemn administrator of the afterlife, where all souls eventually gathered. These three brothers had divided the world among themselves, after overthrowing their father Kronos, and the elder generation of gods known as Titans. Among Zeus's many children, several held prominent positions in the pantheon. Athena, born fully armed from her father's head, governed wisdom, strategic warfare, and crafts. Her city, Athens, took her name and built the magnificent Parthenon as her dwelling place. Apollo, radiant god of light, music, prophecy, and healing, spoke through oracles and inspired poets. His twin sister Artemis roamed mountain forests as goddess of the hunt, protecting wild creatures and young women. Ares embodied the brutal violence of war, while Aphrodite personified love, beauty, and passion. Hermes served as divine messenger, guide of souls to the underworld, and patron of travelers, merchants, and thieves. Two important Olympians maintained special connections to humanity. Hephaestus, the lame-smith god, represented the transformative power of fire and the dignity of skilled craftsmanship. Dionysus, youngest of the Olympians, presided over wine, ecstatic revelry, and the dissolution of normal social boundaries. His worship often involved frenzied rituals where participants achieved temporary communion with the divine through music, dance, and intoxication. Beyond the Olympians, innumerable lesser divinities populated the Greek cosmos. Nymphs inhabited springs, groves, and mountains. Heroes occupied an intermediate status between gods and mortals. Primordial forces like night, ocean, and earth maintained their ancient power beneath the Olympian order. Even concepts like victory Nike, justice Dike, and strife Eris took divine form. This rich theological landscape reflected the Greeks' attempt to make sense of existence in all its complexity and contradiction. Unlike modern religions centered on sacred texts and fixed doctrines, Greek religion focused on proper practice rather than correct belief. What mattered was observing rituals correctly and maintaining reciprocal relationships with the gods through sacrifices and offerings. The Greeks had no religious hierarchy comparable to a priesthood. Religious officials were ordinary citizens who temporarily assumed sacred duties, while professional seers interpreted omens and oracles conveyed divine messages. No authority dictated what individuals must believe about cosmic matters. Religious practice involved both public and private dimensions. Each polis maintained official cults honoring its patron deities, with elaborate calendars of festivals and sacrifices performed on behalf of the entire community. Magnificent temples housed cult statues and treasuries, but weren't primarily places of worship. Most religious activities occurred at outdoor altars where animals were sacrificed and partially consumed in ritual feasts. Major sanctuaries like Delphi and Olympia served as pan-Hellenic centers where Greeks from all cities gathered to consult oracles, compete in games, and affirm their shared cultural identity. Within households, family members maintained small shrines honoring ancestral spirits, household gods, and Olympians with particular domestic connections. Daily prayers, libations, liquid offerings, and simple sacrifices marked meals and significant moments. Life cycle events, births, marriages, deaths, involved specific rituals, ensuring divine blessing and protection during vulnerable transitions. This integration of religion into everyday experience meant that ancient Greeks rarely distinguished between sacred and secular spheres of life. The gods revealed themselves to mortals through various channels. Dreams might carry divine messages. Unusual natural phenomena, lightning strikes, sudden flights of birds, unexpected encounters with animals, could indicate divine will. Professional seers examined the entrails of sacrificed animals for signs, while oracles at sacred sites provided cryptic prophecies requiring careful interpretation. These multiple avenues of communication reinforced the sense that divine presence suffused the world, available to those who paid proper attention. Greek mythology, the vast collection of narratives about gods, heroes, and primordial times, provided the framework for understanding this divine-human relationship. Unlike modern conceptions that might dismiss myths as mere fiction, these stories constituted a form of sacred history, explaining cosmic origins, divine hierarchies, and proper human conduct. Poets like Hesiod systematized this mythology in works like the Theogony, which traced divine genealogies from primordial chaos through successive generations of gods. According to these myths, the cosmos began in undifferentiated chaos, from which emerged Gaia, Earth, and other primordial entities. Gaia produced Uranus Sky, who became her mate. Their children, the Titans, overthrew Uranus when he imprisoned their monstrous siblings. Kronos, king of the Titans, later swallowed his own children to prevent them from overthrowing him. But his wife Rhea saved the youngest, Zeus, who eventually freed his siblings and led them in a 10-year war against the Titans. Victorious, the Olympians established the current cosmic order with Zeus as sovereign. Human beings entered this divine narrative through several contradictory creation accounts. Some myths described humans as springing from the earth itself. Others portrayed the Titan Prometheus, shaping humans from clay and stealing fire from the gods to ensure their survival. Still others recounted successive races of humans: gold, silver, bronze, heroes, and finally the current iron race, each more debased than the last. These varied origin stories reflected the Greeks' ambivalent understanding of human nature as both godlike in potential yet fundamentally separate from divine perfection. The relationship between gods and mortals in Greek mythology was complex and often troubling. Gods might show favor to particular humans through gifts, protection, or divine offspring. Yet they also punished presumption and disrespect harshly. The beautiful weaver Arachne challenged Athena to a contest and was transformed into a spider for her arrogance. King Tantalus, invited to dine with the gods, attempted to serve them his own son and received eternal punishment in the underworld. Such stories warned against hubris, the dangerous pride that led mortals to forget their proper limitations. Despite these cautionary tales, Greek myths also celebrated human achievements and portrayed mortals occasionally outwitting divine powers. Prometheus tricked Zeus multiple times before stealing fire for humanity, an act of rebellion against divine authority that brought both advancement and suffering to the human condition. The clever Sisyphus twice escaped death before the gods finally confined him to his famous endless labor. This tension between submission to divine will and assertion of human agency ran throughout Greek culture, finding particular expression in tragic drama. Heroes occupied a special place in this mythological landscape. Born from unions between gods and mortals, figures like Heracles, Perseus, and Theseus embodied superhuman potential through their extraordinary deeds. Their adventures, slaying monsters, founding cities, establishing customs, formed a bridge between the age of gods and the historical present. Local communities traced their origins to these heroes and maintained cults at their supposed tombs. Hero worship provided another channel for divine interaction, with benefits more focused on specific locations than the universal cults of Olympian deities. The most elaborate cycle of heroic myths surrounded the Trojan War and its aftermath. Whether based on actual historical conflict or pure invention, this epic struggle between Greeks and Trojans provided a narrative canvas for exploring fundamental human questions. Why do we fight? What constitutes honor? How should we face fate? The wrath of Achilles, the wisdom of Odysseus, the tragic nobility of Hector, these characters expressed archetypes of human experience that transcended their specific stories. Greek mythology displayed remarkable flexibility, constantly evolving through local variations and poetic reinterpretations. The gods appeared differently in Homer's epics, Hesiod's theological works, tragic dramas, philosophical dialogues, and local cult practices. This adaptability allowed Greek religion to accommodate changing social conditions and intellectual developments without rigid orthodoxy. By the classical period, educated Greeks might simultaneously honor traditional rituals, enjoy mythological narratives as literary heritage, and speculate about divine nature in philosophical terms. As Greek culture matured, some thinkers began questioning traditional depictions of the gods as jealous, lustful, and capricious beings. The philosopher Xenophanes criticized anthropomorphic conceptions, noting that different cultures imagined gods in their own image and suggesting a single, more abstract divine principle. Plato argued that gods must be perfectly good and therefore could not be responsible for evil or immoral acts as portrayed in myths. These intellectual critiques coexisted with continued traditional worship. Most Greeks maintained conventional religious practices, even while entertaining more sophisticated theological concepts. The vast pantheon of Greek mythology reflected the culture's fundamental values and preoccupations. Zeus embodied political authority, but remained constrained by fate and cosmic justice. Athena represented the Greek ideal of balancing intelligence with practical skill. Apollo exemplified the harmony, proportion, and clarity Greeks celebrated in art and thought. Even troubling figures like Dionysus acknowledged the necessary role of ecstatic experience alongside rational order. Together, these divine personalities expressed the full range of human possibilities, elevated to immortal status. For ordinary Greeks, this mythology provided more than entertainment or abstract theology. It offered practical guidance for navigating a precarious world. Temple friezes depicting mythological scenes reminded viewers of proper behavior and potential consequences. Festival performances reinforced communal values through shared narratives. Even drinking songs and children's tales incorporated mythological references that transmitted cultural wisdom. The gods watched constantly, rewarding proper conduct and punishing transgression, thus providing divine sanction for social norms. When Greeks founded colonies across the Mediterranean, they carried their gods with them, establishing familiar cults in new lands. Contact with other cultures brought both conflict and syncretism, as Greek deities became associated with foreign gods possessing similar attributes. Egyptian Amun merged with Zeus, while Phoenician Astarte shared qualities with Aphrodite. This process accelerated dramatically following Alexander the Great's conquests, when Greek religion spread throughout the eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, blending with local traditions to create new hybrid forms of worship. The enduring power of Greek mythology extends far beyond its original religious context. These stories provided the foundation for Western literature, art, psychology, and even language. Renaissance painters depicted Zeus's affairs and Apollo's pursuits. Freud named psychological complexes after Oedipus and Electra. NASA missions bear names of Greek gods and heroes. This persistent influence testifies to how effectively these ancient narratives captured fundamental human experiences: love and hatred, ambition and fear, wonder and terror, in forms that continue to resonate across millennia. As Greek civilization moved toward its classical flowering, the relationship between mythology and rational inquiry grew increasingly complex. The same culture that maintained elaborate rituals honoring the Olympians also produced natural philosophers who sought material explanations for phenomena previously attributed to divine action. The tension between mythic and rational worldviews would become a defining feature of Greek intellectual life, generating both creative friction and profound insights into human understanding. Yet even as philosophical speculation advanced, the ancient gods maintained their hold on Greek imagination and daily practice, embodying truths about existence that transcended literal belief. Gather around as the blind poet begins his tale. His voice, weathered by years of wandering from court to court, still rings clear in the torchlit hall. Noble listeners recline on couches, wine cups in hand, as he invokes the muse to help him recall the ancient stories. His skilled fingers pluck the lyre, weaving melody with words. Tonight he will tell once more of godlike Achilles and his devastating wrath, of clever Odysseus struggling homeward across wine-dark seas. These are not mere entertainments but sacred cultural memories, chronicles of an age when heroes walked the earth and gods frequently intervened in human affairs. The epics attributed to Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, stand as the cornerstone of Greek literary tradition. Composed during the 8th century BCE, after centuries of oral transmission, they captured the collective memory of an earlier heroic age. For the ancient Greeks, these were not fictional fantasies, but semi-historical accounts of their ancestors from a time when men were mightier and closer to the gods. The heroes of these epics embodied both the highest virtues and the tragic flaws of human nature, providing models of conduct for later generations to admire, emulate, and sometimes question. The events described in Homeric epics supposedly occurred during the Late Bronze Age, around the 12th or 13th century BCE, when Mycenaean civilization dominated the Greek world. The Iliad tells the story of a few crucial weeks during the 10th and final year of the Trojan War. According to myth, this conflict began when Paris, Prince of Troy, abducted Helen, the extraordinarily beautiful wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. Bound by an oath to defend Helen's marriage, the kings and princes of Greece launched a massive expedition against the wealthy city of Troy on the northwest coast of Asia Minor, modern Turkey. After 9 years of inconclusive fighting, the Iliad opens with a quarrel between the greatest Greek warrior, Achilles, and the expedition's leader, Agamemnon. When Agamemnon takes a captive woman from Achilles, the enraged hero withdraws from battle, bringing disaster upon the Greek forces. The poem explores the terrible consequences of Achilles' wrath as his closest friend Patroclus dies in combat, prompting Achilles to return to the battlefield with unstoppable fury. The Iliad culminates not in the fall of Troy but in a moment of profound humanity. Achilles meeting with the Trojan king Priam to return the body of his son Hector, whom Achilles had killed and dishonored in his grief-fueled rage. The Odyssey picks up after Troy's eventual defeat, following the 10-year journey of Odysseus, as he struggles to return home to Ithaca. Where the Iliad explores themes of war, honor, and mortality, the Odyssey examines homecoming, identity, and the reintegration of the warrior into society. Odysseus faces fantastic obstacles, one-eyed Cyclops, enchanting sirens, divine obstacles sent by the vengeful Poseidon, while his faithful wife Penelope fends off aggressive suitors who assume her husband dead. Through cunning, endurance, and occasional divine help, Odysseus finally reclaims his household, re-establishing order in both family and kingdom. Beyond their narrative power, these epics established fundamental values for Greek culture. They portrayed an aristocratic warrior society where excellence arete in battle brought glory Cleos that survived beyond physical death. The hero's highest goal was to win imperishable fame through great deeds that would be celebrated in song for generations. This pursuit of glory could lead to both magnificent achievement and catastrophic hubris. The epics acknowledged human greatness while recognizing its limitations against fate and divine power, a tension that would later find its fullest expression in Greek tragedy. The Homeric heroes operated according to a complex honor code. They competed intensely for status and recognition, but remained bound by mutual obligations and guest friendship, xenia. They expressed emotion openly, weeping without shame yet controlling their passions when duty required. They faced death with clear-eyed courage, knowing that even the greatest must eventually yield to mortality. These values, excellence, honor, emotional authenticity, and dignified acceptance of fate, became central to Greek self-understanding, persisting even as their society evolved beyond the aristocratic model depicted in the epics. While Homer's works dominated the Greek imagination, they represented only part of a broader cycle of poems called the epic cycle. These now-lost works narrated the complete Trojan War saga from its divine origins through its aftermath. The Cypria described events leading to the conflict, including the judgment of Paris, when the Trojan prince chose Aphrodite over Hera and Athena, after the goddess of love promised him the most beautiful woman in the world. The Aethiopus told of events after Hector's death, including the arrival of Amazon warriors and Achilles' final battle. The Little Iliad and Sack of Troy recounted the famous stratagem of the wooden horse that finally breached Troy's impregnable walls. The Returns and Telegony described the troubled homecomings of various Greek heroes and Odysseus's final adventure. Beyond the Trojan cycle, other epic traditions preserved tales of earlier generations of heroes. The Theban cycle related the tragic story of Oedipus and the War of the Seven against Thebes. The voyage of Jason and the Argonauts, in search of the Golden Fleece, featured prominently in both poetry and visual art. Most ambitious was Hesiod's catalogue of women, which systematically traced the divine ancestry of heroic lineages throughout the Greek world, providing a mythological framework for understanding relationships between different communities. Heroes were not merely legendary figures in Greek culture, but objects of religious veneration. Many communities maintained shrines at supposed graves of heroes, making offerings to secure their favor and protection. Excavations have revealed that some of these hero shrines were established at actual Bronze Age tombs, suggesting the persistence of cultural memory across centuries. Great pan-Hellenic sanctuaries like Olympia contain numerous monuments honoring heroes alongside temples to the gods, reflecting the hero's intermediate status between the divine and human realms. Of all Greek heroes, none achieved greater renown than Heracles, known to Romans and modern audiences as Hercules. Son of Zeus and a mortal woman, Heracles embodied superhuman strength and endurance, alongside very human weaknesses. His celebrated 12 labors, including slaying the Nemean lion, capturing the Erymanthian boar, cleaning the Ogoaean stables, and stealing the golden apples of the Hesperides, demonstrated his mastery over monstrous forces threatening civilization. Yet this paragon of heroic virtue also experienced madness sent by Hera, during which he murdered his own family. This tragic counterpoint to his triumphs made Heracles a complex figure embodying both human potential and vulnerability. Perseus exemplified a different heroic archetype, the clever champion who prevails through intelligence and divine assistance rather than brute strength. Armed with gifts from the gods, including winged sandals and a cap of invisibility, Perseus beheaded the Gorgon Medusa, whose gaze turned men to stone. Using her severed head as a weapon, he rescued the Princess Andromeda from a sea monster and established a royal dynasty. His story illustrated how mortal heroes could overcome seemingly impossible challenges by combining courage with divine favor and strategic thinking. Theseus served as the mythical founding hero of Athens, embodying that city's ideals of intelligence, justice, and civic responsibility. His adventures paralleled those of Heracles but emphasized city building over raw physical prowess. After slaying the Minotaur in the Cretan labyrinth, Theseus returned to Athens, where he unified scattered settlements into a single polis, established democratic institutions, and created religious festivals. As Athens rose to prominence during the classical period, its citizens increasingly emphasized Theseus as their patron hero, commissioning artwork and performances celebrating his exploits. Female heroes, though less numerous, played significant roles in Greek mythology. Atalanta out all male suitors until tricked by Hippomenes with golden apples from Aphrodite. The Amazon warriors, female fighters who governed themselves without men, featured in myths of Heracles, Theseus, and the Trojan War. Most complexly portrayed was Helen of Troy, whose extraordinary beauty made her both victim and instigator of the greatest conflict of the heroic age. Later Greek literature explored her character from multiple perspectives, debating her culpability and agency in the events that unfolded around her. The heroic stories contained in epic poetry became the common cultural inheritance of all Greeks, regardless of their city-state loyalties. Even communities frequently at war with each other shared reverence for these ancestral figures and their exploits. When Greeks colonized new territories around the Mediterranean, they often justified their claims by connecting local landscapes to episodes from heroic mythology, finding the cave where Odysseus met the Cyclops, identifying the island where Calypso detained him, or establishing the route taken by Jason's Argonauts. These mythological associations helped transform foreign shores into familiar Greek spaces. While originally transmitted through oral performance, heroic myths eventually appeared in every artistic medium. Vase paintings depicted key scenes from epic narratives, often adding details absent from surviving literary sources. Sculptural friezes on temples portrayed heroic exploits alongside divine activities. Tragedy adapted mythological material for dramatic performances exploring ethical dilemmas and political questions relevant to 5th century Athenian audiences. Even drinking vessels might be decorated with scenes from the Trojan War, bringing mythic exemplars into everyday social gatherings. The enduring influence of these hero tales extended beyond artistic representation to shape Greek conceptions of morality and conduct. When young Greeks asked how they should live, elders pointed to heroic examples: Achilles' courage, Odysseus's resourcefulness, Penelope's fidelity. Military commanders invoked heroic precedents to inspire troops before battle. Political leaders compared themselves to mythic founders and champions. The heroic paradigm provided a flexible ethical framework that encompassed seemingly contradictory virtues: competitive excellence alongside communal loyalty, clever deception alongside truthful speech, passionate intensity alongside stoic endurance. This heroic ideal underwent significant evolution as Greek society developed from the aristocratic world of the early archaic period toward the democratic polis of the 5th century BCE. The intensely personal honor code of Homeric warriors gradually incorporated more civic elements, emphasizing duties to the community alongside individual achievement. Philosophers questioned whether traditional heroes always exemplified true virtue, suggesting alternative models of excellence based on wisdom and self-control rather than battlefield prowess. Tragic playwrights explored conflicts between heroic values and civic necessities, between family loyalty and public duty. Archaeological discoveries in the late 19th and 20th centuries revealed surprising historical foundations for some heroic legends. Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Troy and Mycenae uncovered Bronze Age civilizations broadly consistent with the world described in Homeric epic, though differing in significant details. Massive fortifications, elaborate palaces, and rich grave goods confirmed that a wealthy warrior aristocracy had indeed ruled Greece before the Dark Age that followed the Mycenaean collapse. While this evidence didn't prove the historical reality of specific heroes like Agamemnon or Odysseus, it suggested that epic traditions preserved genuine memories of a vanished era, transmitted across centuries despite the loss of writing during the Greek Dark Age. This connection between myth and history highlights a crucial aspect of Greek heroic tradition: its role in bridging past and present. For classical Greeks, the Age of Heroes existed in an intermediate temporal space between the primordial time of the gods' origin myths and their own historical present. Heroes belonged to a past distant enough to possess supernatural qualities, yet recent enough to serve as ancestors for contemporary communities. This mythic historical dimension allowed Greeks to connect their present circumstances to sacred patterns established in ancestral times, lending divine significance to current conflicts and alliances. The heroic world depicted in epic provided not just role models, but cautionary tales. Alongside admirable qualities, heroes displayed dangerous flaws: Achilles' rage, Ajax's stubbornness, Agamemnon's arrogance. Their stories illustrated how even the greatest individuals remained vulnerable to fate, divine caprice, and their own weaknesses. When tragedy developed as a literary form in 5th century Athens, playwrights drew upon these inherent tensions in heroic mythology. Sophocles' Ajax portrayed the mental collapse of a mighty warrior unable to adapt to changing values. Euripides' Heracles showed the hero's devastating return home after completing his labors, culminating in madness and familial destruction. These complex explorations of heroic psychology transformed ancient legends into sophisticated examinations of human nature. By the classical period, Greek thinkers had developed multiple interpretive approaches to their heroic traditions. Some, like the logographer Hecataeus, attempted to rationalize mythic elements, suggesting that fantastic creatures and divine interventions were exaggerations of natural phenomena or misunderstood historical events. Others, like the tragedian Aeschylus, used heroic stories as vehicles for theological exploration, examining how divine justice operated across generations. Philosophers like Socrates questioned whether traditional heroes provided appropriate ethical models, while simultaneously employing heroic examples in their arguments. This interpretive multiplicity reflected the central but contested role heroic paradigms played in Greek cultural self-definition. As Greek civilization spread throughout the Mediterranean world following Alexander the Great's conquests, heroic traditions traveled alongside other cultural practices. Local elites from Egypt to Afghanistan adopted Greek heroic imagery and narratives, sometimes merging them with indigenous traditions. Roman culture enthusiastically embraced Greek heroic mythology, adapting the stories to reflect their own values, transforming clever Odysseus into the dutiful Aeneas, who embodied Roman pietas, devotion to family, gods, and state. Even as philosophical schools like Stoicism and Epicureanism proposed alternative ethical frameworks, heroes remained potent cultural symbols throughout the Hellenistic and Roman periods. The tales of Greek heroes have displayed remarkable resilience across 3 millennia, continuing to inspire art, literature, psychology, and popular culture into the present day. Hollywood films recreate the wrath of Achilles and the labors of Heracles for modern audiences. Contemporary novelists retell the Trojan War from previously marginalized perspectives. Psychological theorists draw upon figures like Oedipus and Narcissus to illuminate human development. This persistent relevance testifies to how effectively these ancient narratives captured fundamental patterns of human experience: the quest for identity, the struggle against limitations, the tension between individual greatness and social responsibility, the confrontation with mortality. For the ancient Greeks themselves, the Age of Heroes represented a lost golden era of greater possibilities and closer divine connection. Yet the stories also affirmed continuity between that mythic past and historical present. Heroic bloodlines flowed into contemporary aristocratic families. Heroic values, though evolved, still shaped civic ethics. Heroic achievements established patterns that current leaders might emulate, though never quite equal. As Greek civilization moved toward its classical flowering in the 5th century BCE, this rich heroic tradition provided both inspiration and material for its greatest intellectual achievements. This shaped philosophical investigations that would apply rational analysis to questions of virtue, knowledge, justice, and the good life previously addressed through mythic narratives. In the bustling port city of Miletus on the Ionian coast of Asia Minor, a man named Thales gazed at the world around him with questions burning in his mind. Unlike his predecessors who explained natural phenomena through myths of divine action, Thales sought explanations based on observation and reasoning. What fundamental substance, he wondered, might underlie the apparent diversity of nature? After careful consideration, he proposed water as the primal element from which all things derived. Though this conclusion may seem naive to modern minds, his approach, seeking natural rather than supernatural explanations, marked a revolutionary shift in human thought. With Thales and his intellectual heirs in 6th century BCE Aesonia, a new form of inquiry emerged that the Greeks would call philosophia, the love of wisdom. This novel approach to understanding reality would transform how humans conceived their place in the cosmos. By questioning traditional assumptions, proposing explanations based on observable evidence, and subjecting ideas to rational scrutiny. These early thinkers laid the foundations for both scientific investigation and abstract reasoning that continue to shape human knowledge today. What distinguished philosophical thinking from earlier modes of understanding? While myth explained the world through stories of divine beings acting from understandable motives, Zeus hurling thunderbolts in anger, Demeter withdrawing vegetation in grief, philosophy sought consistent principles operating independently of divine whim. Where religious tradition relied on ancient authority, philosophy demanded reasons and evidence. Where poetry evoked emotional response to life's mysteries, philosophy aimed for clarity through precise definition and logical argument. This critical, questioning stance toward received wisdom would become the hallmark of Greek intellectual culture. The earliest philosophers, known as pre-Socratics because they preceded Socrates, focused primarily on cosmological questions. What is the basic substance of reality? How did the ordered cosmos emerge? What causes natural phenomena like earthquakes, eclipses, or seasonal changes? Their theories, though often speculative, represented genuine attempts to discover regular patterns behind apparent chaos, the first steps toward what we would now recognize as scientific inquiry. Following Thales, his student Anaximander proposed an abstract principle called the apeiron, the boundless or indefinite, as the source of all things, suggesting that particular substances emerge from and return to this unlimited origin. Another Milesian, Anaximenes, identified air as the fundamental element, capable of transforming into other substances through condensation and rarefaction. These thinkers sought not only to identify basic materials, but to understand processes of change and stability in the natural world. In nearby Ephesus, the enigmatic Heraclitus emphasized constant flux as a universal principle, famously declaring that one cannot step into the same river twice. He spoke of cosmic fire as both the primary substance and the driving force behind perpetual transformation. Yet within this ceaseless change, Heraclitus discerned an underlying pattern or principle he called logos, a rational structure governing all existence. This concept of an intelligible order beneath apparent chaos would become central to Western philosophical tradition. Taking a radically different approach, Parmenides of Elea in southern Italy developed the first purely abstract metaphysical system. Through rigorous logical argument, he concluded that true reality must be eternal, unchanging, and indivisible. The world of multiplicity and change that we perceive, he argued, cannot be fundamentally real but must represent some form of illusion. This stark opposition between appearance and reality would become a persistent theme in Western philosophy, influencing thinkers from Plato to modern times. Responding to Parmenides' challenge, later pre-Socratics developed more sophisticated theories to reconcile the evidence of change with logical demands for continuity. Empedocles proposed four eternal elements: earth, air, fire, and water, mixed and separated by cosmic forces of love and strife. Anaxagoras suggested infinitely divisible seeds containing all qualities in different proportions. Most influentially, Democritus and Leucippus developed atomic theory, positing that reality consists of indivisible particles moving through empty space, forming different arrangements to create the objects we perceive. Beyond these cosmological speculations, pre-Socratic thinkers explored mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and other fields. Pythagoras and his followers discovered mathematical relationships in musical harmonies and geometric shapes, leading them to believe that numbers constituted the fundamental reality behind appearances. Alcmaeon conducted anatomical dissections, identifying the brain rather than the heart as the center of sensation and thought. These diverse investigations shared a commitment to explaining nature through discoverable principles rather than mythological narratives. As the 5th century BCE progressed, philosophical attention began shifting from questions about the cosmos toward human concerns, ethics, politics, language, and knowledge. This transition reflected changing social conditions as Greek cities developed more complex political structures and engaged in wider cultural interactions following the Persian Wars. A group of traveling teachers called sophists emerged, offering practical education in rhetoric, politics, and culture to ambitious young men in democratic cities, particularly Athens. Though diverse in their views, sophists shared certain intellectual tendencies that challenged traditional certainties. Protagoras famously declared, "Man is the measure of all things," suggesting that truth might be relative to human perception rather than absolute. Gorgias employed sophisticated arguments to claim that nothing exists, or if it does, it cannot be known, or if known, cannot be communicated. Antiphon questioned whether conventional justice truly aligned with natural advantage. These provocative positions stimulated intense debate about the foundations of knowledge, ethics, and social institutions. Against this intellectual backdrop emerged the figure who would transform philosophy's direction, Socrates of Athens. Born around 470 BCE to a stonemason and a midwife, Socrates became the central personality in Athens' intellectual life, despite never writing any philosophical works. Our knowledge of his thought comes primarily through the writings of his students, particularly Plato, whose dialogues present Socrates engaging fellow citizens in probing conversations about virtue, justice, knowledge, and the good life. Unlike both pre-Socratics preoccupied with cosmology and sophists teaching practical skills, Socrates focused relentlessly on ethical questions. The unexamined life is not worth living, he insisted, challenging people to scrutinize their most basic assumptions about right conduct and human excellence. His method, known as elenchus, involved exposing contradictions in others' beliefs through persistent questioning, often leaving his conversation partners in a state of aporia, perplexity or confusion about concepts they had previously taken for granted. Socrates compared himself to a gadfly stimulating Athens, like a large but sluggish horse to greater awareness. He claimed to know only his own ignorance, distinguishing himself from those who believed themselves wise without justification. He described himself as a midwife of ideas, helping others give birth to their own insights rather than imposing doctrine. This Socratic approach, questioning rather than asserting, seeking clarity rather than victory in argument, acknowledging ignorance as the beginning of wisdom, would become a defining strand in Western philosophical tradition. Despite his intellectual brilliance and moral integrity, Socrates met a tragic end. In 399 BCE, following Athens' defeat in the Peloponnesian War and subsequent political turmoil, he was charged with impiety and corrupting the youth. Before a jury of 500 fellow citizens, he refused to compromise his principles or beg for mercy. Condemned by a narrow margin, he accepted the death sentence with philosophical composure, drinking hemlock while discussing the soul's immortality with friends. His execution represents one of history's most famous collisions between philosophical integrity and political authority. Socrates' death profoundly influenced his most brilliant student, Plato, who transformed his teacher's oral questioning into written dialogues of extraordinary literary and philosophical sophistication. Born to an aristocratic Athenian family around 428 BC, Plato established the Academy, history's first formal philosophical school, where students studied mathematics, astronomy, and dialectic as preparation for philosophical inquiry. During his long career, Plato developed complex theories about knowledge, reality, ethics, politics, and human psychology that would shape Western thought for millennia. Plato's most famous philosophical contribution, the theory of forms, responded to problems raised by both pre-Socratics and sophists. Against Heraclitus's flux and Protagoras' relativism, Plato posited unchanging, perfect forms or ideas as the ultimate reality behind physical appearances. The form of justice exists independently of particular just acts. The form of beauty transcends individual beautiful objects. These eternal forms provide both metaphysical stability and objective standards for knowledge and ethics. Our souls, Plato suggested, glimpse these forms before birth and can recollect them through philosophical reflection. This metaphysical vision informed Plato's political philosophy, developed most extensively in his dialogue Republic. Here, Plato envisions an ideal city governed by philosopher kings whose education has lifted them from the cave of sensory illusion to contemplate eternal forms, particularly the form of the good. Such rulers would govern not from self-interest, but from genuine knowledge of justice and human flourishing. Though often misinterpreted as advocating totalitarianism, Plato's Republic actually explores the relationship between individual psychology and political order, suggesting that justice in both domains involves proper harmony among constituent parts. While Plato's philosophy emphasized abstract forms accessible to pure intellect, his greatest student took philosophy in a more empirical direction. Aristotle, born in 384 BCE in Stagira, joined Plato's Academy as a young man, but eventually developed significantly different approaches to fundamental questions. After serving as tutor to Alexander the Great, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum, where he conducted research across an astonishing range of fields including logic, physics, biology, ethics, politics, psychology, and literary theory. Unlike Plato, Aristotle located reality primarily in particular objects rather than transcendent forms. While recognizing universal principles, he insisted these existed only as embodied in specific instances. Horseness exists only in actual horses. Form for Aristotle represented the organizing principle within substances rather than separate entities in another realm. This approach, balancing attention to particulars with recognition of intelligible patterns, made Aristotle the ancient world's greatest empirical scientist as well as systematic philosopher. Aristotle's logical works established formal reasoning methods that remained unsurpassed until the 19th century. His ethical writings explored virtue as a mean between extremes, developed through practical wisdom and habitual action rather than abstract knowledge alone. His political theory classified regime types, analyzed constitutional structures, and proposed moderate constitutional government as most stable. His poetics examined how tragedy produces emotional catharsis by representing universal human patterns through particular stories. Across these diverse investigations, Aristotle displayed remarkable attention to concrete details while seeking underlying principles. By the late 4th century BCE, Athenian intellectual vitality was producing additional philosophical schools responding to post-Socratic developments. Epicurus established a community called the Garden, where followers pursued happiness, eudaimonia, through moderate pleasures, freedom from fear, and withdrawal from political turbulence. Contrary to later misrepresentations, Epicurean pleasure meant not indulgence but tranquility achieved through simple living, friendship, and philosophical contemplation. Their materialist physics, based on modified atomic theory, aimed to dispel fears of divine punishment or supernatural intervention. Meanwhile, Zeno of Citium taught in the painted colonnade Stoa Poikile that gave Stoicism its name. Stoics identified virtue alone as the sole good, viewing external circumstances, wealth, health, reputation, as ultimately indifferent to true happiness. Their ethics emphasized living according to nature, accepting what lies beyond personal control while taking responsible action where possible. Stoic psychology analyzed how mistaken judgments cause harmful emotions, developing techniques for maintaining rational tranquility amid life's vicissitudes. Their physics envisioned the cosmos as a living, rational organism, permeated by divine reason logos. Other significant schools included the Cynics, whose founder Diogenes famously lived in extreme simplicity, rejecting social conventions to pursue virtue through self-sufficiency. Skeptics following Pyrrho suspended judgment about all beliefs, finding peace by acknowledging the limitations of human knowledge. The academy itself evolved through several phases, eventually adopting skeptical methods under leaders like Arcesilaus and Carneades. This proliferation of philosophical approaches gave educated Greeks multiple options for intellectual allegiance and personal guidance. What united these diverse schools despite their differences? All inherited Socrates' focus on ethics as central to philosophical inquiry. All developed comprehensive worldviews integrating theories about reality, knowledge, and proper human conduct. All established continuing traditions where teachers passed methods and doctrines to students across generations, and all aimed at eudaimonia, flourishing or happiness, through philosophical understanding rather than conventional success. Philosophy had become not merely an intellectual exercise but a complete way of life. As Alexander's conquests spread Greek culture throughout the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond, philosophical schools established branches in new cultural centers like Alexandria, Antioch, and Rhodes. These institutions facilitated cross-cultural intellectual exchange, bringing Greek philosophical methods into contact with Egyptian, Persian, Jewish, and eventually Roman traditions. Philosophical ideas circulated through an increasingly cosmopolitan Mediterranean world, influencing religious developments and providing intellectual frameworks for understanding an expanded cultural horizon. The profound legacy of Greek philosophy extends far beyond antiquity. When Romans adopted Greek learning, they transmitted philosophical ideas into Western European tradition. Early Christian theologians employed Platonic and Aristotelian concepts to articulate doctrinal positions. Medieval Islamic philosophers preserved and extended Aristotelian traditions during Europe's darkest periods. Renaissance humanists rediscovered original Greek philosophical texts, sparking intellectual revolutions. Modern scientific method emerged partly from Greek philosophical commitments to rational explanation and empirical observation. Contemporary discussions of ethics, politics, knowledge, and reality, continue engaging questions first formulated by Greek thinkers. What made ancient Greek philosophy so remarkably fertile? Several factors converged to create this intellectual flowering. Political fragmentation into competitive city-states fostered diverse approaches rather than enforced orthodoxy. Relative freedom of speech allowed challenges to traditional views, especially in democratic Athens. Cultural confidence following the Persian Wars encouraged bold intellectual ventures. Literacy and prosperity provided leisure for abstract thinking, and the Greek language itself, with its rich vocabulary and flexible syntax, proved exceptionally well-suited for expressing subtle distinctions and complex arguments. Perhaps most fundamentally, Greek philosophy embodied a distinctive attitude toward understanding, a conviction that reality is intelligible through human reason rather than accessible only through revelation or tradition. This confidence in rational inquiry coexisted with recognition of reason's limitations, creating productive tension between skeptical questioning and systematic theory building. The resulting tradition balanced critical examination of assumptions with constructive development of comprehensive worldviews, establishing philosophy as autonomous from both mythology and specialized sciences. As the classical Greek world gave way to Hellenistic kingdoms following Alexander's conquests, philosophy continued evolving in new directions. Schools became more institutionalized with formal succession of scholastics, head teachers, and established curricula. Technical vocabulary and specialized debates increasingly restricted philosophy to educated elites. Yet simultaneously, philosophical ideas spread more widely through popularizing literature, influencing broader cultural attitudes about cosmos, divinity, and human nature. This twin movement toward greater technical sophistication and wider cultural influence characterized philosophy's development during subsequent centuries. The revolutionary thinkers who first asked what is reality made of, and later what constitutes a good human life, initiated an intellectual tradition that continues generating insights across millennia. From Thales contemplating water to Socrates questioning Athenian citizens, from Plato's eternal forms to Aristotle's empirical investigations, from Epicurean tranquility to Stoic resilience, Greek philosophy explored fundamental questions with remarkable originality and rigor. Their insights into reality, knowledge, ethics, and politics continue providing frameworks for understanding ourselves and our world, demonstrating how thoroughly contemporary thought remains engaged with questions first articulated on the shores of the Aegean. The citizens of Athens have gathered at dawn, thousands streaming up the southern slope of the Acropolis to take their places on the stone benches curving around the circular orchestra of the Theatre of Dionysus. Below them stands the city, the harbours, and the distant sea. The festival of the great Dionysia has begun. For 3 days they will witness a succession of tragedies portraying the downfall of legendary heroes, the suffering of noble women, the unfathomable designs of the gods. These are not mere entertainments but civic rituals, religious observances, and philosophical explorations, all embedded in performances of extraordinary poetic power. Theatre as we understand it today was born in Athens during the late 6th and early 5th centuries BCE, emerging from religious celebrations honoring Dionysus, god of wine, ecstasy, and transformation. What began as ritual processions and choral hymns called dithyrambs gradually evolved into more complex performances, where actors portrayed specific characters engaged in dramatic conflicts. This innovation represented a profound cultural achievement, the creation of a new art form that combined poetry, music, dance, and visual spectacle to explore fundamental questions about human existence and social order. The traditional founder of tragedy was Thespis, who first separated an individual actor from the chorus to create dialogue, the essential ingredient of drama. By the early 5th century BCE, basic elements of Greek tragedy had coalesced. A chorus of singers who commented on the action through song and dance, actors wearing masks who portrayed heroes from myth and legend, and a formal structure alternating between choral odes and dramatic episodes. These performances took place during religious festivals, particularly the city Dionysia held each spring in Athens, where playwrights competed for civic honors by presenting trilogies of tragedies, followed by a satirical play. 3 tragedians stand as towering figures in this tradition: Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. Though only a fraction of their work survives, perhaps 30 plays from an original body of several hundred. These texts reveal the extraordinary depth and sophistication achieved within a relatively brief flowering of dramatic art. Each playwright brought distinct perspectives and innovations to the evolving form, while addressing perennial questions about justice, fate, religious obligation, and human suffering. Aeschylus, the earliest of the great tragedians, transformed theatre by introducing a second actor, allowing for true dramatic conflict rather than simply alternation between soloist and chorus. Born around 525 BCE, Aeschylus fought at Marathon against the Persians before turning to dramatic composition. His approach to tragedy emphasized cosmic justice operating across generations, with human characters caught in patterns of transgression and retribution that revealed divine purpose. His language employed bold metaphors and complex imagery, creating an atmosphere of solemn grandeur appropriate to his theological vision. Aeschylus's masterpiece, the Orestia trilogy, remains our only complete tragic trilogy from ancient Athens. It traces the curse afflicting the house of Atreus through 3 connected plays. Agamemnon portrays the king's murder by his wife Clytemnestra upon returning from Troy. The libation bearers follows their son Orestes as he avenges his father by killing his mother. And Eumenides resolves this cycle of bloodshed through divine intervention and the establishment of Athens' homicide court on the Areopagus. This progression from personal vengeance to civic justice reflected Athens' own evolution from tribal custom to legal institutions, suggesting that human suffering might ultimately serve the development of more just social arrangements. Sophocles, slightly younger than Aeschylus, introduced further innovations, including a third actor and more fully developed characters with complex psychological depth. Born around 496 BCE to a wealthy Athenian family, Sophocles held various public offices alongside his dramatic career, embodying the ideal of the citizen artist. His tragedies typically focus on heroic individuals whose exceptional qualities, strength of will, unwavering conviction, profound insight, ultimately lead to their isolation and destruction when these same traits become excessive or misapplied. Unlike Aeschylus's cosmic perspective, Sophocles concentrated on the tension between individual integrity and social necessity within the human realm. His most famous work, Oedipus Tyrannus, Oedipus the King, presents a protagonist whose determined pursuit of truth leads to devastating self-discovery. Ironically, the qualities that make Oedipus an effective ruler, intelligence, persistence, decisive action, drive him relentlessly toward recognition of his unwitting patricide and incest. The play masterfully builds dramatic tension by allowing the audience to recognize connections that remain hidden from characters themselves until the final catastrophic revelation. This tragic irony, where spectators understand implications unseen by characters, became a hallmark of Sophoclean dramaturgy. Sophocles often explored the conflict between divine law and human authority. In Antigone, his heroine defies King Creon's edict by performing funeral rites for her brother, declaring that unwritten divine laws take precedence over temporary human decrees. In this clash between family obligation and civic order, between religious tradition and political power, Sophocles dramatized tensions central to Athenian society without offering simple resolutions. His tragedies suggest that authentic human dignity might lie in maintaining personal integrity, even while acknowledging fundamental limitations on human understanding and control. The youngest of the great tragedians, Euripides, brought revolutionary changes to tragic form and content. Born around 480 BCE, he became notorious for questioning traditional religious and social values through his plays. Where Aeschylus emphasized divine purpose and Sophocles focused on human dignity within limitation, Euripides explored psychological extremity, social marginalization, and the destructive power of passion. His characters, particularly women, foreigners, and slaves, often speak with startling directness about their oppression, challenging conventional Athenian attitudes about status and gender. His theatrical innovations included more realistic dialogue, complex female protagonists, and dramatic prologues that established background information directly rather than revealing it gradually through the action. Euripides' Medea exemplifies his radical approach. Its protagonist, a foreign princess, abandoned by her Greek husband Jason, articulates the restricted position of women in Greek society before taking terrible revenge by killing her own children. Unlike earlier tragic heroes destroyed by cosmic forces or internal flaws, Medea acts with chilling rationality while fully aware of her actions' moral implications. Bacchae, one of Euripides' final works, depicts the destructive frenzy unleashed when King Pentheus attempts to suppress Dionysian worship. The play's shocking violence and ambiguous religious message reflect both fascination and anxiety about ecstatic states that suspend rational control, a theme particularly relevant to theatre itself as a Dionysian art form. The physical environment for these performances shaped their artistic possibilities. The Theatre of Dionysus, constructed on the southern slope of the Athenian Acropolis, accommodated perhaps 15,000 spectators on stone benches arranged in a semicircle around a circular orchestra where the chorus performed. Behind this space stood a scene, initially a simple structure for actors to change masks and costumes, eventually developing into an architectural backdrop representing palaces or temples. Performances occurred in daylight without artificial lighting, utilizing the natural acoustics of the hillside setting. This open-air arrangement created an expansive theatrical experience that encompassed both intimate character interactions and spectacular group movements. Technical elements enhanced these performances despite technological limitations. Actors wore masks that identified character types and amplified voices while enabling quick role changes with no more than 3 actors playing all speaking roles. Platform shoes called kothornoi increased actors' height and visibility. A crane device mechane allowed actors portraying gods to fly into the performance area, famously satirized as Deus Ex Machina, Diogod from the machine, when used too conveniently to resolve plot complications. Wheeled platforms revealed interior scenes or displayed tableaux of violence that Greek theatrical convention avoided showing directly. Beyond these physical aspects, Greek tragedy operated within established conventions that shaped audience expectations. Plots typically drew from mythology, focusing on legendary heroes and royal households whose elevated status made their downfall particularly significant. Action usually observed unity of place and time, depicting events occurring in a single location during a single day. Violence happened off-stage, reported by messengers or revealed through tableau rather than enacted directly. The chorus remained present throughout, offering collective commentary that provided emotional, ethical, and theological perspectives on unfolding events. What made tragedy so central to Athenian civic life? These performances weren't simply entertainment but communal experiences with religious, political, and educational dimensions. They took place during festivals honoring Dionysus, maintaining sacred associations even as their content became increasingly secular. The city government funded productions through a system called choregia, where wealthy citizens served as producers handling expenses as part of their civic responsibility. Attendance itself constituted an act of citizenship, thousands gathering to witness stories exploring collective values, historical origins, and ethical dilemmas. Democracy and tragedy emerged simultaneously in Athens, developing as parallel expressions of the city's distinctive culture. While the assembly embodied direct political participation, theatre created a reflective space where citizens could contemplate the foundations and limitations of collective decision-making. Tragic heroes often exemplified qualities, pride, certainty, inflexibility, that democracy needed to regulate through institutions like courts and councils. By portraying the catastrophic consequences of unchecked individual will, tragedy implicitly affirmed democratic values of deliberation, compromise, and accountability. Yet simultaneously, tragic plots frequently depicted royal households, raising questions about democracy's relationship to its monarchical and aristocratic past. Tragedy's relationship to Athenian imperialism proved equally complex. Many plays were performed during the height of Athens' naval empire, when the city extracted tribute from subject states throughout the Aegean. Some tragedies, particularly by Aeschylus, celebrated Athens' special relationship with justice and divine favor, potentially justifying its dominance over other Greek cities. Yet others, especially by Euripides, portrayed the suffering of conquered peoples, the brutality of warfare, and the moral corruption accompanying power. This capacity to simultaneously affirm and question civic ideology made tragedy a uniquely valuable forum for collective self-examination. Women's position in Greek tragedy deserves special attention given their limited public roles in Athenian society. Female characters, Clytemnestra, Antigone, Medea, Phaedra, often drive tragic action through exceptional courage, passion, or intelligence. These powerful figures articulated perspectives and experiences largely excluded from political discourse, yet central to community survival. Though male actors portrayed these roles and male playwrights wrote their lines, tragic drama created space for exploring feminine subjectivity and challenging gender norms. Whether women physically attended tragic performances remains debated among scholars, but feminine perspectives certainly entered public consciousness through theatrical representation. While tragedy dominated dramatic competitions, ancient Greek theatre also developed a parallel tradition of comedy. Old comedy, exemplified by Aristophanes, employed fantastic plots, obscene humor, and explicit political satire to address contemporary issues and personalities. Works like Lysistrata, where women withhold sexual relations to force peace negotiations, or The Clouds satirizing Socrates and philosophical education, directly engaged current events rather than mythological material. Later comic traditions, Middle and New Comedy, moved toward more domestic plots involving stock characters, mistaken identities, and romantic complications, influencing subsequent European comic traditions. Beyond Athens, theatrical traditions spread throughout the Greek world. Other cities established festivals and built impressive theatres, some accommodating even larger audiences than Athens. The theatre at Epidaurus, renowned for its exceptional acoustics, seated approximately 14,000 spectators. During the Hellenistic period following Alexander's conquests, theatre became increasingly professionalized, with touring companies performing established classical works alongside new compositions. This broader dissemination transformed theatre from a specifically Athenian institution into a pan-Hellenic and eventually Mediterranean-wide cultural practice. The physical legacy of Greek theatre survives in dozens of ancient theatre structures scattered across the Mediterranean world. Their distinctive architectural form, semicircular seating facing a circular orchestra with scenic building beyond, established a pattern that Roman and subsequent European theatre would modify but never abandon. The ruins at Epidaurus, Syracuse, Delphi, Pergamon, and numerous other sites testify to theatre's central place in Greek civic and religious life, while continuing to host performances for modern audiences, connecting contemporary theatrical practice to its ancient origins. Textually, our understanding of Greek drama depends on manuscripts preserved through Byzantine scholarship and fortunate historical accidents. From an original corpus of perhaps several hundred tragedies, only 32 complete plays survive, 7 by Aeschylus, 7 by Sophocles, and 18 by Euripides. While representing just a fraction of ancient dramatic literature, these texts have exerted enormous influence on subsequent Western cultural traditions. Renaissance humanists rediscovered and translated these works, inspiring European dramatists from Shakespeare to Racine. Modern directors continue finding contemporary relevance in ancient material, reinterpreting these plays for new audiences facing their own political conflicts, ethical dilemmas, and social transformations. What gave Greek tragedy its enduring power? Beyond its formal innovations and poetic brilliance, tragedy explored tensions fundamental to human experience: individual desire versus social necessity, human agency versus divine determination, inherited guilt versus personal responsibility, rational understanding versus irrational emotion. By presenting characters of exceptional quality facing impossible choices, tragic drama examined both the heights of human possibility and the inescapable limitations of mortal existence. Through public performance, these explorations became collective experiences where communities confronted their deepest values and most troubling questions. Aristotle, analyzing tragedy in his Poetics a century after its golden age, identified catharsis, the purification or purgation of emotions, as tragedy's distinctive effect. By arousing pity and fear through witnessing noble figures suffer, tragedy allowed audiences to experience these emotions safely while achieving greater understanding of human vulnerability. This emotional engagement wasn't merely therapeutic, but potentially educational, developing emotional intelligence alongside intellectual comprehension. Tragedy thus served as both aesthetic experience and ethical training, cultivating the emotional discernment necessary for effective citizenship and meaningful human relationships. Modern interpretations have expanded upon Aristotle's analysis. Friedrich Nietzsche saw tragedy emerging from the creative tension between Apollonian order and Dionysian ecstasy, rational form containing and channeling irrational energy. Sigmund Freud found in Oedipus a mythic expression of universal psychological patterns, while Carl Jung interpreted tragic figures as archetypes of collective human experience. Feminist critics have examined tragedy's complex representation of gender relations, while post-colonial approaches investigate its treatment of foreigners and cultural others. These diverse readings testify to tragedy's rich interpretive possibilities and continued capacity to illuminate human experience across cultural boundaries. As Greek civilization moved toward its classical apogee in 5th century Athens, the development of tragic drama represented one of its most distinctive achievements, emerging from religious ritual yet addressing civic concerns, combining aesthetic sophistication with philosophical depth. Greek tragedy created a space where communities could contemplate their deepest uncertainties while affirming shared values. Through powerful poetry and embodied performance, these ancient plays explored human vulnerability, divine mystery, and social responsibility in ways that continue to resonate across millennia. A messenger runs the final stretch toward Athens, his legs trembling with exhaustion. He has covered nearly 26 miles from the coastal plain of Marathon, bearing news that will echo through millennia. As he reaches the city's assembly, he gasps out a single word before collapsing. Victory! The year is 490 BCE, and against overwhelming odds, Athens has defeated the mighty Persian Empire on the battlefield. This astonishing triumph, and the even more remarkable Greek resistance that would follow a decade later, represents one of history's most consequential military struggles, a conflict that preserved Greek independence, with it the cultural and political experiments that would help shape Western civilization. The confrontation between the Persian Empire and the Greek city-states emerged from a complex web of political, cultural, and economic tensions that had been building for decades. By the early 5th century BCE, the Persian Empire stood as the world's dominant power, stretching from the Indus River to the Mediterranean, from Egypt to the Black Sea. Under rulers like Darius V, this vast state developed sophisticated administrative systems, imperial highways, standardized coinage, and efficient taxation, creating unprecedented wealth and military power. By contrast, the Greek world remained fragmented into fiercely independent city-states, united by language and culture, but politically divided and often engaged in bitter rivalries. Contact between these different worlds had increased steadily as Greeks established colonies along the Anatolian coast of modern Turkey, an area the Persians called Ionia. These Greek cities had fallen under Persian control by the mid-6th century BCE, becoming tribute-paying subjects of the empire while maintaining some internal autonomy. For a time, this arrangement proved mutually beneficial. Greek cities prospered through trade, while Persian governors maintained regional stability. Yet tensions simmered beneath the surface, particularly as Greek-speaking elites in these cities grew increasingly restive under foreign rule. The spark that ignited open conflict came in 499 BCE, when several Ionian Greek cities revolted against Persian control, encouraged by the ambitious Aristagoras of Miletus. Desperate for support, Aristagoras sailed to mainland Greece seeking allies. Sparta, the greatest military power among the Greek states, declined involvement in this distant conflict. Athens, however, voted to send 20 ships, while the small city of Eretria contributed 5 more. Though a modest force, this Athenian decision would have momentous consequences, marking the first direct military confrontation between Athens and Persia. Initially, the revolt achieved surprising success. Greek forces captured and burned Sardis, the administrative capital of Persian western provinces, but the rebellion's momentum proved short-lived. Persian military resources vastly outmatched those of the fragmented Greek cities. By 494 BCE, the imperial response had crushed the revolt decisively, culminating in the complete destruction of Miletus, a leading center of Greek culture and philosophy. Persian forces enslaved the surviving population and resettled the city with non-Greeks, sending a chilling message to any who might contemplate similar resistance. With the Ionian revolt suppressed, King Darius turned his attention to punishing those mainland Greeks who had supported the rebellion. In 492 BCE, he dispatched his son-in-law Mardonius with a substantial force to extend Persian control into the Balkans. Though this expedition secured Thrace and forced Macedonia to acknowledge Persian supremacy, a violent storm destroyed much of the Persian fleet off Mount Athos, forcing Mardonius to return to Asia. Undeterred, Darius prepared a more focused expedition, targeting specifically Athens and Eretria. In 490 BCE, a substantial Persian force under commanders Datis and Artaphernes sailed directly across the Aegean, bypassing the difficult land route through Thrace. After destroying Eretria and enslaving its population, the Persian armada landed at Marathon, a coastal plain about 26 miles from Athens. There they were met by an Athenian army, supported by a small contingent from Plataea, without significant help from other Greek states apart from these loyal Plataean allies. The resulting Battle of Marathon ranks among history's most significant military engagements, despite its relatively modest scale. Outnumbered perhaps 2-1, the Athenian forces under the general Miltiades employed innovative tactics to overcome Persian advantages. Rather than following conventional hoplite warfare practices, the Athenian commander thinned his center while strengthening his wings. When battle commenced, the Athenians charged at a run across the open ground, disrupting Persian archery. Though their center was pushed back as expected, their reinforced wings enveloped the Persian flanks. The resulting Greek victory was decisive. Persian forces suffered heavy casualties before retreating to their ships. This triumph at Marathon profoundly transformed Athenian self-perception. The victory demonstrated that Persian forces were not invincible, that Greek hoplite tactics could prevail against numerically superior opponents, and most importantly, that Athens possessed exceptional military capabilities independent of Spartan leadership. Marathon quickly achieved mythic status. The fallen were buried on the battlefield beneath a great mound that still stands today, while the courier who ran to Athens with news of victory inspired the modern marathon race. Darius planned another, larger expedition against Greece, but his death in 486 BCE temporarily halted Persian ambitions westward. His son and successor Xerxes spent his early reign suppressing revolts in Egypt and Babylon, before turning his attention back to the unfinished business with the Greeks. The campaign he eventually launched in 480 BCE dwarfed all previous Persian military undertakings. Ancient sources claim over 1 million men, though modern estimates suggest a more plausible yet still overwhelming force of perhaps 200,000 troops, plus supporting naval vessels. Unlike previous expeditions, Xerxes led this invasion personally, demonstrating its importance to imperial prestige. Preparations proved commensurate with the operation's scale. Engineers constructed a pontoon bridge across the Hellespont, modern Dardanelles, effectively linking Asia and Europe. Workers dug a canal through the peninsula containing Mount Athos to avoid the dangerous passage around its shores. Supply depots were established along the planned route. This methodical preparation highlighted Persian organizational capabilities that no individual Greek state could match. Faced with this existential threat, the Greek response proved remarkably disunited. Many northern and central Greek states, including Thessaly and Thebes, chose submission, sending earth and water to Xerxes as tokens of surrender. Others remained neutral, hoping to avoid Persian attention. Even among states committed to resistance, disagreements about strategy created dangerous delays. Only 31 city-states ultimately joined the Hellenic League, pledged to cooperative defense, a minority of the hundreds of polis throughout the Greek world. Leadership within this defensive alliance generated further tensions. Sparta held the prestigious command position both on land and sea, reflecting its military reputation, but Athens contributed the largest naval contingent, a newly built fleet of nearly 200 triremes representing an extraordinary mobilization of Athenian resources. This awkward power-sharing arrangement functioned despite persistent strains between the democratic Athenians and the oligarchic Spartans, united temporarily by their shared existential crisis. The first significant confrontation occurred at the narrow pass of Thermopylae, where a small Greek force under Spartan king Leonidas attempted to block the Persian advance, while the Greek fleet engaged Persian ships nearby at Artemisium. For 3 days, the heavily outnumbered Greeks held their position against repeated Persian assaults, when a local traitor revealed a mountain path allowing Persian forces to outflank the Greek position. Leonidas dismissed most contingents but remained with his 300 Spartans and some Thespians and the bands, fighting to the death in one of history's most famous last stands. Though militarily a defeat, Thermopylae achieved enormous symbolic importance. The Spartans' sacrifice demonstrated absolute commitment to resistance, establishing an inspirational example for other Greeks. Leonidas's reported response when told Persian arrows would blacken the sun, "Then we shall fight in the shade," exemplified the laconic wit and courage that made Sparta legendary. Even Xerxes grudgingly acknowledged the exceptional quality of these opponents, reportedly remarking that he had many men but few soldiers of such caliber. With Thermopylae fallen, the Persian army advanced into central Greece, capturing and burning Athens after its population evacuated to the nearby island of Salamis and other safe locations. This destruction of Greece's greatest city including religious sanctuaries atop the Acropolis, represented both practical retribution for Athenian defiance and potent psychological warfare against remaining resistance. The Persian Empire had demonstrated its overwhelming power. Greek independence appeared doomed. At this darkest moment, however, the course of the war dramatically reversed through an extraordinary naval engagement in the strait between Salamis and the mainland. The Athenian leader, Themistocles, through both persuasion and strategic deception, convinced the allied Greek fleet to make its stand in these narrow waters rather than retreating to the Peloponnese as many commanders preferred. He then manipulated the Persians into attacking under unfavorable conditions where their numerical advantage became a liability. The resulting Battle of Salamis in late September 480 BCE demonstrated the effectiveness of Greek naval tactics when properly employed. Persian ships, crowded into the confined strait, found themselves unable to maneuver effectively against the more nimble Greek triremes operated by experienced crews. Greek ships, though fewer in number, could ram their opponents and withdraw in coordinated movements, while Persian vessels interfered with each other in the chaos. By day's end, perhaps 200 Persian ships had been destroyed or captured with minimal Greek losses. Salamis transformed the strategic situation entirely. Though Xerxes still commanded overwhelming land forces, his naval losses compromised his supply lines and communication with Asia. Fearing potential attacks against his bridges across the Hellespont, Xerxes retreated to Asia with most of his army, leaving his general Mardonius with a still formidable force to continue operations the following spring. This partial Persian withdrawal gave the Greeks crucial breathing space while boosting their confidence immeasurably. Divine favor seemed to have shifted toward their cause. The final decisive engagement came the following summer at Plataea in 479 BCE, where the largest hoplite army ever assembled, perhaps 40,000 Greeks including 5,000 Spartans, confronted Mardonius's remaining Persian forces. After nearly 2 weeks of cautious maneuvering, a series of misunderstandings triggered a disorganized battle that nevertheless ended in comprehensive Greek victory. Mardonius died in the fighting, and Persian survivors retreated from mainland Greece permanently. On the same day, according to tradition, Greek forces destroyed the remnants of the Persian fleet at Cape Mycale on the Anatolian coast, effectively ending Persian offensive capabilities in the Aegean. The Greek triumph against overwhelming odds ranks among history's most consequential military outcomes. Had the Persians succeeded in subjugating mainland Greece, Western cultural and political development would have followed radically different paths. Greek democracy, philosophy, drama, and scientific inquiry would likely have been subordinated to imperial priorities, as occurred in Ionia under Persian rule. The distinctive Greek path, characterized by political fragmentation, intense competition, and intellectual freedom, would have been dramatically altered or extinguished entirely. What explains this remarkable Greek success against the world's greatest empire? Several factors contributed to the outcome. Geography favored the defenders, with mountain passes like Thermopylae allowing small forces to impede much larger armies. Greek hoplite warfare, organized around heavily armored infantry, fighting in disciplined phalanx formation, proved highly effective against Persian troops, more lightly equipped for mobility across their vast empire. Greek ships designed specifically for ramming tactics in confined waters outperformed Persian vessels better suited to open seas and troop transport. Beyond these material factors, motivational differences played crucial roles. Greeks fought for their homes, families, and independence, especially the Athenians, whose cities' very existence hung in the balance. Many Persian troops, drawn from across the empire, had no personal stake in conquering distant Greece. The decentralized Greek command structure, though creating coordination challenges, allowed battlefield initiative and adaptation in ways the more hierarchical Persian system sometimes prevented. The war's psychological impact on Greek self-understanding proved immense and long-lasting. Before the conflict, Greeks had viewed Persian culture with considerable admiration, adopting Eastern luxury goods, artistic motifs, and even political concepts. After their victory, Greek identity increasingly defined itself in opposition to barbarian Asia. The triumph validated distinctive Greek practices, citizen armies over imperial conscripts, participatory government over absolute monarchy, reasoned debate over unquestioning obedience. This self-definition, through contrast with the other, produced both creative energy and troubling prejudice. At its best, it encouraged critical examination of social institutions rather than passive acceptance of tradition. At its worst, it fostered dismissive attitudes toward non-Greek cultures regardless of their actual achievements. This complex legacy of cultural pride, mingled with ethnocentrism, would later shape Alexander's ambivalent relationship with Persian civilization and influence Greco-Roman attitudes toward the wider world. For individual Greek states, the war's outcome transformed both external relations and internal politics. Athens emerged with enormously enhanced prestige, having contributed decisively to victory through both strategic leadership and material resources. The seemingly divine validation of their recent democratic reforms strengthened popular government while connecting it to imperial ambition. Athens would soon transform the anti-Persian alliance into an Athenian-led naval empire, extracting tribute from fellow Greeks, a development Sparta watched with growing alarm. Sparta, though officially victorious as overall commander of Greek forces, experienced more ambiguous results. Their reputation for military excellence remained intact, but new questions arose about their willingness to operate beyond the Peloponnese. While Athens looked outward toward maritime opportunities following the war, Sparta turned increasingly inward, focusing on controlling its Helot population and managing its Peloponnesian alliance. These diverging trajectories would eventually lead to the devastating Peloponnesian War that ended Greece's classical golden age. The war left tangible memorials throughout the Greek world. Battlefield monuments commemorated the fallen, including the famous epitaph at Thermopylae, "Go tell the Spartans, stranger passing by, that here obedient to their laws we lie." Treasury buildings at Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries displayed spoils taken from Persian forces. In Athens, deliberate ruins on the Acropolis were preserved as reminders of Persian sacrilege. Visible for decades before the Periclean building program replaced them with the Parthenon and other classical structures, explicitly celebrating Athenian triumph and subsequent greatness. Literary and artistic responses to the conflict shaped cultural memory for generations. Aeschylus, who fought at Marathon, dramatized the Persian defeat at Salamis in his tragedy, The Persians, extraordinarily portraying the enemy's suffering with genuine compassion. Herodotus devoted his groundbreaking historical work primarily to explaining this momentous conflict, creating the first comprehensive narrative history in Western tradition. Painters decorated public buildings with scenes of Greeks vanquishing Persians, while sculptors incorporated Persian figures into temple friezes, transforming recent events into mythic expressions of civilization's victory over chaos. Direct conflict between Persia and the Greek mainland ended after Plataea and Mycale, but interaction between these civilizations continued along their frontiers. Greek cities in Ionia formally regained independence through the Peace of Calais in 449 BCE, though Persian cultural and economic influence remained strong in the region. Greek mercenaries increasingly served in Persian armies, while Persian gold frequently influenced Greek politics through strategic subsidies to different factions. The boundaries between Greek and Persian worlds remained permeable, despite the ideological emphasis on their differences. The Persian Wars exemplify how military outcomes, though shaped by material factors, often produce consequences far exceeding their immediate strategic results. What began as a punitive expedition against two minor cities that had supported a regional revolt ultimately transformed Mediterranean geopolitics, while establishing narratives about East-West conflict that would resonate through European history. The Greek victory preserved political and intellectual independence for developments that would fundamentally shape Western civilization, demonstrating how contingent historical moments can determine long-term cultural trajectories. As the mid-5th century BCE approached, Athens prepared to convert its new prestige and naval power into a maritime empire controlling the Aegean. Sparta retreated into increasingly rigid conservatism while watching Athenian ambitions with growing concern. The Persian threat had temporarily united these dissimilar societies, but their underlying differences in government values and interests would soon resurface with devastating consequences. The shared triumph over Persia thus contained seeds of the internal conflict that would eventually undermine Greek independence, demonstrating the fragility of unity achieved through external threat alone. Tonight, on Digging into History, we journey through the shadows of time to explore the twilight of empires and the dawn of a new era, the Middle Ages, a 1,000-year span that shaped the foundations of our modern world, beginning with one of history's most pivotal transitions, the collapse of the mighty Roman Empire and the uncertain birth of medieval Europe. Picture yourself standing on the stone walls of Rome in the year 410 CE. For nearly 8 centuries, Rome had stood undefeated. The eternal city at the heart of the greatest empire the Western world had ever known. Stretching from the misty hills of Britain to the sands of North Africa, from the Atlantic shores to the lands beyond the Euphrates, Roman power seemed as permanent as the marble columns of its forums and temples. But on this day, something unthinkable happens. The city gates open and the Visigoths, Germanic warriors led by their king Alaric, march through the streets of Rome. For the first time in 800 years, foreign invaders walk the Seven Hills. The psychological impact of this moment ripples across the Mediterranean world. How could Rome, the unconquerable, fall? The truth is that Rome's decline had been underway for generations. Like an ancient oak hollowed from within, the empire still cast an impressive shadow while its core weakened. The causes were numerous and complex. The empire had grown too vast to govern effectively. Economic troubles mounted as silver content in Roman coins was reduced, triggering inflation. Tax burdens crushed the working classes while wealthy landowners found ways to avoid paying their share. Military pressures intensified along the borders. Tribes and peoples that Romans dismissed as barbarians, the Goths, Vandals, Franks, Saxons and Huns, were themselves being pushed westward by population movements in Central Asia. These peoples were not simply wild hordes as Roman writers portrayed them. They had their own sophisticated cultures, skilled metalworking, impressive martial traditions, and complex social systems. Many had served in Roman armies and knew Roman tactics well. By the late 300s CE, these external pressures coincided with internal Roman power struggles. Emperors rarely died peacefully in their beds. Most were assassinated or overthrown, and civil wars between rival claimants drained resources needed for border defense. The empire attempted a desperate reorganization under Emperor Diocletian, who split the realm into western and eastern halves for more efficient governance. While the eastern half, centered on Constantinople, would endure for another 1,000 years as the Byzantine Empire, the western half entered a spiral of decline. As central authority weakened, local Roman elites began making their own arrangements with incoming Germanic leaders. Rather than catastrophic destruction, many regions experienced a gradual transformation. Germanic kings often tried to preserve Roman administrative systems, adopted Roman titles, and sometimes even ruled in the name of the distant emperor. The end came not with a dramatic crash but a fading whisper. In 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor, ironically named Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic general Odoacer. This date is traditionally marked as the end of the Western Roman Empire, though to people living then, it might have seemed merely another political reshuffling in increasingly chaotic times. The title of emperor simply disappeared from the West, with power now held openly by Germanic kings. What followed was a profound transformation of European society. The sophisticated urban culture of Rome began to fade. Cities that had been bustling centers of commerce shrank dramatically or were abandoned altogether. The elaborate Roman system of roads, once maintaining rapid communication across the empire, fell into disrepair. Long-distance trade declined sharply. The complex economic web that had connected distant provinces unraveled. In this changing world, people sought new forms of security. Without the Roman legions to maintain order, local protection became paramount. Ordinary people increasingly attached themselves to powerful landowners who could offer safety. The seeds of feudalism were being planted. Though the fully developed feudal system was still centuries away, literacy rates plummeted as Roman educational institutions disappeared. While the Eastern Empire maintained centers of learning, in the West, the preservation of written knowledge became largely the domain of the Christian Church. In scattered monasteries, monks laboriously copied ancient texts, preserving fragments of classical knowledge through the darkening centuries. Yet it would be wrong to imagine this period as one of complete darkness or barbarism. The term Dark Ages itself has fallen out of favor with many historians who recognize the rich cultural developments occurring during this time. New artistic traditions emerged, blending Roman styles with Germanic, Celtic, and other influences. Brilliant illuminated manuscripts were created in monasteries. The foundations of Romanesque architecture were laid. For ordinary people, daily life changed, but not always for the worse. The crushing tax burdens of the late Roman Empire were lifted. While trade networks contracted, most communities developed more self-sufficient local economies. The collapse of central authority meant that in many regions, local customs and traditions that had been suppressed under Roman rule could re-emerge. The migration period brought new peoples, languages, and cultural practices to the former Roman territories. The map of Europe was being redrawn. In Britain, Anglo-Saxon settlers established kingdoms that would eventually form England. In Gaul, the Franks under Clovis created the foundation of what would become France. The Visigoths settled in Spain, while the Ostrogoths and later the Lombards ruled Italy. These new kingdoms maintained varying degrees of Roman influence. In some areas, Roman law continued to be followed alongside Germanic legal traditions. Latin remained the language of administration and the church, gradually evolving into the Romance languages we know today. Christianity, which had become the official religion of the empire in its final century, continued to spread, though often blending with local beliefs and practices. Perhaps most significantly, this period saw the emergence of a distinctly European identity separate from the Mediterranean world. As the political unity of the old empire fractured, three major cultural spheres began to take shape: the Byzantine East, preserving Greek traditions; the Islamic world, which would soon emerge from Arabia; and Western Christendom, developing its own unique synthesis of Roman, Christian, and Germanic elements. The story of this transition is not simply one of decline. It represents a crucial pivot in human history, the end of the ancient world, and the first steps toward medieval Europe. The institutions and ideas that would define European civilization for the next 1,000 years were taking root in this seemingly chaotic period. The old Roman elite, with their villas and urban lifestyles, gradually transformed into a new aristocracy based on landholding and military service. The Christian church stepped into the vacuum left by imperial administration, becoming not just a religious institution, but a political and cultural force. Monasteries became centers of learning, agriculture, and technology. For those living through these tumultuous times, the changes must have seemed both frightening and full of possibility. Old certainties disappeared, but new opportunities emerged. The world was being remade, though none could have foreseen the distinctive civilization that would eventually arise from these foundations. As night falls on the Roman world, we see not just an ending but a beginning. The flickering torches of medieval Europe are being lit one by one, casting new shadows and illuminating new paths forward. The 1,000-year journey of the Middle Ages has begun, a journey that will take us through castle halls and monastery scriptoria, village fields and cathedral naves, to the eventual reawakening of the Renaissance. This twilight period between ancient and medieval worlds reminds us that history rarely makes clean breaks. Great transformations happen gradually, almost imperceptibly to those living through them. The fall of Rome and the birth of medieval Europe offers us a powerful lesson in how civilizations change, not always through dramatic collapse, but through adaptation, transformation, and the slow emergence of new ways of understanding and organizing human society. As we continue our journey through the Middle Ages in the coming episodes, we'll explore how the seeds planted during this transitional period grew into the rich and complex medieval world, a world much more vibrant and innovative than the term Dark Ages suggests. Medieval villages formed the backbone of European society throughout the Middle Ages, housing the vast majority of the population and producing the food that sustained the entire social order. These agricultural communities, typically home to between 50 and 300 people, represented the basic economic and social unit of medieval life from roughly the 5th to the 15th century. The manor system structured these rural communities, creating a framework of mutual obligations that defined daily existence. At the center of this system was the relationship between the lord, who owned the land, and the peasants who worked it. This relationship varied significantly across regions and time periods, but generally involved the exchange of labor and produce for protection and the right to farm a portion of land. Most peasants fell into one of two broad categories: free peasants who paid rent for their land, and serfs who were legally bound to the manor. Serfdom was not slavery. Serfs could not be bought and sold individually, but it severely restricted freedom of movement and choice. Serfs typically owed their lord labor services, often working 3 days a week on the lord's demesne, the land directly controlled by the lord, as well as additional services during critical periods like harvest time. They also paid various dues and fees, such as a portion of their crops, special payments when they inherited property, or payments to use essential facilities like the manor's mill, bread oven, or wine press. The physical layout of the village reflected this social and economic arrangement. The Lord's Manor House occupied a prominent position, often alongside or near the village church. Around these central structures clustered the peasant cottages. Beyond the village centre stretched the agricultural fields, typically arranged in an open field system divided into strips. Each peasant family worked multiple strips scattered throughout the fields rather than a single consolidated plot. This system, though seemingly inefficient to modernize, distributed the varying quality of land more equitably and allowed for communal farming practices. Medieval agriculture operated on a rotating field system. In the simplest two-field system, half the arable land lay fallow each year to recover fertility. More advanced three-field systems emerged later, with fields rotating between winter crops, spring crops, and fallow. This approach maximized land use while maintaining soil productivity without chemical fertilizers. Surrounding these cultivated fields were communal meadows for haymaking, pastures for grazing animals, and woodlands that provided essential resources including firewood, building materials, and forage for pigs. The tools and techniques of medieval farming remained relatively unchanged for centuries. The heavy-wheeled plough pulled by oxen or horses represented the most significant technological investment for the community. Most villages owned ploughs communally or depended on the Lord to provide them. Other common tools included wooden harrows for breaking up soil clumps, scythes and sickles for harvesting, and flails for threshing grain. Without mechanical power, almost all tasks required intensive human labor, often performed collectively by the village. Crop yields remained low by modern standards. A good harvest might return 3 to 4 times the seed grain planted, compared to yields 20 or 30 times higher in contemporary agriculture. This marginal productivity meant that a significant portion of the population needed to work the land, and even small disruptions in weather patterns could lead to food shortages or famine. The diet in medieval villages centered on grain products, particularly bread and porridge made from wheat, rye, barley, or oats, depending on local growing conditions. Vegetables grew in small garden plots near cottages, with cabbage, onions, garlic, beans, and peas being common. Meat appeared infrequently on peasant tables, usually during winter when animals were slaughtered to avoid feeding them through the lean months. Fish provided an important protein source, especially during the numerous fast days prescribed by the church when meat was forbidden. Dairy products from cows, goats, and sheep supplemented the diet, along with eggs from chickens and other fowl. Ale and beer, safer to drink than potentially contaminated water, were dietary staples brewed in most households. Housing for medieval peasants was simple and functional. Typical cottages had wooden frames with walls of wattle and daub, a mixture of twigs, mud, and often animal dung or straw. Roofs consisted of thatch made from reeds or straw, requiring regular replacement. Most homes had packed earth floors covered with rushes or straw, a central hearth for cooking and warmth, and minimal furnishings. Windows, if present at all, remained small and covered with shutters or oiled cloth, as glass was prohibitively expensive for common people. These single-room dwellings often sheltered not just the human family but valuable livestock as well, particularly during winter months. Daily life followed the rhythm of daylight hours and seasonal changes. Work began at dawn and continued until dusk, with the specific tasks determined by the agricultural calendar. Spring meant ploughing and planting. Summer brought weeding and haymaking. Autumn was dominated by the critical harvest period, and winter focused on threshing grain, repairing tools and buildings, and textile production. The intensity of agricultural labor varied throughout the year, with harvest time demanding the longest hours in winter, allowing more time for crafts and household maintenance. Religion permeated every aspect of village life. The local parish church stood as both a spiritual center and community gathering place. The church calendar, with its cycle of holy days and seasonal festivals, provided structure to the year and offered welcome breaks from labor. Important life events, births, marriages, deaths, occurred within a religious framework. Village priests served not only as spiritual leaders, but often as the only literate members of the community, sometimes acting as record keepers and administrators. Social life in the village centered around collective work and celebrations. Important agricultural tasks like ploughing and harvesting often involved communal effort, followed by shared meals or festivities. Religious feast days provided opportunities for rare indulgences in food, drink, and entertainment. Villagers might host traveling performers occasionally, but more commonly created their own amusements through storytelling, music, dancing, and games. These collective activities reinforced community bonds essential for survival in a challenging environment. Village administration typically occurred through several overlapping systems. The manor court, presided over by the lord or his steward, handled matters related to agricultural obligations, land transfers, and minor disputes. Many villages also maintained their own customary decision-making bodies where senior male householders would address issues of common concern, such as the timing of planting or harvesting, maintenance of shared resources, and the resolution of conflicts. Women, while excluded from formal governance, exercised significant practical authority over household management, food processing, textile production, and certain agricultural tasks. Life expectancy remained short, with perhaps half of all children dying before reaching adulthood. Those who survived childhood might live into their 50s or 60s, though many succumbed earlier to accidents, disease, or complications from childbirth. Medical care came primarily from local healers using herbal remedies, with formal physicians available only to the wealthy. Against this backdrop of hardship, the village community provided crucial support networks, with neighbors assisting each other during illness, old age, or after the death of a provider. Despite its challenges, medieval village life maintained remarkably stable communities over centuries. The limited mobility of peasants, especially serfs, meant that families often remained in the same location for generations, creating deep connections to both place and community. This stability fostered strong local identities, distinctive dialects, and regional customs that contributed to the rich cultural tapestry of medieval Europe. The village economy operated primarily on a subsistence basis, with most production intended for local consumption. However, specialized crafts developed in many communities, with blacksmiths, carpenters, millers, brewers, and other artisans providing essential services. As the Middle Ages progressed, increasing specialization and trade expanded the economic horizons of village life, gradually connecting rural communities to wider regional markets. This manor-based village system began to transform in the later Middle Ages due to multiple factors. The catastrophic population decline following the Black Death of the 14th century created labor shortages that increased peasant bargaining power. Growing commerce and the rise of towns offered alternative livelihoods. Legal changes gradually undermined serfdom, with many peasants commuting their labor services to cash payments. By the end of the medieval period, the strictly manorial village had evolved significantly in many regions, though elements of the system persisted in some areas into early modern times. The medieval village represented far more than a simple economic arrangement for food production. It constituted a complete social world that shaped individual identity, provided security through mutual obligation, and created enduring cultural patterns. Many aspects of village life that emerged during the Middle Ages, from agricultural techniques to festivals and folk traditions, continued to influence rural European communities well into the industrial era and beyond. The village structure that developed following the collapse of Roman authority proved remarkably adaptive, sustaining European society through a millennium of profound change. Christianity transformed from a persecuted minority sect into the dominant religious and political force in Europe during the early Middle Ages. This remarkable evolution profoundly shaped medieval civilization, establishing the Church as an institution that would define European culture, politics, and daily life for centuries. The seeds of Christian dominance were planted during the later Roman Empire. In 313 CE, the Emperor Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, granting Christians legal tolerance after generations of intermittent persecution. By 380 CE, Emperor Theodosius I made Christianity the official religion of the empire through the Edict of Thessalonica. As Roman political structures weakened in the 5th century, the Church emerged as one of the few institutions with the organizational capability to fill the resulting power vacuum. The Church possessed several crucial advantages that enabled its rise to prominence. First, it maintained an effective hierarchical structure, modeled partly on Roman administrative systems. Bishops oversaw major cities and surrounding territories, with archbishops supervising larger regions. The Bishop of Rome, the Pope, gradually asserted primacy over the Western Church, though this authority developed unevenly and faced persistent challenges. Second, the Church preserved literacy and administrative expertise during a period when these skills were disappearing from secular society. As Roman educational institutions collapsed, cathedral schools and later monasteries became the primary centers for learning. Clerics formed a specialized class of literate administrators who could read, write, maintain records, and understand Roman law. These skills made churchmen indispensable to emerging kingdoms struggling to establish effective governance. Third, Christianity offered a unifying ideological framework for a fragmenting Europe. The universal message of Christianity transcended tribal and political boundaries, providing common religious practices and moral teachings across diverse regions. As Germanic kingdoms replaced Roman authority, many rulers recognized the political advantage of adopting Christianity, which could help legitimize their rule and connect them to Roman imperial traditions. The conversion of Clovis, king of the Franks, around 496 CE exemplifies this process. By adopting Catholic Christianity rather than the Arian version common among other Germanic peoples, Clovis aligned himself with the native Gallo-Roman population he ruled and secured the support of the church hierarchy. Similar conversions occurred across Europe, often beginning with royal courts and gradually spreading to the general population. Monasticism emerged as a particularly influential movement within the expanding church. The monastic ideal began with desert hermits in Egypt and Syria during the 3rd and 4th centuries, who sought spiritual perfection through asceticism and withdrawal from worldly concerns. This individual pursuit evolved into communal monasticism, where groups of monks or nuns lived together under formal rules governing all aspects of life. In Western Europe, Benedictine monasticism became the dominant form following the creation of the Rule of Saint Benedict in the 6th century. This practical guide for monastic communities emphasized moderation, communal worship, physical labor, and intellectual pursuits. Benedictine monasteries spread across Europe, often established through royal or noble patronage, becoming centers of religious devotion, agricultural innovation, and cultural preservation. Monasteries performed several vital functions in medieval society. They served as spiritual powerhouses, with monks and nuns engaged in constant prayer thought to benefit the broader Christian community. They operated as economic centers, managing large agricultural estates and introducing improved farming techniques. Perhaps most crucially for later cultural development, monasteries preserved and transmitted knowledge through their scriptoria, where monks painstakingly copied religious and secular texts. The Carolingian period, approximately 750–900 CE, marked a significant enhancement of church power and cultural influence. Charlemagne, crowned emperor by Pope Leo III in 800 CE, actively supported the church while using it to strengthen his governance. His educational reforms, implemented largely through monasteries and cathedral schools, stimulated what historians call the Carolingian Renaissance, a period of increased intellectual activity and manuscript production. Charlemagne's imperial project linked political authority directly to church support, establishing a pattern that would characterize medieval politics for centuries. Subsequent rulers found their legitimacy dependent on proper religious consecration, usually through coronation by high church officials. This arrangement created enduring tensions over the proper relationship between secular and religious authority, culminating in the dramatic investiture controversy of the 11th and 12th centuries. The church's power operated on multiple levels throughout medieval society. At the highest level, the papacy increasingly claimed authority over kings and emperors, asserting the supremacy of spiritual power over temporal rule. Pope Gregory VII's conflict with Emperor Henry IV in the late 11th century exemplifies this struggle, with Gregory temporarily forcing the emperor to humiliating penance at Canossa in 1077. While papal claims to universal authority were never fully realized in practice, they nevertheless required monarchs to negotiate with church leadership rather than simply dominate it. At regional levels, bishops functioned as major political figures, often controlling substantial territories as prince-bishops with both spiritual and temporal authority. Bishops frequently served as royal advisors, diplomats, and administrators, further blurring the line between church and state. Important cathedral towns developed into centers of learning, culture, and governance, where religious and secular activities intertwined. Monasteries constituted another layer of church influence, controlling vast landholdings and serving as economic hubs. By the High Middle Ages, monastic orders like the Cistercians operated international networks of monasteries that functioned as sophisticated agricultural enterprises and early financial institutions. The monastic exemption from episcopal control allowed many monasteries to develop direct relationships with the papacy, creating alternative power structures within the church. At the local level, parish priests represented the church's presence in virtually every community across Europe. The parish church stood at the physical and social center of villages, serving as the focal point for religious practice, community gatherings, and life cycle rituals. Local priests administered sacraments considered essential for salvation, giving them significant power over everyday religious experience. The parish tithe, typically 1/10 of agricultural production, provided substantial economic resources for the church, though its distribution among local priests, bishops, and monasteries varied by region. The church shaped medieval intellectual life through its near monopoly on formal education. Cathedral schools, typically attached to major churches and supervised by bishops, trained clergy and some laymen in subjects derived from classical learning. The traditional liberal arts curriculum consisted of the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, logic, and quadrivium, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, music, providing a framework for understanding the world. By the 12th century, some cathedral schools evolved into the first universities, beginning with Bologna, specializing in law and Paris theology. Medieval intellectual activity operated within a Christian framework that sought to harmonize classical knowledge with religious truth. Scholars like Thomas Aquinas, 1225 to 1274, systematically incorporated Aristotelian philosophy into Catholic theology, demonstrating that faith and reason could complement rather than contradict each other. This scholastic method, characterized by logical analysis and systematic questioning, became the dominant intellectual approach in medieval universities. The church exercised control over cultural production beyond formal education. Religious themes dominated art, architecture, literature, and music, with the church serving as the primary patron for creative works. The great cathedrals represented the most ambitious architectural achievements of the age, combining technological innovation with religious symbolism to create awe-inspiring spaces for worship. Illuminated manuscripts, religious drama, liturgical music, and devotional literature similarly expressed Christian concepts through artistic means. Canon law, the church's legal system, extended the institution's influence into numerous aspects of daily life. Ecclesiastical courts claimed jurisdiction not only over clergy, but over matters concerning marriage, wills, contracts sworn on religious objects, and various moral offenses. These courts operated alongside secular legal systems, sometimes competing with them for jurisdiction. Canon law influenced the development of secular legal systems through its sophisticated procedural rules and emphasis on intent, rather than simply outcome, in determining guilt. The church regulated moral behavior through the sacrament of confession and the system of penance. The Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 made annual confession mandatory for all adult Christians, giving priests regular opportunities to shape moral understanding and behavior. Penance assigned for sins could range from prayers to fasting to pilgrimage, creating mechanisms for both spiritual correction and social control. More serious cases might result in excommunication, exclusion from church sacraments and community, a punishment with severe social and political implications in a society where religious participation was central to identity. Religious practices structured both the calendar and daily routines in medieval society. The liturgical year, with its cycle of feasts and fasts, determined work patterns and celebrations. Major feast days like Christmas and Easter provided communal celebrations that reinforced both religious beliefs and social bonds. Saints' days, which varied by region, created localized religious identities and offered additional breaks from labor. Daily prayer cycles, most elaborate in monasteries, but observed in simpler forms by lay people, marked the passing of hours in an era before mechanical clocks became common. Popular devotion often centered on saints, who served as specialized intercessors with God and protectors of communities. Relics, physical remains or possessions of saints, attracted pilgrims and served as focal points for regional religious practices. Major pilgrimage sites like Santiago de Compostela in Spain, Canterbury in England, and Rome itself connected local communities to broader Christian networks through established pilgrimage routes that facilitated cultural exchange. The medieval church was not monolithic, despite its hierarchical structure. Reform movements regularly emerged to address perceived corruption or spiritual complacency. The Cluniac reforms beginning in the 10th century revitalized Benedictine monasticism by emphasizing stricter adherence to rules and independence from secular control. The Cistercian order, founded in 1098, sought to restore simplicity and manual labor to monastic life. Mendicant orders like the Franciscans and Dominicans, established in the early 13th century, broke from traditional monastic isolation to work directly among urban populations, combining preaching with voluntary poverty. Heretical movements also challenged church orthodoxy throughout the medieval period. Groups like the Cathars in southern France and the Lollards in England questioned fundamental church teachings and practices, often advocating simpler forms of Christianity closer to apostolic ideals. The church responded with persuasion through preaching campaigns, but also with force when necessary, developing inquisitorial procedures to identify and suppress heresy. The Albigensian Crusade, 1209 to 1229, against the Cathars demonstrated the church's willingness to use military power against internal religious threats. The church's economic power was substantial, derived from diverse sources including land ownership, tithes, fees for services, donations, and commercial activities. By some estimates, the church controlled between 1/5 and 1/3 of the land in Western Europe during the High Middle Ages. This economic base supported elaborate building projects, institutional maintenance, charitable activities, and provided income for clergy at all levels. While church teaching emphasized charity and criticized greed, economic practices often reflected pragmatic accommodation to financial realities. The church operated the period's largest charitable institutions, maintaining hospitals, hospices for travelers, almshouses for the poor, and orphanages. Monasteries in particular were obligated to provide hospitality to travelers and assistance to the needy. These charitable activities address social welfare needs in the absence of secular government programs, though their coverage was inevitably incomplete and unevenly distributed. By the later Middle Ages, the power and wealth of the church generated increasing criticism from both religious reformers and secular authorities. The Western Schism, 1378 to 1417, when rival popes simultaneously claimed authority, damaged church prestige, and intensified calls for structural reform. Renaissance humanism encouraged critical examination of religious texts and traditions. These tensions, combined with political conflicts and theological disagreements, eventually contributed to the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century, which would fracture the religious unity of Western Europe. The medieval church thus stood as an institution of remarkable complexity and profound influence. It provided spiritual guidance and sacramental services while functioning as a political power, economic force, educational system, legal authority, and cultural patron. Despite numerous reforms, controversies, and challenges to its authority, the church remained the most stable and far-reaching institution throughout the medieval period, fundamentally shaping European civilization in ways that continue to resonate in modern society. The transition from the classical world to the medieval period witnessed one of history's most significant intellectual transformations. As Roman political structures collapsed across Western Europe, vast repositories of ancient knowledge faced an uncertain fate. The story of what was lost, what survived, and how knowledge was preserved during the early Middle Ages reveals much about this pivotal historical transition and challenges simplistic narratives about a complete intellectual collapse. Roman civilization had developed sophisticated systems for creating, storing, and transmitting knowledge. Public libraries existed in major cities throughout the empire, with Rome itself housing nearly 30 public libraries by the 4th century CE. The most famous libraries of the ancient world, such as the Library of Alexandria in Egypt and the libraries of Pergamum in Asia Minor, contained hundreds of thousands of scrolls covering subjects from mathematics and astronomy to medicine, philosophy, and literature. These institutions served as centers of research and intellectual exchange, supporting a culture that valued learning and written knowledge. Education in the Roman world followed a structured progression, with elementary schools teaching basic literacy and numeracy, grammar schools providing instruction in literature and language, and rhetorical schools offering advanced training in public speaking and argumentation. This educational system produced a substantial literate class of administrators, lawyers, and cultured elites who consumed and sometimes created written works. In major urban centers, professional scribes copied texts for commercial distribution, while wealthy individuals maintained private libraries as symbols of status and learning. The crisis of the 3rd century, with its political instability, economic difficulties, and military pressures, began to strain this intellectual infrastructure. Urban decline reduced the population that could support specialized cultural institutions. Economic challenges made the luxury of education and book collection increasingly difficult to maintain. The gradual shift from papyrus scrolls to parchment codices, the ancestor of modern books, affected both the storage and production of written works, as parchment was more expensive but more durable than papyrus. As Western Roman authority fragmented in the 5th century, the fate of classical knowledge varied significantly by region and subject matter. In some areas, particularly those experiencing violent disruption, libraries were destroyed or abandoned. The maintenance of public libraries required stable governance and economic resources that were increasingly scarce. Without institutional support, the skilled personnel needed to catalog, preserve, and copy texts disappeared. The complex knowledge ecosystem that had sustained classical learning began to unravel. The decline in literacy accelerated the loss of knowledge. As formal educational institutions disappeared and governance shifted to Germanic rulers with different cultural traditions, the proportion of the population able to read Latin decreased dramatically. Even among the elite, the level of education became more basic and practically oriented. This shrinking literate audience reduced demand for texts, leading to fewer copies being made of many works. Without regular recopying, manuscripts would eventually deteriorate beyond use in the damp European climate. The content most vulnerable to loss was technical, scientific, and secular material that lacked immediate practical application or religious significance. Works of abstract philosophy, theoretical mathematics, experimental science, and non-Christian religious thought were copied less frequently than immediately useful or religiously acceptable texts. Much Greek scientific and philosophical material had already been lost to Latin readers in the Western Empire even before its fall, as knowledge of Greek declined among Western elites during the later imperial period. Some fields of knowledge experienced particularly profound disruption. Advanced theoretical mathematics largely disappeared from Western Europe, with even the works of Euclid becoming rare until their reintroduction centuries later. Medical knowledge regressed from the sophisticated empirical approaches of physicians like Galen to more limited and often superstition-based practices. Architectural techniques for constructing complex structures like domes and large-span arches were partially lost, not to be fully recovered until the High Middle Ages. Yet the narrative of loss requires important qualifications. First, the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantine Empire maintained much greater continuity with classical learning. Constantinople preserved functioning libraries, educational institutions, and a literate bureaucratic class. Greek scientific and philosophical works continued to be copied and studied in the Byzantine world, providing a reservoir of knowledge that would later flow back to Western Europe during the 12th century Renaissance, and again during the 15th century with the fall of Constantinople. Second, the Islamic world emerged as a major center for preserving and advancing classical knowledge. As Muslim armies conquered former Roman territories in North Africa, the Middle East, and parts of southern Europe, they encountered the remnants of classical learning. From the 8th century onward, a massive translation movement in centers like Baghdad and Cordoba rendered Greek scientific, medical, and philosophical texts into Arabic. Muslim scholars not only preserved these works but built upon them, making original contributions in mathematics, astronomy, optics, medicine, and philosophy. Third, within Western Europe itself, the process of knowledge transmission was complex and selective rather than representing a complete break. The Christian Church, particularly through monastic institutions, preserved significant portions of classical learning deemed compatible with Christian belief. Many monasteries maintained scriptoria where monks copied manuscripts, including some secular classical works alongside religious texts. Figures like Cassiodorus, c. 485-585 CE, and Isidore of Seville, ca. 560-636 CE, consciously worked to preserve elements of classical learning within a Christian framework. The survival of classical texts in the West followed patterns reflecting both practical needs and ideological considerations. Works directly useful for church administration and religious education received priority. Texts by Latin authors considered morally acceptable to Christian sensibilities, such as Virgil and Cicero, continued to be copied for their stylistic value in teaching Latin. Some philosophical works, particularly those by Plato and later Neoplatonists, whose ideas could be harmonized with Christian theology, maintained limited circulation. The educational curriculum narrowed but did not disappear entirely. The 7 liberal arts, grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music, provided a framework derived from classical education that structured medieval learning. These subjects were increasingly approached through simplified compilations and handbooks rather than original classical texts. Works like Boethius's mathematical treatises served as imperfect conduits for some aspects of classical knowledge, presenting simplified versions of earlier achievements. The physical form of written works changed significantly during this transitional period. The shift from papyrus scrolls to parchment codices accelerated, completely transforming the material basis of written culture. Parchment, made from treated animal skins, was more expensive to produce but significantly more durable than papyrus. The codex format, with pages bound together like modern books, allowed easier reference and more efficient storage than scrolls. This technological transition, while eventually beneficial for knowledge preservation, may have contributed to short-term losses, as older works on deteriorating papyrus were not always transferred to the new medium. Writing itself transformed, with the development of new scripts optimized for different purposes. The Carolingian minuscule, developed during Charlemagne's educational reforms in the late 8th and early 9th centuries, provided a clear, standardized script that improved legibility and efficiency in book production. This script would later influence the development of our modern lowercase alphabet. The visual presentation of knowledge thus evolved alongside its content, with medieval manuscripts developing distinctive formats with decorated initials, marginal annotations, and eventually sophisticated illustration programs. The social context for intellectual activity changed dramatically as monastic communities and cathedral schools replaced the civic institutions of the Roman world. Learning became more explicitly connected to religious purposes, though pragmatic needs for administration and governance ensured some secular applications. The ideal of the broadly educated Roman gentleman gave way to more specialized roles, with literacy and advanced education increasingly concentrated among the clergy. Intellectual activities that had once been public and secular became largely religious and institutional. Despite these changes, important continuities existed even during the darkest periods. Legal codes maintained some Roman concepts, particularly in areas that had been more thoroughly Romanized. Administration required record-keeping skills that preserved basic literacy among some officials. Trade networks, though contracted, still facilitated limited cultural exchange. Rural villas sometimes maintained small libraries and educational activities for the offspring of aristocratic families. These threads of continuity provided channels through which fragments of classical knowledge could persist. The Carolingian Renaissance of the late 8th and early 9th centuries marked a crucial moment in the history of knowledge transmission. Charlemagne's court attracted scholars from across Western Europe and established a program for educational improvement and manuscript preservation. Scriptoria at monasteries like Tours, Corbie, and St. Gall produced numerous high-quality manuscripts of classical and patristic texts, significantly increasing the number of copies in circulation. This period of deliberate cultural renewal helped secure the survival of many texts that might otherwise have been lost. The relative stability of the Carolingian era also allowed for modest intellectual innovations alongside the preservation of older knowledge. Scholars like Alcuin of York systematized educational approaches, while others produced new commentaries on classical and religious texts. The Palace School at Aachen engaged with subjects ranging from theology to astronomy, attempting to revive a broader intellectual culture. While original scientific or philosophical contributions remained limited, the groundwork was laid for later intellectual developments. The fragmentation following the Carolingian period again threatened intellectual continuity, but by this time, the network of monasteries had become more robust. Centers like Fleury, Cluny, Monte Cassino, and St. Gall maintained important manuscript collections and intellectual traditions. Regional variations became more pronounced, with some areas experiencing greater disruption than others. Ireland and Anglo-Saxon England having developed distinctive scholarly traditions somewhat removed from continental upheavals, sometimes preserved texts that had disappeared elsewhere. The 10th century, once viewed as an especially dark period intellectually, has been reassessed by modern historians who recognize continued scholarly activity in monastic centers and emergent cathedral schools. Manuscripts continued to be copied, and some original works were composed, particularly in fields like music theory, where Guido of Arezzo developed the staff notation system that evolved into modern musical notation. Even in this challenging period, intellectual activity persisted, though on a reduced scale compared to either Roman or later medieval times. The 11th and 12th centuries witnessed a decisive intellectual turning point, driven by several converging factors. Increased political stability and economic growth provided resources for cultural pursuits. Urbanization created new contexts for learning outside traditional monastic settings. Contact with the Byzantine and Islamic worlds through trade, the Crusades, and the Christian reconquest of parts of Spain brought previously lost Greek scientific and philosophical works back into Western European circulation, often through Latin translations of Arabic versions. Cathedral schools expanded in cities like Chartres, Reims, Paris, and Bologna, providing more systematic education and eventually evolving into the first universities. These institutions fostered specialized study in areas including law, medicine, theology, and the liberal arts. The scholastic method, with its emphasis on logical analysis and reconciling apparent contradictions in authoritative texts, developed as an approach for handling the expanding corpus of available knowledge. Original intellectual contributions increased significantly as scholars built upon recovered classical foundations. By the High Middle Ages, approximately 1000 to 1300 CE, Western Europe had not only recovered significant portions of classical knowledge, but had begun to advance beyond it in certain areas. Gothic architecture surpassed Roman building techniques in creating soaring, light-filled structures. Universities produced original works in natural philosophy, theology, and logic. New literary forms emerged, distinct from classical models. The intellectual world of medieval Europe had evolved into something neither entirely classical nor primitively simple, but rather a complex synthesis with its own distinctive characteristics. The journey of knowledge through the early medieval period reveals important lessons about cultural transmission and the fragility of intellectual achievements. No simple narrative of either complete loss or seamless continuity adequately captures the complex reality. Knowledge was lost selectively, preserved partially, and transformed significantly according to the priorities and possibilities of a changing world. The institutions supporting intellectual activity proved more vulnerable than the desire for knowledge itself, which found new, if reduced, channels of expression. What emerged from this period of intellectual transformation was not simply a diminished version of classical learning, but the foundations of a new intellectual culture. Medieval scholars ultimately created frameworks for reconciling faith with reason, for organizing and extending knowledge, and for educating new generations that would eventually lead to the intellectual flowering of the High Middle Ages and lay groundwork for the Renaissance. The story of knowledge during the so-called Dark Ages thus represents not just loss and preservation, but also adaptation and gradual renewal, demonstrating both the vulnerability and the resilience of human intellectual traditions during periods of profound social change. Feudalism emerged as the dominant political, military, and social system of medieval Europe, creating a complex web of personal relationships, obligations, and power structures that defined the medieval world from roughly the 9th through the 15th centuries. At its center stood two powerful symbols: the castle, representing military power and local authority, and the king, embodying the principle of centralized governance. Together, these elements formed a social order fundamentally different from both the Roman administrative state that preceded it and the nation-states that would eventually replace it. The feudal system developed largely in response to the challenges of the early medieval period. As Carolingian authority fragmented following the death of Charlemagne and subsequent Viking, Magyar, and Saracen raids intensified across Europe, centralized government proved increasingly incapable of providing basic security. Local communities turned to powerful individuals who could offer protection, creating the conditions for a more decentralized political arrangement based on personal bonds rather than abstract state institutions. At its theoretical core, feudalism rested on a series of reciprocal relationships centered around land tenure and military service. Kings, claiming ultimate authority over their realms, granted large territories fiefs to great lords in exchange for military support, counsel, and various ceremonial obligations. These great lords, in turn, subdivided portions of their lands to lesser nobles who swore similar oaths of fealty to them. This cascade of land grants and personal loyalty created a pyramid-like structure with the king at its apex and layers of increasingly numerous but less powerful vassals below. The ceremony of homage formalized these relationships. A vassal would kneel before his lord, place his hands between the lord's hands, and swear an oath of fealty, promising military service, typically 40 days per year, attendance at the lord's court to provide counsel, and financial aid in certain circumstances, like the ransoming of the lord, if captured in battle, the knighting of the lord's eldest son, or the marriage of the lord's eldest daughter. The lord in turn promised protection, justice, and maintenance of the vassal's rights to his lands. Land grants under this system took various forms. The most significant was the fief, also called a feudum or fee, an inheritable estate granted in return for specified services. While technically the lord retained ultimate ownership, in practice a vassal's rights to his fief became increasingly secure over time, passing from father to son with only ceremonial renewal of homage. Other forms of land tenure existed alongside this system, including allodial lands owned outright, rare but significant, and various arrangements for non-noble landholders. Castles served as the physical manifestation of feudal power, combining military, administrative, and symbolic functions. Early medieval fortifications were relatively simple structures, often wooden motte and bailey constructions, consisting of a raised earthwork motte topped with a wooden tower and surrounded by a larger enclosed courtyard, bailey protected by a wooden palisade, ditch. These fortifications could be constructed relatively quickly and provided effective defense against the limited siege technology of the era. By the 11th and 12th centuries, wooden castles gave way to stone constructions with increasingly sophisticated defensive features. Square stone keeps, thick curtain walls, projecting towers, and carefully designed gatehouses with drawbridges and portcullises created layered defenses that could withstand extended sieges. The development of concentric castle designs, with multiple rings of walls, represented the pinnacle of medieval defensive architecture, before the widespread adoption of gunpowder weapons rendered them obsolete. Beyond their military function, castles served as centers of local administration, where lords exercised jurisdiction, collected revenues, and maintained records. They functioned as economic hubs for surrounding territories, housing workshops, storage facilities, and sometimes markets. As residential complexes, they accommodated not just the lord's family, but an entire household, including servants, administrators, guards, and specialized workers. By the later Middle Ages, comfort and display increasingly balanced defensive considerations, with larger windows, more elaborate great halls, and private chambers reflecting the castle's evolution from pure fortification to aristocratic residence. Kings occupied a unique and often paradoxical position within this feudal framework. In theory, medieval kings held supreme authority over their realms as God's appointed rulers, with coronation ceremonies emphasizing their sacred status. In practice, early medieval kings often controlled directly only their personal domains, relying on the cooperation of powerful vassals to exercise authority throughout their theoretical realms. This tension between claimed universal authority and limited practical power defined medieval kingship. Royal power rested on several foundations. First, kings maintained special legal status as the ultimate source of justice and law. Royal courts heard cases involving major crimes or disputes between great lords, and kings periodically issued legal pronouncements that, when collected, formed the basis for emerging national legal systems. Second, kings possessed certain economic rights, including control of coinage, taxation of trade, and income from royal estates. Third, kings claimed leadership in warfare, with the right to summon vassals for military service and command combined forces. The reality of royal power varied dramatically across different regions and time periods. In areas like England following the Norman conquest of 1066, William the Conqueror established relatively strong central authority by claiming all land as ultimately belonging to the crown, and requiring even sub-vassals to swear loyalty directly to the king. This limited the development of independent power centers and facilitated administrative innovation. In contrast, the Holy Roman Empire saw imperial authority increasingly constrained by powerful territorial princes who functioned almost as independent rulers. The feudal relationship between kings and great lords generated persistent tension and occasional open conflict. When strong kings like Henry II of England, 1154 to 1189, attempted to assert greater control through administrative reforms, resistance often followed. Conversely, when weak kings like King John of England, 1199 to 1216, failed to fulfill their obligations as feudal overlords, vassals might demand formal recognition of their rights, as in the Magna Carta of 1215, or even rebel outright. This dynamic created a constant negotiation of power between monarchs and nobles that shaped medieval political development. Below the level of kings and great lords, the feudal hierarchy encompassed various ranks of nobility. Dukes and counts typically controlled large territories and might themselves have numerous vassals. Knights formed the backbone of feudal military power, owing service to their immediate lords in exchange for sufficient land to maintain their expensive equipment and training. By the 12th century, knighthood had developed from a purely military role into a distinct social class with its own codes of behavior, creating effectively a lower nobility that distinguished itself from non-noble free persons. The complexity of actual feudal relationships often diverged from the theoretical model. A single nobleman might be vassal to multiple lords for different territories, creating potential conflicts of loyalty. Fiefs could be divided among heirs or combined through marriage, gradually shifting patterns of landholding and power. Cash payments increasingly substituted for direct military service, especially as professional armies became more common. These variations and adaptations allowed the feudal system to persist while evolving to meet changing circumstances. The castle's role as a center of local power reflected the decentralized nature of feudal governance. Each lord exercised considerable autonomy within his territory, administering justice through manorial courts, collecting revenues from dependent peasants, and maintaining order through armed retainers. This localization of authority created a patchwork of jurisdictions with varying customs, taxes, and legal procedures, a stark contrast to the relative uniformity of Roman provincial administration. Feudal military organizations centered on the heavily armored mounted knight, supported by various infantry troops often drawn from peasant levies. Knights trained from childhood in martial skills, developing fighting techniques specifically adapted to their equipment and role. The expense of war horses, armor, weapons, and necessary support personnel meant that only those with substantial land revenues could maintain knightly status, directly linking military power to the feudal landholding system. By the 12th and 13th centuries, tournaments emerged as both training for war and elaborate social events, where knights displayed their skills and reinforced aristocratic group identity. Initially quite dangerous and sometimes barely distinguishable from actual warfare, tournaments gradually adopted more rules and ceremonial elements. These events, along with hunting and feasting, formed important contexts for building the social networks that underpinned feudal political relationships. The development of heraldry, systematic use of distinctive symbols on shields, banners, and seals reflected the needs of a society organized around personal relationships rather than abstract institutions. Heraldic identifiers helped distinguish heavily armored knights in battle and tournaments, while symbolizing family lineages and territorial claims. The increasingly elaborate system of heraldic rules and symbols demonstrated the feudal elite's concern with displaying social status and ancestral connections. Below the military aristocracy, the feudal social order encompassed various groups with different legal statuses and obligations. Free peasants held land in exchange for rent or services, but maintained personal liberty and certain legal rights. Serfs occupied an intermediate position between freedom and slavery, legally bound to their manorial lord and land, but possessing some customary protections. Townspeople operated somewhat outside the strictly agricultural feudal framework, developing their own governance structures and legal rights through charters granted by lords or kings in exchange for tax payments. The church functioned both within and alongside the feudal system. Bishops and abbots often held land as feudal lords, owing service to kings or great nobles, while exercising temporal authority over their territories. This dual role as spiritual leaders and secular lords created tensions, particularly when church officials prioritized their feudal obligations over religious responsibilities. The reform movements of the 11th and 12th centuries attempted to address these conflicts by asserting greater separation between spiritual and temporal authority. Women's place in feudal society reflected broader medieval gender roles, while including some distinctive features related to land tenure. Noble women could inherit fiefs in the absence of male heirs in many regions, though they typically could not perform military service personally. Instead, their husbands or male relatives would fulfill these obligations, creating complex situations where women held nominal title while men exercised practical authority. Noble women also played crucial roles in managing estates, especially when male relatives were absent on crusade, pilgrimage, or royal service. The feudal system, as a comprehensive social and political order, reached its fullest development in the 12th and 13th centuries, particularly in regions like northern France, England, and the German territories. Other parts of Europe adopted feudal elements to varying degrees, adapting them to local conditions. The Byzantine Empire maintained more centralized administrative structures derived from Roman models. Italy's urban commercial centers developed alternative power structures based on wealth rather than landholding. Iberian kingdoms modified feudal arrangements to accommodate the military needs of the Reconquista against Muslim territories. By the 14th century, the classic feudal model began a long, uneven transformation. Several factors contributed to this change. The development of professional armies and increasing use of infantry and archery reduced the military significance of mounted knights. Growing royal bureaucracies expanded direct royal governance, bypassing feudal intermediaries. Commercial expansion and the monetization of the economy provided alternative sources of wealth and power beyond land control. The Black Death created demographic and economic conditions that undermined traditional labor and land arrangements. Royal centralization gradually eroded feudal decentralization. Innovative kings established more effective taxation systems, professional legal courts, and standing armies that reduced dependence on feudal levies. Figures like Philip II Augustus of France were 1180 to 1223, and Edward I of England were 1272 to 1307, expanded royal domain lands and administrative reach. By extending royal justice and protection more directly to common subjects, these monarchs began the long process of transforming feudal kingship into sovereign territorial rule. Castles reflected this changing political reality. Royal castles grew in size and sophistication, demonstrating the crown's increasing resources and authority. Conversely, kings sometimes restricted private castle construction or required licensing, recognizing these fortifications as potential centers of opposition. The transition from medieval to early modern state formation often involved the deliberate destruction of noble castles to eliminate alternative power centers, as in Cardinal Richelieu's policy in 17th century France. Despite these changes, feudal concepts and institutions persisted well into the early modern period in modified forms. Land tenure continued to carry obligations of service in many regions. Noble privilege remained legally codified. The hierarchical personal relationships still shaped political interactions. Even as nation-states emerged with their more abstract conceptions of governance, they incorporated and adapted many feudal precedents rather than completely replacing them. The feudal experience left profound imprints on European political and social development. Concepts of mutual obligation between rulers and subjects influenced evolving theories of constitutional monarchy and eventually representative government. The decentralized nature of feudal power contributed to Europe's political fragmentation, but also fostered regional diversity and limited absolutism. Legal principles developed to regulate feudal relationships formed important precedents for later property and contract law. More broadly, the feudal period's emphasis on personal bonds and reciprocal duties created cultural values that outlasted the specific institutions that fostered them. Ideas about honor, loyalty, proper governance, and the relationship between privilege and responsibility continued to shape European aristocratic culture into the 19th century and beyond. The castle, even in ruins, remained a powerful symbol of authority and protection, continuing to capture the imagination long after its practical function had disappeared. Feudalism thus represented not simply a system of military organization or land tenure, but a comprehensive social order that encompassed political, economic, military, and cultural dimensions. Its development, regional variations, and gradual transformation illuminate the complex processes through which medieval society responded to profound challenges through institutional innovation. Neither a timeless structure nor a simple transitional phase, the feudal system embodied a distinctive approach to organizing human relationships and resources that shaped European development for centuries. Medieval knights represented far more than merely armored warriors on horseback. They embodied a complex social class, military profession, and cultural ideal that evolved significantly throughout the Middle Ages. As both fearsome combatants and aspirational symbols of nobility, knights occupied a pivotal position in medieval society, with their evolving code of chivalry ultimately influencing European values and self-conception well beyond the medieval period. The institution of knighthood emerged gradually between the 8th and 11th centuries as European warfare increasingly centered on heavily armored mounted warriors. The term knight derives from the Old English schnight, originally meaning simply boy or servant, reflecting the humble origins of many early knights as household warriors serving in a lord's retinue. The Latin term miles soldier underwent a similar transformation, originally referring to common foot soldiers before becoming associated specifically with mounted warriors of increasingly elevated social status. Several developments contributed to the knight's rise to prominence. The introduction of the stirrup from Asia improved riders' stability, allowing them to deliver powerful blows with lances without being dismounted. Advances in metallurgy permitted stronger, more protective armor. The fragmentation of centralized authority following the Carolingian period created conditions where local lords needed reliable military forces, leading them to grant land to warriors who could afford the increasingly expensive equipment and training required for mounted combat. The making of a knight involved a long, specialized training process, beginning in childhood. Around age 7, boys from noble or knightly families typically left their homes to serve as pages in the household of a lord or established knight. There they learned basic literacy, proper behavior, and rudimentary martial skills. By their early teens, they advanced to become squires, directly serving a knight, caring for his horses and equipment, and receiving more intensive combat training. This apprenticeship period, lasting typically until age 21, prepared them for the physical demands and social expectations of knighthood. The ceremony of knighthood, adoubement, marked the culmination of this training period. In its simplest early form, this consisted merely of presenting the new knight with his weapons and delivering the symbolic collé, a blow to the neck or shoulder, signifying the last strike the recipient would be expected to receive without returning it. As knighthood developed stronger religious associations, the ceremony grew more elaborate, often including ritual bathing, a night vigil in prayer before the altar, blessing of the sword, and the taking of oaths. By the High Middle Ages, dubbing had become a significant rite of passage, combining secular, religious, and military elements. Economically, knights required substantial resources to maintain their status. The expense of war horses, specially bred for strength and courage, armor, weapons, and necessary attendants, meant that only those with significant land revenues could sustain knightly status independently. A knight's equipment represented a major capital investment. By some estimates, the cost of a complete set of armor and weapons in the 12th century equaled the value of around 20 to 30 oxen, placing it far beyond the reach of common people. Knights typically needed income from land sufficient to support themselves and several attendants, creating a direct link between landholding and military service that defined feudal relationships. In battle, knights functioned as heavy shock cavalry, using the combined weight and momentum of horse and rider to break enemy formations with devastating charge attacks. Their primary offensive weapon, the couched lance, delivered tremendous force by essentially converting the combined mass of horse, rider, and weapon into a single projectile. When lances shattered or close quarters fighting developed, knights shifted to swords, maces, or warhammers. Their fighting techniques required not just strength but specialized skills developed through years of training, including horsemanship, weapons handling, and the ability to maneuver while wearing increasingly heavy armor. The development of plate armor in the 14th and 15th centuries represented both the pinnacle of the knight's protective equipment and a response to the growing effectiveness of infantry weapons, like the longbow and crossbow. Contrary to popular misconception, a well-crafted suit of plate armor allowed considerable mobility while providing excellent protection. Knights trained to move, mount horses, and fight effectively despite wearing up to 60-70 pounds of armor. The substantial investment in such equipment further underscored the knight's elite status and the growing separation between heavily armored cavalry and other combatants. Beyond the battlefield, knights performed crucial roles in medieval governance and society. As local representatives of authority, they often served as administrators, tax collectors, and judges on behalf of greater lords or kings. Knights typically participated in their lord's court, providing counsel and witnessing legal transactions. Many royal administrative positions eventually drew their holders from the knightly class, creating paths for social advancement through service to the crown. This administrative function grew increasingly important as medieval governance became more complex and specialized. The social status of knights evolved significantly throughout the medieval period. Early knights were often of relatively humble birth, trusted warriors rewarded with land for their service. By the 12th and 13th centuries, knighthood had become more closely associated with nobility, forming effectively a lower tier of the aristocracy. The concept of gentle birth as a prerequisite for knighthood gained prominence, though exceptions remained for those who distinguished themselves through exceptional service. Eventually, in many regions, knighthood became less a functional military role and more a formal social distinction, with many eligible nobles choosing not to undergo the expensive ceremony of dubbing, while still claiming the social status of the knightly class. Tournaments emerged as crucial institutions for both maintaining knights' military skills and establishing their social identity. Initially dangerous free-for-all combats barely distinguishable from actual warfare, tournaments gradually adopted more rules and ceremonial elements. By the 13th century, they had evolved into elaborate social events combining athletic competition, pageantry, and opportunities for political networking. Success in tournaments could establish a knight's reputation, attract patronage from greater lords, and even facilitate advantageous marriages. These events reinforced group solidarity among the knightly class, while providing controlled outlets for competitive violence. Chivalry developed as both a practical ethical code for warriors and an increasingly elaborate cultural ideal. The term derives from the French chivalry, horsemanship, initially referring simply to the techniques of mounted combat before expanding to encompass a broader set of values and behaviors expected of knights. In its earliest forms, chivalry focused primarily on military effectiveness and loyalty to one's lord, pragmatic virtues necessary for feudal military organization. By the 12th century, three main influences had begun to transform this basic warrior code into a more complex ethical system. The Church sought to channel and Christianize knightly violence through movements like the Peace of God and Truce of God, which protected non-combatants and limited warfare during holy periods. Religious elements increasingly emphasized the knight's role as a defender of the church and the weak. Second, royal courts promoted ideals of refined behavior and service to the crown, encouraging knights to demonstrate not just prowess, but also courtesy, generosity, and wisdom. Third, the emerging literature of courtly love, exemplified by the romances of Chrétien de Troyes, added new dimensions of service to ladies, refined emotions, and quest narratives to the chivalric ideal. The resulting chivalric code encompassed multiple, sometimes contradictory expectations. Military virtues remained central: prowess in combat, courage, loyalty to one's lord, and generosity to followers. Religious elements emphasized defending the church, protecting the weak, and maintaining justice. Courtly components stressed refined manners, eloquent speech, knowledge of music and poetry, and proper service to ladies. This multifaceted ideal created inherent tension, as knights were expected to be both fierce warriors and gentle courtiers, loyal vassals and independent heroes, devout Christians and ambitious competitors. Literary works played a crucial role in articulating and disseminating chivalric ideals. The Matter of Britain, Arthurian legends; The Matter of France, Charlemagne and his paladins; and The Matter of Rome, classical heroes, provided narrative frameworks exploring chivalric themes. Works like The Song of Roland emphasized martial prowess and sacrificial loyalty, while Arthurian romances added complex themes of love, spiritual quest, and internal conflict. These stories presented idealized models that real knights might aspire to emulate, though the literary ideal often diverged significantly from historical practice. The codification of chivalry reached its most developed form in works like Ramon Lull's Book of the Order of Chivalry, c. 1275, and Geoffroy de Charny's Book of Chivalry, c. 1350. These texts attempted to systematize chivalric values and provide practical guidance for knights. They emphasized the religious dimension of knighthood, presenting it as a sacred calling comparable to priesthood. Such works demonstrate how chivalry had evolved from a simple warrior code into a complex ethical system with religious, social, and cultural dimensions, serving as both a practical guide for behavior and an aspirational ideal. In practice, historical knights varied widely in their adherence to chivalric ideals. Chronicles and court records reveal numerous examples of knights engaging in banditry, extortion, and brutality towards civilians, despite chivalry's emphasis on protecting the weak. Even celebrated figures like William Marshall, 1146 to 1219, often considered an exemplar of chivalry, balanced idealism with pragmatic self-interest throughout his career. The gap between chivalric theory and practice remained substantial, with the code functioning more as an aspirational ideal than a consistently observed set of rules. The relationship between knights and women represents a particularly complex aspect of chivalric culture. The ideal of service to ladies, popularized through courtly literature, established a theoretical respect for noble women. However, this literary convention coexisted with legal and social systems that severely limited women's autonomy. Female characters in chivalric literature often functioned more as symbolic prizes or moral tests for male heroes than as fully developed individuals. Nevertheless, the cultural association between knighthood and protection of women did provide some noble women with limited means to claim protection and exercise influence within the constraints of medieval gender norms. The Crusades significantly impacted the development of knighthood and chivalric ideals. These religious military expeditions offered knights opportunities to fulfill both martial and spiritual aspects of their calling simultaneously. Military religious orders like the Knights Templar and Knights Hospitaller represented the most complete fusion of warrior and religious ideals, with members taking monastic vows while remaining active combatants. The cross-cultural encounters facilitated by the Crusades also influenced European knightly culture, with some elements of Eastern military practices, equipment, and even literary motifs being incorporated into Western chivalric traditions. Heraldry emerged as an important visual expression of knightly identity, originally serving the practical purpose of identifying heavily armored warriors in battle. Heraldic symbols gradually developed into complex systems encoding family lineage, political alliances, and personal achievements. The regulation of heraldic displays became increasingly formalized through the development of heralds' colleges and precise rules governing designs and claims to particular symbols. These visual identifiers reinforced the knight's sense of belonging to a distinct social group with its own traditions and standards. The economic and military foundations of traditional knighthood began to erode in the later Middle Ages. The growing effectiveness of infantry forces, particularly longbowmen, pikemen, and eventually gunpowder weapons, gradually diminished the battlefield dominance of heavy cavalry. The increasing expense of state-of-the-art equipment strained even wealthy knights' resources. Political centralization under strengthening monarchies reduced the independence of the knightly class. Economic changes, including the shift from land-based to monetary compensation for military service, further transformed the knight's role in society. In response to these challenges, knighthood evolved in several directions. Some knights became mercenary captains, leading companies of professional soldiers for pay. Others focused on administrative or courtly roles, leveraging their status to secure positions in expanding royal bureaucracies. In many regions, knighthood increasingly became a largely ceremonial honor rather than a functional military role. The elaborate tournaments and pageantry of the 15th century, with their complex allegories and artificial settings, reflected this shift from practical warfare to symbolic display. Chivalry similarly adapted to changing circumstances. As its military components became less directly relevant to actual warfare, its cultural and social elements gained prominence. Chivalric orders like the Order of the Garter, founded 1348, transformed what had been a warrior class into something more resembling a royal honor society, emphasizing loyalty to the crown over feudal bonds to individual lords. The elaborate rituals and insignia of these orders preserved chivalric traditions while redirecting them toward supporting state centralization rather than feudal decentralization. Despite these transformations, the cultural influence of knighthood and chivalry extended well beyond the medieval period. Early modern aristocratic values drew heavily on chivalric precedents, maintaining emphasis on honor, proper lineage, and distinctive codes of behavior. Military officers continued to see themselves as heirs to knightly traditions, even as practical warfare moved increasingly toward firearms and professional standing armies. Aristocratic military culture preserved elements of chivalric ethos regarding courage, honor, and proper conduct in combat. Literary and artistic representations perpetuated and transformed chivalric ideals for new audiences. Renaissance and early modern literature often revisited medieval chivalric themes, from Ariosto's Orlando Furioso to Cervantes' Don Quixote, the latter simultaneously celebrating and critiquing chivalric idealism. The 19th century witnessed a significant revival of interest in medieval knighthood through the Romantic movement and Gothic revival, which reinterpreted chivalry to address contemporary concerns about industrialization and changing social values. This Victorian reimagining of chivalry influenced everything from literature and art to educational philosophies and political rhetoric. Modern concepts of the gentleman, military honor codes, and even certain sporting ethics reflect the enduring influence of chivalric ideals. The notion that those with power have special obligations to exercise it responsibly and protect the vulnerable derives partly from chivalric concepts. The cultural association between masculinity and protective capacity similarly draws on medieval precedents. Even popular culture continues to recycle and reinvent chivalric narratives through film, television, and gaming, demonstrating the resilience of these medieval concepts. The history of knighthood and chivalry thus reveals not just a military institution or social class, but a complex cultural system that evolved continuously in response to changing conditions. From practical warrior code to elaborate ethical ideal, from actual combat role to symbolic status marker, knighthood demonstrated remarkable adaptability across centuries. The tensions inherent in chivalry, between violence and restraint, individualism and loyalty, worldly ambition and spiritual values, reflected broader contradictions within medieval society itself. These unresolved tensions helped make chivalry a fertile cultural concept capable of generating new interpretations and applications long after the armored knight had disappeared from European battlefields. The Black Death ranks among the most devastating pandemics in human history, a catastrophic outbreak of disease that swept through Europe between 1347 and 1351, killing an estimated 30 to 60% of the population. This demographic collapse triggered profound transformations in medieval society, economy, religion, and culture. The plague's impact extended far beyond its immediate mortality, reshaping fundamental aspects of European civilization and accelerating changes that would help bring the medieval period to a close. The disease originated in Central Asia, where plague bacteria Yersinia pestis circulated among wild rodent populations. Increased trade along the Silk Road and other Eurasian networks created pathways for the disease to spread westward. By 1346, plague had reached the Black Sea region, where Italian merchant vessels inadvertently transported infected rats and fleas to Mediterranean ports. The first documented European outbreak occurred in Sicily in October 1347. When Genoese ships arrived carrying sailors already sick with the disease. From these initial footholds, plague spread rapidly along maritime and overland trade routes, reaching most of Europe within 3 years. Contemporary accounts describe a disease of terrifying speed and virulence. The most common form, bubonic plague, manifested through painful swellings, buboes in the lymph nodes, particularly in the neck, armpit, and groin regions. These buboes could grow as large as apples, turning black or purple, likely contributing to the name Black Death, though this term actually emerged later. Victims typically suffered high fever, vomiting, delirium, and often died within 7 days of symptom onset. The pneumonic form, which infected the lungs, proved even deadlier, killing victims within 1-3 days and spreading directly from person to person through respiratory droplets. Medieval communities faced this catastrophe without understanding its true nature or transmission methods. The prevailing medical theory attributed disease to imbalances in the 4 bodily humors or to corrupted air miasma. Some physicians correctly observed the disease's contagious nature, but lacked knowledge of bacteria, fleas, or modern epidemiological concepts. Public health responses included quarantine measures for ships and travelers, the establishment of pest houses for the infected, and prohibitions on public gatherings. While some of these measures inadvertently reduced transmission, they proved insufficient to contain the rapidly spreading disease. The mortality rate varied significantly by region and community type, but few areas escaped completely. Urban centers typically suffered higher death rates due to population density and poorer sanitation. Florence lost approximately 60% of its population, while some villages in England disappeared entirely as survivors fled or succumbed. The clergy experienced particularly high mortality rates, estimated between 40 to 70% in some dioceses, as their duty to administer last rites to the dying placed them at high risk of infection. Overall, Europe's population declined from an estimated 80 million before the plague to roughly 50 million by 1400, a demographic catastrophe without precedent in recorded European history. For survivors, the immediate experience of the plague combined terror, grief, and profound social disruption. Daily life halted as markets closed, fields lay untended, and normal social functions broke down. Giovanni Boccaccio's Decameron, written shortly after the plague struck Florence, describes how this tribulation had instilled such terror into the hearts of men and women that brother abandoned brother, uncle nephew, sister brother, and often wife husband. Nay, what is more extraordinary and almost incredible, fathers and mothers refused to visit or tend their very children. While some communities rallied together, others fractured under the pressure, with the breakdown of normal burial practices particularly traumatic as bodies accumulated faster than they could be properly interred. Medieval people struggled to comprehend why God would permit such devastation. Religious interpretations generally viewed the plague as divine punishment for human sin, leading to increased religious fervor expressed through public penances, donations to churches, and pilgrimages. The flagellant movement represented an extreme manifestation of this impulse, with groups traveling from town to town, publicly whipping themselves to atone for humanity's sins and appease divine wrath. Church authorities eventually condemned these unsanctioned displays, concerned about their challenge to ecclesiastical authority and sometimes violent anti-Semitism. Indeed, the plague triggered some of the worst persecution of minorities in medieval Europe. Jewish communities in particular faced horrific violence, as rumors spread accusing them of poisoning wells or otherwise causing the disease. Between 1348 and 1351, hundreds of Jewish communities were destroyed, with massacres occurring in cities across Germany, France, Spain, and other regions despite papal bulls condemning such violence and scientific impossibility of the accusations. These persecutions reflected pre-existing anti-Semitism, apocalyptic fears, and the human tendency to seek scapegoats during times of inexplicable disaster. The economic consequences of the Black Death proved far-reaching and complex. The immediate impact was severe disruption. Trade networks collapsed, agricultural production plummeted, and many specialized industries temporarily ceased functioning. Prices for food and basic goods initially spiked due to hoarding and supply chain disruptions. However, as the immediate crisis passed, the drastically reduced population created significant economic opportunities for survivors due to the sudden abundance of land and shortage of labor. For peasants and urban workers who survived, the labor shortage strengthened their bargaining position considerably. Wages rose dramatically, doubling or even tripling in some regions despite legislative attempts to cap them at pre-plague levels. Many serfs found themselves able to negotiate better terms with landlords desperate for agricultural workers, accelerating the decline of serfdom that had already begun in parts of Western Europe. Peasants increasingly commuted labor services to cash payments, gained greater freedom of movement, and accessed land that would have been unavailable to them before the population collapse. Landowners and nobles initially resisted these changes, persuading governments to enact labor legislation like England's Statute of Labourers 1351, which attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility. These efforts largely failed in practice, as labourers could simply move to areas offering better conditions. Some landlords adapted by converting labour-intensive grain fields to sheep pasture, requiring fewer workers while producing valuable wool for the textile industry. Others leased their lands for cash rents rather than managing them directly. These adjustments gradually transformed agricultural organisation throughout Europe. The plague also significantly impacted patterns of consumption and production. With fewer people possessing greater per capita wealth, demand shifted toward higher quality goods and luxuries among those who survived. Industries producing fine textiles, metalwork, and other specialty items recovered relatively quickly. The urban cloth industry, particularly in Flanders and northern Italy, underwent technological innovations to address labor shortages. Construction initially collapsed but then rebounded to produce the ornate, late Gothic churches and civic buildings that still distinguish many European cities. The demographic disaster affected different social groups in varying ways. The aristocracy generally maintained their land holdings but faced declining revenues as they paid higher wages and accepted lower rents. Some noble families died out entirely due to plague mortality, leading to inheritance disputes and property consolidation. The urban patriciate, wealthy merchants and civic leaders, often increased their power as city governments had to fill positions left vacant by plague victims. Artisans with specialized skills could command premium wages, while many women temporarily gained access to trades and occupations normally restricted to men due to the labor shortage. Religious institutions experienced significant disruption beyond clergy mortality. Many monasteries lost so many members that they struggled to maintain their daily routines and economic activities. Donations for prayers and masses for the dead enriched some religious establishments, while others suffered from reduced income from their agricultural estates. The need to rapidly replace deceased priests led to the ordination of younger, less educated clergy, potentially reducing the overall quality of pastoral care. These challenges contributed to growing criticism of the Church in the late 14th and 15th centuries. Intellectual and cultural responses to the plague reflected attempts to comprehend its meaning and incorporate the traumatic experience into existing worldviews. Medical treatises sought to explain the disease through miasma theory or astrological influences. Religious texts emphasized preparation for death and proper spiritual attitudes towards suffering. The memento mori, you'll remember that you will die, theme became increasingly prominent in art and literature, with images of death personified as a skeleton or decomposing corpse, reminding viewers of mortality's inevitability. The dance of death, or danza macabra, emerged as a distinctive artistic genre, depicting death leading people from all social classes, pope, emperor, peasant, child, in a dance to the grave, emphasizing death's universality and the ultimate equality of all humans, despite worldly status. Similar themes appeared in morality plays and poetry. These works didn't merely express morbid fascination, but helped communities process collective trauma and reflect on proper priorities in life given its fragility. Psychological effects, though difficult to quantify, likely included widespread trauma, survivors' guilt, and shifts in religious sentiment. Some contemporary accounts describe increased hedonism, eating, drinking, and sexual license, as people faced uncertain futures. Others note intensified religious devotion through increased donations, church attendance, and the foundation of new charitable institutions. Both responses probably occurred simultaneously in different individuals and communities, reflecting diverse coping mechanisms for processing catastrophic loss. Over the longer term, the plague may have contributed to cultural shifts that anticipated Renaissance and early modern attitudes. The scarcity of skilled individuals meant that talent became more valuable and potentially more independent of traditional institutions. Some historians have suggested that the increased value of human capital contributed to greater emphasis on individual achievement. The reminder of life's brevity may have encouraged more immediate pursuit of worldly accomplishments, rather than exclusive focus on the afterlife, though this remains debated among scholars. The plague's political impact varied by region but generally accelerated existing trends towards state centralization. The immediate chaos sometimes strengthened rulers who could maintain order, while the longer-term fiscal changes from the demographic collapse forced innovations in governance and taxation. England and France, engaged in the 100 Years' War, developed more sophisticated administrative systems, partly in response to post-plague fiscal challenges. In the Holy Roman Empire, the plague contributed to political fragmentation as local authorities took stronger independent action during the crisis. Religious authority faced new challenges following the plague. The Church's inability to prevent or explain the catastrophe satisfactorily led some to question aspects of ecclesiastical teaching. The strain on church institutions from personnel losses and financial pressures reduced their effectiveness temporarily. The plague period witnessed growth in lay spiritual movements, emphasizing direct personal relationship with God, such as the Devotio Moderno in the Low Countries, which focused on practical piety and influenced later reformers. The medical profession emerged from the plague with mixed results. Physicians' evident helplessness against the disease damaged their credibility initially. However, the crisis ultimately stimulated greater interest in public health measures. Italian cities developed some of the first systematic quarantine systems, establishing isolation periods for travelers and ships from infected areas. Municipal governments took greater responsibility for sanitation and health regulations. These institutional responses, while based on flawed understanding of disease, nevertheless established important precedents for public health systems. Subsequent outbreaks of plague continued to affect Europe for centuries, though never again with the same intensity as the Black Death. Major epidemics recurred in 1361 to 62, 1369, 1374 to 75, 1390, and 1400, with additional outbreaks in each century through the 17th. These later plagues, sometimes called pestis secunda and pestis tertia, maintained demographic pressure and reinforced the cultural and economic changes initiated by the first wave. The cumulative effect kept European population below its pre-1347 level until the 16th century in most regions. Recent historical and scientific research has modified some traditional understandings of the Black Death. DNA analysis of skeletal remains from plague cemeteries has confirmed Yersinia pestis as the pathogen responsible, ending earlier debates about the disease's identity. Archaeological evidence has provided new insights into burial practices and community responses. Economic historians have developed more nuanced views of the plague's role in ending serfdom, seeing it as accelerating rather than causing this transition. Cultural historians have identified greater continuity in artistic and literary themes across the plague divide than previously recognized. The Black Death stands as a pivotal moment in European history, dramatically demonstrating human vulnerability to disease while revealing the resilience of social institutions and cultural frameworks in adapting to catastrophic change. Rather than simply destroying medieval civilization, the plague transformed it, accelerating some pre-existing trends while redirecting others. The resulting social mobility, economic reorganization, and cultural responses helped shape the late medieval world and influence developments that would characterize the transition to early modern Europe. Perhaps most significantly, the plague experience left an enduring imprint on European collective memory and cultural attitudes toward mortality, suffering, and social solidarity during crisis. The ways communities either fragmented or cohered under extreme pressure revealed both the fragility and strength of social bonds. The spiritual and philosophical questions raised by such vast, seemingly random mortality forced reconsideration of humanity's relationship with the divine and with nature. These profound reflections emerging from Europe's darkest hours contributed to cultural and intellectual developments that would help define subsequent centuries. Tonight on Digging into History, we explore the brutal beginnings of human conflict. Long before missiles and machine guns, our ancestors fought with stones and bronze, marking the first chapters in our long relationship with warfare. The story of combat begins not with armies, but with small bands of hunters. Picture a scene from 30,000 years ago. A group of early humans crouch in tall grass, gripping sharpened sticks and crude stone weapons. They are not hunting animals, but preparing to raid a neighboring clan. This is warfare in its most primal form, motivated by territory, resources, and survival. Archaeological evidence tells us these early conflicts were small-scale but deadly. At sites like Jebel Sahaba in Sudan, archaeologists discovered a cemetery dating back 12,000 years with many skeletons showing clear signs of violent death. Stone projectiles embedded in bones and skulls crushed by blunt weapons. These findings paint a picture of regular organized violence long before written history began. As humans settled into agricultural communities around 10,000 years ago, the nature of conflict evolved. Now there were permanent settlements to attack and defend. The first walls appeared not as decorative boundaries but as protection against human threats. At Jericho, one of the oldest continually inhabited cities in the world, massive stone walls and a tower were constructed around 8000 BCE. These were not simple barriers, but sophisticated defences protecting stored food and water sources from rival groups. The weapons themselves tell a fascinating story of human ingenuity. Early stone tools were adapted for combat. Hand axes became weapons, and specialised hunting tools like spear throwers gave fighters greater range and power. The atlatl, a tool that effectively extended the human arms to throw spears with devastating force, could pierce animal hide and primitive armour alike. But the true revolution in early warfare came with the discovery of metalworking. The Bronze Age, beginning around 3300 BCE in the Near East, changed everything. For the first time, humans could create weapons designed specifically for fighting other humans. The bronze dagger, and later the sword, had no purpose other than combat. These weapons required specialized knowledge to create, leading to the first professional weapon makers and, by extension, warriors who dedicated their lives to fighting. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, we find the first evidence of organized military units. Clay tablets from ancient Sumer describe soldiers using standardized equipment, spears, leather shields covered with metal, and bronze helmets. The Standard of Ur, a Sumerian artifact from around 2600 BCE, depicts rows of infantry in formation, suggesting a level of military discipline and organization. The introduction of bronze also created new social divides. Bronze weapons were expensive and required access to tin and copper, often sourced from distant lands. Those who controlled these trade routes could arm their followers, creating the first warrior elites. In graves across Europe and Asia, archaeologists find bronze weapons buried with individuals of apparent high status, suggesting that military power and social rank were becoming intertwined. Egypt provides some of our clearest images of early organized warfare. Temple walls show pharaohs leading troops into battle, armed with bronze weapons and protected by shields. The Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BCE, fought between the Egyptians under Ramesses II and the Hittite Empire, is the earliest battle for which we have detailed tactical information. Both sides fielded thousands of men in coordinated units, showing how far warfare had evolved from small tribal raids. The evolution of weapons drove changes in protective gear. The earliest armor was likely made from thick animal hides, but by the Bronze Age, warriors wore metal-reinforced leather armor and bronze helmets. These early arms races, better weapons leading to better armor, leading to even better weapons, would become a constant feature of military history. Siege warfare emerged as settlements grew more substantial and better defended. Early armies developed techniques to overcome walls, from simple ladders to more complex battering rams. The defenders responded with innovations of their own: murder holes for dropping stones or hot oil on attackers, moats to keep enemies at a distance, and angled walls that were harder to climb or undermine. Beyond the physical evidence, we can glimpse the psychological aspects of early warfare through surviving artwork and burial practices. War trumpets made from animal horns appear in many early civilizations, used not just for signaling, but to intimidate enemies with their fearsome sound. Warriors painted their bodies or wore frightening masks into battle. The psychological element of combat was understood even then. Fear could defeat an enemy before the first blow was struck. The brutality of these early conflicts should not be understated. Without modern medical care, even minor wounds could be fatal through infection. Captured enemies often faced execution or sacrifice, as evidenced by mass graves discovered at sites of ancient battles. Yet there were also rules and rituals surrounding combat. Some societies practiced formal declarations of war or had specific seasons for raiding. With the development of writing came the first military manuals and battle accounts. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of humanity's oldest written stories, contains descriptions of combat and sieges that help us understand how ancient people viewed warfare. In China, early bronze inscriptions commemorate military victories and describe battlefield tactics. By the late Bronze Age, around 1200 BCE, some Mediterranean and Near Eastern societies had developed sophisticated military organizations capable of fielding thousands of troops. The Mycenaean Greeks built massive fortifications at sites like Tiryns and Mycenae, with walls so impressive they were later believed to have been built by Cyclopes. These societies lived in a state of military readiness, with economies geared toward supporting warrior elites. The collapse of many Bronze Age civilizations around 1200 to 1150 BCE provides a sobering reminder of warfare's destructive potential. Cities across the eastern Mediterranean were destroyed in this period, possibly by invading sea peoples mentioned in Egyptian records. The exact causes remain debated, but military violence clearly played a role in this regional collapse that set back civilization for centuries. As the Bronze Age gave way to the Iron Age, weapons became cheaper and more effective. Iron was more abundant than the components of bronze, allowing larger armies to be equipped. The democratization of metal weapons changed the social dynamics of warfare, setting the stage for new types of military organization. Throughout this earliest period of combat history, we see patterns that would repeat throughout human experience with war. Technological innovations drove tactical changes. Economic factors determined who could fight and how. Fortifications and siegecraft evolved in response to each other, and through it all, the human cost remained devastatingly high. The stones and bronze weapons of our ancestors may seem primitive compared to modern arsenals, but they represent humanity's first steps down a path of organized violence that continues to this day. These earliest conflicts established patterns of attack and defense, of technological competition and psychological warfare that would echo through all subsequent military history. The legacy of this dawn of combat period extends beyond weapons and tactics. It marked the beginning of specialized warrior classes, of societies organized for war, and of cultural attitudes toward violence that continue to influence us. The first walls built around ancient settlements cast long shadows indeed, reaching all the way to the fortified borders and military installations of our modern world. As night fell on ancient battlefields, warriors might look up at the same stars we see today, nursing wounds, mourning fallen comrades, or celebrating victories. Though separated by thousands of years and vast technological change, their fundamental experience of combat misset the fear, the courage, the camaraderie, and the horror remains recognizable to us. In studying these earliest conflicts, we study not just ancient history, but something fundamental about ourselves. The sound of thundering hooves and creaking wooden wheels tears across the plain as a line of war chariots charges toward the enemy ranks. Dust clouds rise behind them like storm fronts, and the morning sun glints off bronze-tipped spears. This revolutionary military technology would transform warfare and help build the first great empires of the ancient world. The chariot emerged around 2000 BCE in the steppes of Eastern Europe and Central Asia, where horse domestication had been perfected. It represented a perfect storm of innovation, the bringing together of domesticated horses, sophisticated woodworking, bronzeworking, and leather crafting into a single devastating weapon system. The earliest chariots were light, two-wheeled vehicles pulled by a pair of horses and carrying two men, a driver and a warrior, armed with javelins or a bow. What made the chariot so revolutionary was speed and mobility. For the first time in history, warriors could move rapidly across the battlefield, strike, and withdraw before their enemies could respond. The psychological impact cannot be overstated. Imagine facing these speeding vehicles for the first time, with no prior concept of such technology. The noise, dust, and terrifying momentum would have been overwhelming. The spread of chariot technology across the ancient world was remarkably swift. From its origins in the Eurasian steppes, chariot warfare quickly reached Mesopotamia, Anatolia, Egypt, India, and China. Each civilization adapted the basic design to suit their needs, but the fundamental concept remained the same: immobile weapons platform that could outmaneuver infantry. In Egypt, the chariot became closely associated with pharaonic power. Wall paintings and carvings show pharaohs in their chariots, towering over enemies and raining arrows down upon them. Tutankhamun's tomb contained 6 dismantled chariots, testifying to their importance in royal ideology. The Egyptian design favored a light, fast vehicle that could carry an archer and his driver. Egyptian bowmen would circle enemy formations, shooting volleys of arrows while staying out of range of return fire. The Hittites of Anatolia emerged as early masters of chariot warfare. Their empire, covering much of what is now Turkey and Syria, deployed chariots as shock weapons, using heavier designs that could carry 3 men, a driver, a shield-bearer, and a spearman. The Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BCE, between the Egyptians under Ramesses II and the Hittites under Muwatalli II, featured thousands of chariots on both sides, making it perhaps the largest chariot battle in history. Mesopotamian kingdoms adopted their own approach to chariot warfare. Assyrian palace reliefs show chariots that evolved to become heavier over time, with crews of 3 or 4 men. These chariots functioned as mobile firing platforms, with multiple archers protected by shield-bearers. The Assyrians would eventually forge the first true empire in the region, using their chariot forces as the spearhead of a formidable military machine. Far to the east, Chinese states developed chariot warfare to a high degree. By the time of the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1046 BCE, Chinese armies deployed chariots as command vehicles and as platforms for noble warriors. Archaeological evidence from Shang chariot burials shows remarkably sophisticated vehicles with finely crafted bronze fittings. During the later Zhou dynasty, chariot battles became highly formalized, with elaborate rituals and codes of honor governing engagements between aristocratic warriors. The maintenance of chariot forces required complex economic and social systems. Chariots were expensive to build, requiring skilled craftsmen to create the wheels, chassis, and metal fittings. The horses needed breeding, training, and feeding year-round. Drivers and warriors required constant practice to maintain their skills. Only economically advanced societies with agricultural surpluses could support such specialized military forces. As chariots transformed warfare, they also transformed the societies that deployed them. A new military elite emerged, the chariot warriors. In many ancient societies, these warriors formed a distinct social class, with special privileges and status. This military aristocracy often became the ruling class, as physical control of territory through military power translated into political authority. The logistics of chariot warfare drove the creation of increasingly centralized states. Breeding programs for horses, the maintenance of specialized craftsmen, the construction of roads suitable for wheeled vehicles, and the creation of supply depots all required administrative systems more complex than earlier societies had needed. The chariot thus contributed not just to battlefield success, but to the very structure of early empires. The chariot also drove advances in metallurgy and leatherworking. Bronze bits, linchpins, axle caps, and weapons all needed to be precisely crafted and durable. Leather harnesses and straps had to withstand tremendous forces without breaking. These technological demands spurred innovation that spread to other areas of society, from agriculture to construction. Despite their battlefield dominance, chariots had significant limitations. They required relatively flat, open terrain to be effective. Forests, marshes, rocky ground, or steep hills could render them useless, or even dangerous to their crews. They were vulnerable to well-disciplined infantry, who could target the horses or the wheels, and they were expensive to maintain, limiting the number that could be fielded. These limitations would eventually contribute to the decline of chariot warfare. Around 1200 BCE, a wave of disruption swept across the eastern Mediterranean and Near East. The Hittite Empire collapsed, Egyptian power contracted, and many cities were destroyed. Among the factors in this Bronze Age collapse was the emergence of new military threats, including infantry, armed with iron weapons, and horse-riding nomads, who didn't need expensive chariots to achieve battlefield mobility. The aftermath of this collapse saw the rise of new powers. In Mesopotamia, the Neo-Assyrian Empire emerged as the first true superpower of the ancient world, controlling territory from the Persian Gulf to Egypt. While they still used chariots, the Assyrians increasingly relied on disciplined infantry formations and siege warfare to expand their empire. Their military success was built on organizational skills as much as technology. They maintained standing armies, developed sophisticated logistics, and conducted regular training. The Assyrians pioneered psychological warfare on an imperial scale. Their policy of extreme brutality toward resisting enemies was deliberately publicized through palace reliefs showing impaled prisoners, flayed rebels, and cities razed to the ground. This terror campaign served a practical purpose. Many cities surrendered without fighting, rather than face such treatment. The Assyrian military state represents one of the first examples of systematized violence as an instrument of imperial policy. In Egypt, the New Kingdom period saw pharaohs like Thutmose III and Ramesses II lead campaigns deep into the Levant, creating Egypt's greatest territorial extent. These campaigns relied on a combined arms approach: chariots for mobility and shock, infantry for holding territory, and naval forces for coastal operations and supply. The Egyptians developed sophisticated military organization, with divisions named after their principal deities and professional officer corps. On the Iranian plateau, a different model of empire emerged with the rise of the Medes and then the Persians. While they used chariots, the Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great and his successors emphasized cavalry riders on horseback, who combined the mobility of chariots with greater flexibility in varied terrain. The Persian model of imperial rule was also distinctive, allowing considerable local autonomy while maintaining central control through governors, satraps, and the famous network of royal roads. The economic foundations of these empires were critical to their military success. Control of trade routes brought wealth that could be channeled into military spending. Agricultural innovations increased food production, supporting larger populations and armies. Irrigation systems, centralized storage, and improved transportation networks all contributed to imperial power by allowing resources to be efficiently collected and distributed. By 1000 BCE, many ancient armies had developed specialized units and divisions of labor. Some soldiers were archers, others were spearmen or swordsmen, and others operated siege engines. This specialization increased military effectiveness, but required greater coordination and command structures. The officer class became more professionalized, with formal training and career paths. Written records from this period reveal the first military theorists and strategists. The oldest known military treatise, the art of war attributed to Sun Tzu, emerged from the warring states period of ancient China around the 5th century BCE. While later than the peak of chariot warfare, it codified military wisdom accumulated over centuries of conflict. Similar strategic thinking developed in other civilizations, though not always preserved in written form. The ancient empires also developed sophisticated intelligence networks. The Assyrians maintained a system of messengers who carried reports from provincial governors and military commanders to the king. The Persian eyes and ears of the king were officials who traveled the empire, reporting directly to the monarch on conditions and potential threats. These early intelligence systems helped emperors maintain control over vast territories. Religious and cultural factors shaped ancient warfare as well. Many civilizations believed their gods directly participated in battle. Egyptian pharaohs claimed to be divine themselves, leading their armies with the power of the gods behind them. Mesopotamian kings sought divine approval through divination before campaigns. Victories were attributed to divine favor, defeats to divine displeasure. These beliefs reinforced royal authority and motivated soldiers who believed they fought with supernatural backing. The human cost of imperial expansion was enormous. Ancient accounts speak of entire populations massacred or enslaved after conquest. Archaeological evidence confirms widespread destruction at many sites. Those who survived conquest often faced harsh taxation, forced labor, or conscription into their conquerors' armies. The magnificent monuments and palaces of ancient empires were built on the backs of subjected peoples. Yet these empires also created stability and connection across vast regions. The Persian royal road stretched over 1,600 miles, facilitating trade and communication. Egyptian control of Nubia and the Levant created trade networks linking diverse cultures. The Assyrian practice of deporting conquered populations, while brutal, created multicultural societies where ideas and technologies could spread. This interconnectedness would become a defining feature of later empires. As the first millennium BCE progressed, new military innovations would again transform warfare. Iron weapons, which had begun to appear around the time of the Bronze Age collapse, became increasingly common. Cheaper and stronger than bronze, iron democratized warfare by allowing larger armies to be equipped with metal weapons. The cavalry, which had supplemented chariots, began to replace them on many battlefields. But perhaps the most significant military innovation was not technological but organizational. In Greece, a new form of warfare was emerging based on heavily armored infantry, fighting in tight formation, the phalanx. This development would shift the center of military power westward and open a new chapter in the history of warfare, one where discipline and formation would prove more decisive than chariot charges and imperial might. Greek warfare represents one of the most significant transformations in military history. While earlier civilizations relied on chariot-riding elites or mass levies of poorly equipped conscripts, the Greeks developed a revolutionary military system based on heavily armored citizen soldiers fighting in tight formation. This innovation would reshape not only how wars were fought, but also the political and social structures of the ancient Mediterranean world. The core of this military revolution was the hoplite mitre, a heavily armored infantryman, named after his large round shield, the hoplon. The typical hoplite carried a shield about 3 feet in diameter, made of wood with a bronze facing, wore a bronze helmet that covered most of the face, and protected his torso with a bronze breastplate or linen corselet, stiffened with bronze scales. His primary weapon was a spear around 8 feet long, though he also carried a short sword for close combat if his spear broke. This equipment represented a significant investment, meaning that hoplites came from the middle and upper classes of Greek society, men who could afford their own armor. This connection between military service and social status would prove crucial for the development of Greek political systems, particularly democracy in Athens. Those who defended the city claimed the right to govern it. The true innovation of Greek warfare, however, was not the equipment but how these soldiers fought together. The hoplites arranged themselves in a tight formation called the phalanx, typically 8 ranks deep, with shields overlapping and spears pointing forward. The front ranks would present a wall of spear points to the enemy, while the rear ranks would press forward, adding weight and momentum to the formation. This style of fighting first developed in the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, replacing earlier, more loosely organized combat where individual warriors sought personal glory. The phalanx emphasized collective discipline over individual heroism. In Homer's Iliad, we see warriors like Achilles seeking personal fame through single combat. In classical Greek warfare, such behavior would have been seen as disruptive and dangerous. The psychology of phalanx warfare was intense. Soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder with their neighbors in the formation, creating powerful bonds of trust and mutual reliance. Each man depended on those beside him to hold their position and maintain the integrity of the line. To flee meant not only personal disgrace but endangering one's friends and neighbors. This social pressure helped maintain unit cohesion, even under extreme stress. The decisive moment in a hoplite battle was the clash of opposing phalanxes called the othismos, or pushing. When the two lines met, it became a test of collective nerve and physical strength. The side that broke formation first would almost invariably lose, as a broken phalanx was vulnerable to pursuit and slaughter. Casualties in Greek battles were often relatively light until one side broke and fled, at which point the real killing began. Greek city-states built their military systems around citizen militias rather than professional armies. During the fighting season, typically summer when agricultural work permitted, citizens would be called up for campaigns bringing their own equipment. Training varied widely, Sparta being the exception with its full-time military training from childhood. Most hoplites received only basic training in formation movements, relying on the inherent simplicity of phalanx tactics. The Battle of Marathon in 490 BCE showcases the effectiveness of the Greek phalanx. Outnumbered at least 2-1 by the Persian force, the Athenian hoplites and their allies from Plataea charged across the plain at the Persian army. Despite Persian numerical superiority and their reputation as the dominant military power of the era, the Greek phalanx broke through the lighter-armed Persian infantry. The Persians suffered around 6,400 casualties, while the Greeks lost only 192 men, according to Herodotus. While these numbers may be exaggerated, the decisive nature of the victory is undisputed. The Greek victory at Marathon demonstrated a central truth about phalanx warfare. Well-armored, disciplined infantry in close formation held a significant advantage over more loosely organized troops, even when outnumbered. This lesson would be reinforced 10 years later during Xerxes' invasion of Greece, particularly at the Battle of Thermopylae, where a small force of Greeks, including the famous 300 Spartans, held off a vastly larger Persian army in a narrow pass where numbers counted for less than formation discipline and individual equipment. Sparta represents the most extreme development of the Greek military system. Spartan society was organized entirely around creating elite soldiers. Male Spartans were separated from their families at age 7 and placed in military training camps. They lived in barracks until age 30, even after marriage. Their entire education focused on creating disciplined warriors who would never break formation or surrender. This system produced what many considered the finest infantry of the ancient world. The Spartan military machine found its greatest test in the Peloponnesian War, 431-404 BCE, the massive conflict between Athens and Sparta for hegemony over Greece. This war demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of hoplite warfare. On land, Spartan hoplites proved virtually unbeatable in pitched battle. But Athens, with its naval power, could avoid such confrontations while raiding Spartan territory from the sea. The conflict evolved beyond traditional hoplite battles into a more complex struggle involving sieges, naval battles, and economic warfare. The Peloponnesian War also saw important tactical innovations. Light infantry and peltasts, troops with lighter armor and javelins, became increasingly important, as they could skirmish and harass the heavy phalanx. The Battle of Sphacteria in 425 BCE saw Athenian light troops defeat isolated Spartan hoplites by maintaining distance and peppering them with javelins. This demonstrated that the phalanx, while powerful, had weaknesses against more mobile forces in challenging terrain. As the 4th century BCE progressed, Greek warfare continued to evolve. The Theban general Epaminondas introduced important innovations at the Battle of Leuctra in 371 BCE, defeating the previously invincible Spartans. Rather than deploying his phalanx at uniform depth, he massed his best troops on his left wing at an unprecedented depth of 50 ranks. This concentration of force smashed through the Spartan right wing where their best troops were traditionally stationed. This oblique approach demonstrated how tactical innovation could overcome even the most disciplined enemy. While hoplite warfare emerged from the specific social and geographic conditions of Greece, the principles of disciplined infantry fighting in close formation proved adaptable and successful beyond the Greek world. Various peoples of Italy, including the Romans, adopted modified versions of the phalanx. The Etruscans and peoples of Magna Graecia, Greek colonies in southern Italy, directly imported Greek military methods. The cultural impact of hoplite warfare extended far beyond military affairs. The experience of fighting shoulder to shoulder in the phalanx reinforced political ideals of equality among citizens. In Athens, the connection between military service and political rights became explicit. Those who fought for the city had a claim to participate in its governance. The physical experience of the phalanx, where each citizen relied on his neighbors and all depended on maintaining an unbroken line, translated into political conceptions of citizenship as mutual responsibility. Greek military values permeated their art, literature, and philosophy. Vase paintings celebrated hoplite warriors, funeral monuments honored those who fell in battle. Plato's dialogues frequently use military metaphors, and his ideal city in the Republic draws heavily on Spartan military organization. Even Aristotle's Ethics, with its emphasis on courage as a virtue found in the mean between rashness and cowardice, reflects the values needed in a hoplite soldier. The phalanx system had significant limitations. It required relatively flat, open ground to maintain formation. Rough terrain could disrupt the tight order on which its effectiveness depended. It lacked mobility and flexibility compared to lighter troops or cavalry, and it required significant social investment to create a class of citizens wealthy enough to provide their own equipment and available for military campaigns. These limitations became increasingly apparent during the 4th century BCE. Facing enemies like the tribal peoples of Thrace or the mountain kingdoms of Macedonia, Greek armies struggled when battle couldn't be fought on their preferred terms. This led to greater emphasis on combined arms integrating light infantry, slingers, archers, and cavalry with the traditional phalanx corps. Philip II of Macedon studied these weaknesses carefully. Having spent time in Thebes, he observed Greek military methods firsthand. When he returned to Macedonia and took power, he implemented a comprehensive military reform that would transform ancient warfare once again. Philip retained the phalanx but modified it, equipping his soldiers with the sarissa mise, a spear up to 18 feet long, more than twice the length of the traditional Greek spear. This allowed more spear points to project from the front of the formation. More importantly, Philip created a truly combined arms force. His phalanx formed the center and holding element of his army, but he developed elite cavalry units, including the companion cavalry, led by Philip himself and later by his son Alexander. He integrated light infantry, archers, and slingers into a coordinated system, and crucially, he maintained a standing professional army rather than relying on seasonal citizen soldiers. The Battle of Cheroena in 338 BCE marked the end of traditional Greek military dominance. Philip's Macedonian army defeated a combined force of Athenians, Thebans, and other Greeks. The victory demonstrated that the Macedonian military system had superseded the traditional phalanx. Philip's son Alexander would use this military machine to conquer the Persian Empire and spread Greek influence across the known world. Alexander's campaigns, 334 or 323 BCE, demonstrated the full potential of the evolved phalanx as part of a combined arms approach. His infantry held the center of his battle line, pinning enemy forces in place, while his cavalry delivered decisive strikes against the flanks or rear. This flexible system proved effective against a wide range of opponents, from Greek-style phalanxes to the cavalry-heavy forces of Central Asia. The Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged after Alexander's death continued to use versions of his military system. The Seleucids, Ptolemies, and Antigonids maintained armies centered on the phalanx, but integrated with other arms. These armies fought epic battles against each other, like Raphia 217 BCE and Magnesia 190 BCE, involving tens of thousands of troops on each side. The scale of warfare had grown far beyond the relatively small battles of classical Greece. While the phalanx continued as the core of Hellenistic armies, it would face a new challenger from the west. The Roman legion, with its more flexible manipular formation and distinctive equipment, would prove better adapted to varied terrain and tactical situations. The clash between these systems, phalanx versus legion, would determine the military future of the Mediterranean world. The legacy of Greek warfare extends far beyond its immediate historical context. The ideal of the citizen soldier, fighting to defend his own community rather than serving a king or emperor, would resurface throughout Western history. From the Roman Republic to the American Revolution, the connection between military service and citizenship rights that developed in Greece would influence political thought. The emphasis on discipline, formation integrity, and collective action over individual heroics established principles that remain relevant in modern military doctrine. The Greek discovery that ordinary citizens, properly equipped and organized, could defeat larger forces of subjects or mercenaries fighting for a distant ruler represented a genuine revolution in military affairs, one whose effects continue to this day. Roman military dominance represents one of history's most remarkable achievements. From humble beginnings as a small city-state on the Tiber River, Rome grew to control the entire Mediterranean basin and much of Europe through military excellence. The key to this success was the legion, a military unit that combined tactical flexibility, standardized training, and remarkable discipline into a fighting force that would shape warfare for centuries. Roman military development followed a deliberate process of learning and adaptation. Early Roman armies resembled Greek phalanxes, with wealthier citizens forming the front ranks. However, wars against mountain tribes like the Samnites in the rugged terrain of central Italy exposed the limitations of the rigid phalanx formation. In response, Romans developed the manipular system around the 4th century BCE, a more flexible arrangement where soldiers fought in smaller, more maneuverable units called maniples that could operate semi-independently. The basic unit of the legion became the maniple of 120 men, organized into 3 lines based on experience rather than wealth. The youngest soldiers, hastiadi, formed the front line, followed by more experienced men, principes, with veterans triarii in reserve. Gaps between maniples allowed fresh troops to move forward and tired or wounded soldiers to retreat. This checkerboard formation provided both flexibility and depth, adapting to varied terrain while maintaining overall cohesion. The standard Roman legionary was equipped with a large rectangular shield, scutum, a sword gladius, and 2 javelins pila. The scutum, curved to protect the body, created an excellent defensive wall when soldiers stood together. The pila were designed to bend upon impact, preventing enemies from throwing them back. The gladius was a short stabbing sword, ideal for close combat within formation. This standardized equipment reflected Rome's growing industrial capacity and logistical sophistication. Training transformed ordinary men into legionaries. Romans pioneered systematic military training, including weapons drills, formation movements, marching practice, and mock battles. New recruits spent months mastering basic skills before joining veterans in the field. This training emphasized discipline above all, following orders instantly, maintaining formation under pressure, and working as a coordinated unit rather than as individuals. Physical conditioning was equally important, with regular marching under full pack, 60-80 pounds of equipment building the stamina needed for campaigns. Roman military engineering became another decisive advantage. Legions on the march built fortified camps each night, a practice no other ancient army matched consistently. These temporary fortifications, built to standardized plans, protected resting troops, and created a secure base for operations. This engineering prowess extended to permanent structures as well. The extensive network of Roman roads, originally built for military movement, allowed rapid deployment of troops throughout the empire. The legion's greatest strength was its adaptability. While Greek phalanxes excelled in set-piece battles on open ground, Roman legions could fight effectively in various terrains and tactical situations. The manipular system allowed commanders to deploy troops appropriately for mountains, forests, or open plains. This flexibility was demonstrated dramatically at the Battle of Pydna, 168 BCE, where Roman maniples defeated the Macedonian phalanx by exploiting gaps that formed when the phalanx moved across uneven ground. Organizational discipline extended to the command structure. Each legion, approximately 5,000 men, was commanded by a legate, typically a senator gaining military experience. Beneath him served military tribunes and centurions, the latter being professional officers who rose through the ranks and served as the backbone of the legion. The centurion of the 1st century of the first cohort, Primus Pilus, was the senior centurion, often with decades of experience. This mix of aristocratic leadership and professional officers balanced political control with military expertise. The Battle of Cannae in 216 BCE, though a devastating Roman defeat against Hannibal, illustrated both Roman discipline and adaptability. Despite losing potentially 50,000–70,000 men in a single day, Rome refused to surrender. Instead, they analyzed their failures, adapted their tactics, and ultimately defeated Carthage. The ability to learn from defeat, rather than being broken by it, distinguished Roman military culture from many contemporaries. Marius's reforms around 107 BCE transformed the legion further. He standardized equipment, with the state now providing weapons rather than soldiers bringing their own. More significantly, he opened recruitment to landless citizens, creating a more professional force that served for extended periods rather than seasonal campaigns. These changes created armies increasingly loyal to their commanders rather than to the state, a development that would eventually contribute to the civil wars that ended the Republic. Roman tactical doctrine emphasized close combat. After softening enemy formations with javelin volleys, legionaries would advance in close order, using their shields to create a protective wall while striking with their swords at the enemy's exposed areas. Roman soldiers were trained to thrust rather than slash, as a stabbing wound is typically more lethal and exposes the attacker less. This disciplined, methodical approach to combat contrasted with the more dramatic but less efficient slashing techniques of many opponents. The psychological component of Roman warfare was carefully cultivated. The eagle standard aquila of each legion became a sacred object that must never be captured. Legionaries took oaths to their commanders and the state, creating religious and personal obligations to fight well. Unit pride was fostered through competition between legions and celebration of battle honors. The practice of decimation, executing 1 in 10 men from units that had shown cowardice, although rarely implemented, reinforced the understanding that discipline was literally a matter of life and death. Rome's willingness to incorporate useful military innovations from conquered peoples further enhanced their effectiveness. They adopted Spanish sword designs, developed cavalry tactics from encounters with Parthians and Numidians, and implemented Greek siege techniques. This pragmatic approach to military development ensured Roman forces remained at the cutting edge of ancient warfare. The professional nature of the imperial legions became their defining characteristic. By the early empire 1st century CE, legionaries served 20-25-year terms, received regular pay, and earned retirement benefits, including land grants. This professionalism allowed for consistent training standards and the development of specialized skills. It also meant that Rome maintained a standing army of unprecedented size, around 300,000 men at the empire's height, distributed strategically throughout the provinces. Logistics supported this massive military machine. The Romans excelled at solving practical problems of supply, transportation, and administration. Each legion traveled with hundreds of mules carrying equipment and initial supplies. Provincial governors organized local procurement of food and materials. The cursus public's imperial post facilitated rapid communication across vast distances. Without these logistical systems, maintaining armies on distant frontiers would have been impossible. The Limes frontier defense system represented the mature Roman approach to strategic defense. Rather than relying solely on massive field armies, Rome established networks of fortifications, roads, and garrison forces along vulnerable frontiers. This system allowed rapid response to incursions while minimizing the number of troops needed for border control. The most famous example, Hadrian's Wall in Britain, combined physical barriers with observation posts and mobile response forces. Roman military dominance ultimately stemmed not from technological superiority. Their equipment was not dramatically better than that of many opponents, but from superior organization, training, and logistics. The legion succeeded because it institutionalized military excellence, creating systems that could produce effective armies generation after generation. Even when individual battles were lost, the resilience of the Roman military system allowed for recovery and adaptation. This systematic approach to warfare helped sustain Roman power for centuries and established a template for military organization that would influence armies down to modern times. The principles that made the legions effective, standardized training, flexible tactics, strong engineering capabilities, and attention to logistics remain relevant in contemporary military doctrine. Rome's greatest legacy may be demonstrating that discipline, organization, and adaptability are more decisive in warfare than mere technological advantages or individual heroism. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century CE created a power vacuum across Europe that transformed warfare completely. As central authority collapsed, military power became increasingly localized and personal. The organized legions gave way to smaller, more irregular forces bound by personal loyalties rather than state institutions. From this fragmented landscape emerged the medieval military system dominated by two key elements, the heavily armored mounted knight and the stone castle. Medieval warfare developed around the relationship between land, military service and political power. Without strong central governments capable of raising and paying large armies, military organization became tied to land ownership through the feudal system. Lords granted land, fiefs to vassals, in exchange for military service. These vassals could themselves have sub-vassals, creating a pyramid of obligations with the king nominally at the top. This arrangement meant that medieval armies were typically assembled for specific campaigns rather than maintained as standing forces. The knight emerged as the dominant battlefield figure in this system. Initially simply a mounted warrior, the knight evolved into a social class defined by military function, elaborate codes of conduct, and eventually hereditary status. Knights were expensive to equip and maintain. A warhorse cost roughly the equivalent of a modern sports car, and a complete set of armor represented years of income for an ordinary farmer. This expense limited their numbers but made them extraordinarily powerful on the battlefield. Knightly combat evolved over centuries. Early medieval knights fought primarily with spears, often in a dispersed formation where individual combat skills mattered most. By the 11th century, the development of the couched lance technique, where the lance was held tight against the body and the horse's momentum delivered the impact, made knights even more formidable. The stirrup was crucial to this development, providing the stability needed to deliver and withstand powerful impacts without being unhorsed. Armor technology drove much of medieval military development. Early knights wore male interlocked metal rings which provided good protection against cuts but less against crushing blows. By the 14th century, plate armor began to supplement and eventually replace mail. Full plate armor, contrary to popular belief, was carefully articulated to allow substantial mobility while providing excellent protection. A well-armored knight was nearly invulnerable to most battlefield weapons. If he fell, it was often from exhaustion, being overwhelmed by multiple opponents, or being unhorsed and disabled. The medieval battlefield was not dominated by knights alone. Infantry remained crucial, particularly when fighting in difficult terrain or defending prepared positions. Spearmen could form hedgehogs of points that threatened horses, making frontal cavalry charges risky. Archers, especially after the development of the English longbow and later the crossbow, could threaten even well-armored knights at a distance. Medieval commanders learned to combine these elements, with dismounted knights often fighting alongside spearmen and protected by archers. The Battle of Hastings in 1066 demonstrates this combined arms approach. William of Normandy's victory came through coordinated use of archers, infantry and cavalry against Harold's Anglo-Saxon forces. The Norman knights conducted feigned retreats, drawing portions of the English shield wall into pursuit before turning to destroy them. This tactical sophistication shows that medieval warfare, often portrayed as chaotic, could involve complex battlefield maneuvers. If the knight dominated the offensive aspect of medieval warfare, the castle defined its defensive character. Castles evolved from simple wooden structures on raised earthworks, motte and bailey, to massive stone complexes with multiple layers of defense. By the 13th century, sophisticated designs included concentric walls, towers positioned to allow crossfire against attackers, moats, drawbridges, and murder holes for dropping materials on enemies who reached the gates. Castle design reflected an ongoing competition between offensive and defensive technology. As siege weapons improved, castle defenses evolved in response. Taller walls countered scaling ladders. Rounded towers better deflected projectiles and eliminated vulnerable corners. Machicolations, openings in the floor of wall-top passages, allowed defenders to drop objects or shoot directly down at enemies attempting to undermine walls. Each innovation triggered counter-innovations in a medieval arms race. Sieges became the dominant form of medieval warfare, far more common than field battles. Besieging a castle required enormous resources and patience. Attackers had several options: starvation through blockade, most common but slow, undermining walls, battering down gates or walls with rams and trebuchets, or attempting to scale walls in an assault, most dangerous. The length of sieges, often months or even years, made disease and supply problems as dangerous to both sides as direct combat. The Crusades, beginning in 1095, exposed European knights to different military traditions and technologies. Byzantine and Islamic armies relied more heavily on light cavalry, missile weapons, and sophisticated logistics, than their Western counterparts. These Eastern influences gradually affected Western warfare, particularly in areas like Spain where Christian and Muslim forces had prolonged contact. Military engineers and specialized troops like crossbowmen gained importance as the pure shock power of heavy cavalry proved insufficient against adaptive opponents. Medieval naval warfare, though less celebrated than land battles, played a crucial role in many conflicts. Ships served primarily as transport platforms until specialized fighting vessels developed. The Battle of Sluys, 1340 during the 100 Years' War, was essentially a land battle fought on connected ships, with archers and men-at-arms boarding enemy vessels. Later innovations like specialized gun ports would begin the transition to true naval warfare focused on ship-to-ship combat rather than boarding actions. Religious and cultural factors shaped medieval combat profoundly. The Christian Church attempted to regulate warfare through concepts like the peace of God and truce of God, which prohibited fighting on certain days and against certain groups. The code of chivalry that developed among knights similarly tried to introduce rules to warfare, protecting non-combatants, treating prisoners honorably, and fighting fairly. These ideals were frequently ignored in practice, but they represented attempts to limit the brutality of conflict. The experience of ordinary soldiers and civilians in medieval warfare was harsh. While knights might be ransomed if captured, common soldiers expected no such mercy. Campaigns often deliberately targeted civilian populations through chevauchée, systematic devastation of enemy territory to destroy economic resources and undermine political authority. The 100 Years' War saw French agricultural productivity devastated by repeated English chevauchée, while civilian populations fled to walled towns for protection. Technological developments gradually undermined the knight's battlefield supremacy. The English longbow, demonstrated dramatically at battles like Crécy 1346 and Agincourt 1415, could pierce armor at moderate ranges when used en masse. Swiss pike formations proved that disciplined infantry could defeat cavalry charges through coordinated tactics. By the late medieval period, knights often fought dismounted in many situations, acknowledging the changing tactical reality while maintaining their social distinction. The true revolution that ended the medieval military system came with gunpowder. Introduced to Europe in the 13th century, early cannon were inefficient and dangerous to their users. By the 15th century, however, improved metallurgy and design created weapons capable of destroying castle walls. The Ottoman conquest of Constantinople in 1453 demonstrated the new reality. Massive bombards breached walls previously considered impregnable. The age of the stone castle had reached its end. Hand gunpowder weapons evolved alongside cannon. Early handguns required 2 men to operate and fired inaccurately, but they could be used effectively by soldiers with minimal training. By the late 15th century, the matchlock mechanism allowed 1 man to aim and fire, though still with limited accuracy and slow reloading. These weapons began to displace traditional missile weapons, like bows, not because they were superior in all respects, but because they required less training to use effectively. The organizational response to these technological changes came with the creation of standing armies by increasingly centralized states. The 100 Years' War saw both England and France move toward professional forces rather than feudal levies. Charles VII of France established the companies of the Grande Ordonnance in 1445, permanent cavalry units maintained by the crown. Infantry increasingly consisted of paid professionals rather than temporary conscripts. By the end of the 15th century, the medieval military system was transforming into something recognizably early modern. Heavy cavalry remained important, but operated alongside pike formations and early firearms. Stone castles gave way to lower, thicker earthwork fortifications designed to absorb cannon fire rather than stand above it. Standing armies began to replace feudal hosts. The knight and castle had dominated warfare for nearly a millennium, but their era was drawing to a close as a new age of gunpowder and national armies dawned across Europe. Gunpowder changed warfare more fundamentally than any innovation since the domestication of the horse. Its introduction to European battlefields around the 14th century began a military revolution that would eventually render knights, castles, and medieval tactics obsolete. This black powder, a mixture of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur, originated in China around the 9th century and slowly made its way westward through trade networks and technological diffusion. Its impact on warfare was not immediate but cumulative, gradually transforming every aspect of combat. Early European cannons were primitive devices, often just metal or reinforced wooden tubes, sealed at one end, with a small hole drilled for ignition. These early bombards were dangerous to their crews, wildly inaccurate, and painfully slow to load. Yet despite these limitations, they introduced something new to the battlefield, a weapon that could deliver destruction from unprecedented distances, with a psychological impact that went beyond their physical effects. The thunderous noise, bright flash, and smoke from early artillery pieces terrified both soldiers and horses unaccustomed to such sensory assaults. The siege of Constantinople in 1453 demonstrated the power of advanced artillery. The Ottoman forces under Mehmed II deployed massive bombards that fired stone projectiles weighing up to 1,200 pounds. These enormous weapons, some designed by European engineers, eventually breached the ancient walls that had protected the city for over 1,000 years. The fall of Constantinople sent shockwaves through Europe. If these legendary walls could fall to cannon fire, no traditional fortification was safe. Castle design underwent rapid evolution in response to artillery. The tall, thin walls that had effectively protected against scaling and battering rams were particularly vulnerable to cannon fire. Military engineers responded by creating shorter, thicker walls designed to absorb impacts rather than stand above them. Star-shaped fortifications appeared, with angled bastions that eliminated blind spots and allowed defensive fire along the walls. Elaborate defensive works included reinforced gates, ravelins, detached triangular fortifications, and wide water-filled moats to keep enemy artillery at a distance. These new fortifications, exemplified by designs from engineers like Sébastien Leprestre de Vauban in the 17th century, were enormously expensive to build and maintain. Only wealthy centralized states could afford such elaborate defenses, accelerating the decline of independent knights and local lords. The Trace Italienne, the Italian system of angled bastions and scientific fortification, became the standard across Europe, but its cost meant fewer, more strategically placed fortresses rather than the numerous castles of the medieval landscape. Hand gunpowder weapons evolved alongside artillery. The arquebus appeared in the 15th century, a shoulder-fired weapon ignited by bringing a slow-burning match to the priming pan. Though inaccurate and slow to reload, taking up to a minute by a skilled user, the arquebus could be mastered much more quickly than traditional missile weapons like the longbow, which required years of training. By the early 16th century, the more reliable matchlock mechanism allowed the user to keep both hands on the weapon while firing, improving accuracy. The development of the musket in the 16th century provided even more power, capable of penetrating the best plate armor at moderate ranges. This technological development rendered the heavily armored knight increasingly obsolete. Why spend a fortune on armor that offered little protection against the weapons they would face? Cavalry gradually abandoned heavy armor, transforming into faster, more mobile forces focused on shock action, reconnaissance, and pursuit, rather than frontal charges against formed infantry. On the battlefield, infantry armed with pikes and early firearms became the dominant force. The Spanish tercios, mixed formations of pikemen and arquebusiers, dominated European battlefields for much of the 16th century. These disciplined units combined the defensive power of the pike against cavalry with the offensive firepower of the arquebus. Similar combined formations appeared across Europe, though with variations in proportions and tactical employment. The decisive nature of these new infantry formations was demonstrated at the Battle of Pavia in 1525, where Spanish arquebusiers defeated the French heavy cavalry that had dominated earlier medieval battlefields. The French knights, including King Francis I himself, were shot from their horses before they could close with the Spanish infantry. This battle symbolized the transition from medieval to early modern warfare, where firepower increasingly trumped shock action and armor. Technical innovations continued to improve firearms. The wheel lock mechanism, appearing in the early 16th century, created sparks by friction rather than requiring a lit match, making firearms more reliable in wet conditions and allowing for concealed carrying. The more affordable flintlock mechanism, which became widespread in the 17th century, further improved reliability and reduced the chance of misfires. With each improvement, firearms became more practical for battlefield use. Tactics evolved to maximize the effectiveness of these weapons. The dense formations of the 16th century gradually gave way to longer, thinner lines that allowed more guns to fire simultaneously. The Dutch innovations under Maurice of Nassau and the later Swedish system under Gustavus Adolphus emphasized mobility, coordinated firepower, and combined arms tactics integrating infantry, cavalry, and artillery. The musketeer's complex loading procedure was broken down into a drill of specific motions that could be performed even under the stress of battle. Artillery likewise saw continuous improvement. Bronze casting techniques produced stronger, more reliable cannons, corned powder, treated to resist moisture and provide more consistent explosive force, improved performance. Standardized calibers and ammunition simplified logistics. Mobile field artillery, lighter than siege weapons, but still powerful enough to influence battlefield outcomes, became increasingly important. By the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, artillery had become an essential component of any serious military force. The increasing technical complexity and expense of warfare accelerated the rise of centralized states. Only organized governments could maintain the standing armies, weapons manufacturing facilities, and logistical systems needed for gunpowder warfare. The medieval system of independent nobles leading their personal retainers became increasingly obsolete. Professional officers, trained in mathematics and engineering as much as leadership, replaced knights relying on personal courage and martial skills. Naval warfare underwent even more dramatic transformation. The development of gun ports allowed ships to mount heavy cannons along their sides, creating the first true warships designed primarily for artillery duels rather than boarding actions. The race to build ships carrying more and heavier guns led to specialized naval vessels like the galleon and later the ship of the line. These developments required substantial national investment, further strengthening centralized states like England, France, and Spain that could afford large navies. The logistics of gunpowder warfare drove military innovation beyond weapons themselves. Armies needed reliable supplies of powder, shot, and replacement parts. Standardized ammunition became crucial for battlefield effectiveness. Supply trains grew larger as armies carried more equipment. Financial systems had to evolve to support the enormous expense of modern armies and navies. The entire infrastructure of warfare became more complex and demanded greater administrative competence. Social implications of this military revolution were profound. As professional standing armies replaced feudal levies and mercenary bands, a new relationship developed between soldiers, the state, and society. Military service became more distinct from civilian life, with permanent barracks, uniforms, and regular training. The officer corps evolved from a purely aristocratic preserve to include middle-class professionals with technical expertise. The common soldier, though still recruited largely from the lower classes, became a more valuable asset requiring better treatment and training. By the end of the 17th century, European warfare had transformed completely from its medieval form. Standing armies of professional soldiers, armed with standardized firearms and supported by mobile artillery, fought on behalf of increasingly powerful centralized states. Warfare had become more lethal, more expensive, and more scientifically approached. The romantic image of the knight had given way to the disciplined musketeer in linear formation, delivering coordinated volleys on command. This transformation spread globally through European colonial expansion, trade, and military competition. Ottoman forces adopted gunpowder weapons early and effectively. Japanese warlords eagerly acquired firearms after their introduction by Portuguese traders in 1543. Indian states incorporated cannon into their armies, often employing European artillerists. The global military balance began to shift toward societies that could effectively manufacture, deploy, and tactically integrate gunpowder weapons. The gunpowder revolution contained the seeds of further military transformation. The scientific approach to warfare would continue to accelerate technical innovation. The relationship between military power and industrial capacity would grow stronger. The organizational requirements of modern armies would influence political development toward more efficient administration, and the battlefield dominance of firearms would continue to render traditional forms of combat increasingly obsolete. As the 18th century dawned, the stage was set for the next evolution in warfare. The basic weapons, muskets, cannons, mobile field artillery had been established, but their employment would continue to develop. Armies would grow larger, more professional, and more systematically organized. The tactical emphasis would shift toward mobility and coordinated firepower rather than positional defense, and the scale of warfare would expand as European powers competed globally for dominance. The age of knights and castles had definitively ended, replaced by the age of gunpowder, drill, and increasingly sophisticated military science. The French Revolution and the subsequent Napoleonic Wars marked a profound transformation in warfare. Between 1792 and 1815, military forces grew to unprecedented sizes, battles reached new levels of intensity, and warfare expanded to encompass entire societies rather than just professional armies. At the center of this transformation stood Napoleon Bonaparte, a military commander whose campaigns transformed the understanding of strategy and whose legacy shaped military thinking for generations. The revolutionary changes in warfare began before Napoleon's rise to prominence. The French Revolution introduced the concept of the nation in arms, the idea that all citizens had both the right and duty to defend the nation. The Levée en masse of 1793 marked the first modern mass conscription, creating armies of previously unimaginable size. While 18th century armies typically numbered in the tens of thousands, revolutionary France fielded forces in the hundreds of thousands. This dramatic expansion in military manpower changed the scale and scope of warfare permanently. Napoleon inherited these revolutionary armies and refined their organization and employment. He developed the corps system, dividing his Grande Armée into several corps, each a self-contained mini-army of infantry, cavalry, and artillery capable of operating independently for short periods while remaining part of a coordinated whole. This organizational innovation allowed Napoleon to march his forces along separate routes, easing supply problems and allowing faster movement, while still concentrating them rapidly for battle. Mobility became the hallmark of Napoleonic warfare, where 18th century armies moved slowly and often avoided decisive battles. Napoleon sought rapid movement and decisive engagement. His troops marched rapidly, often covering twice the distance that his opponents expected in a day. This mobility allowed him to surprise enemies, cut their lines of communication, and force battles on his terms. The corps system, combined with disciplined marching columns that could quickly deploy into battle formations, made this mobility tactically effective. Napoleon's use of artillery represented another revolutionary development. Rather than distributing cannon evenly along the battle line, as was common practice, Napoleon concentrated his guns at critical points to create overwhelming firepower. He treated artillery as an offensive rather than defensive arm, using massed batteries to smash holes in enemy lines before committing his infantry. At Friedland in 1807, Napoleon concentrated over 70 guns against the Russian left flank, demonstrating the devastating effect of massed artillery fire. The coordination of different combat arms, infantry, cavalry, and artillery, reached new levels of sophistication under Napoleon. Infantry formed the core of his armies, typically fighting in a mix of line formations for maximum firepower and column formations for shock action. Cavalry served multiple roles: light cavalry for reconnaissance and pursuit, dragoons for versatility, and heavy cavalry for decisive charges at critical moments. This combined arms approach magnified the effectiveness of each component. Strategic thinking matured significantly during this period. While earlier commanders certainly thought strategically, Napoleon and his contemporaries developed more comprehensive approaches to campaign planning. They considered geography, logistics, politics, and psychology alongside purely military factors. The concept of identifying and striking at the enemy's center of gravity, a term later popularized by the Prussian theorist Karl von Clausewitz, emerged from this period. For Napoleon, this often meant seeking the destruction of the enemy's main field army rather than capturing territory. The Battle of Austerlitz in 1805 exemplifies Napoleonic warfare at its most brilliant. Facing a larger Austro-Russian army, Napoleon feigned weakness in his right flank, enticing his opponents to commit their forces there. As they did so, Napoleon's hidden reserve struck the weakened enemy center, splitting their army in two. The battle combined strategic deception, tactical brilliance, and perfect timing. This victory, resulting in the destruction of the Third Coalition against France, demonstrated how a skillful commander could defeat numerically superior forces through superior strategy. Napoleon's campaigns stimulated military theory and analysis. Contemporaries and later generations studied his methods intensively, seeking to understand the principles behind his successes. Clausewitz's On War, though published after Napoleon's defeat, was deeply influenced by the author's experiences in the Napoleonic Wars. Antoine-Henri Jomini, who served as a staff officer for Napoleon, wrote influential works analyzing the systematic principles behind Napoleonic warfare. These theoretical works would shape military education throughout the 19th century and beyond. The Napoleonic era saw significant developments in military staff work. The growing complexity of managing large armies required more sophisticated headquarters organizations. Napoleon's chief of staff, Marshal Berthier, developed systems for transmitting orders, gathering intelligence, and maintaining operational records that became models for later armies. Staff officers needed specialized training in mathematics, geography, and logistics alongside traditional military skills, leading to the establishment of dedicated staff colleges in many European armies. Logistical systems evolved to support these massive armies on campaign. Napoleon's dictum that an army marches on its stomach acknowledged the crucial importance of supply. While his armies did live off the land more than their predecessors, they also developed more sophisticated supply systems using wagon trains, supply depots, and precise calculations of requirements. The limitations of these systems ultimately contributed to Napoleon's downfall, particularly in the disastrous Russian campaign of 1812, where logistical failures combined with Russian strategy and winter weather to destroy the Grande Armée. The Napoleonic Wars accelerated technological development in several areas. Improvements in cannon founding, gunpowder manufacturing, and artillery tactics increased the battlefield importance of this arm. Signal systems using semaphore telegraphs improved communication. Military medicine advanced in response to the enormous casualty rates, with French surgeons like Dominique Jean Léry developing new techniques for battlefield treatment and evacuation. Many of these innovations spread beyond the military sphere to influence civilian technology. Naval warfare during this period was dominated by Britain's Royal Navy, which maintained superiority through better training, tactics, and seamanship rather than technological advantage. The Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, where Admiral Nelson defeated the combined French and Spanish fleets, secured British naval dominance for generations. This naval supremacy allowed Britain to maintain global trade while denying it to France, creating the economic strength to finance coalition after coalition against Napoleon. The societal impact of the Napoleonic Wars was profound. Mass conscription transformed the relationship between citizens and the state. Previously, wars had been fought by professionals and largely separated from civilian life. Now warfare reached into almost every family. This change created both stronger national identities and new expectations about citizen rights in return for military service. The concept of the citizen soldier would influence political development throughout the 19th century. Napoleon's final defeat at Waterloo in 1815 ended his military career, but not his influence on warfare. The coalition armies that defeated him had learned from their experiences fighting against him, adopting many of his innovations. Prussian military reformers like Scharnhorst and Gneisenau reorganized their army along lines that combined Napoleonic tactical flexibility with distinctly Prussian discipline and staff work. These reforms would bear fruit in later Prussian military successes. The post-Napoleonic period saw attempts to constrain the destructive potential of modern warfare through diplomatic means. The Congress of Vienna established a framework for international relations that helped prevent a general European war for nearly a century. However, the military innovations of the Napoleonic era continued to develop. Professional standing armies became the norm. Staff planning grew more sophisticated, and the Industrial Revolution began to provide new technological possibilities for warfare. The strategic thinking that matured during the Napoleonic period would continue to evolve through the 19th century. Military theorists studied historical campaigns, developing concepts like interior lines, exterior lines, and centers of gravity into more refined strategic doctrine. Professional military education expanded, with staff colleges teaching officers to think systematically about warfare at operational and strategic levels rather than just tactical ones. By 1850, European warfare had been transformed from its 18th century form. Armies were larger, more mobile, and more lethal. Strategic thinking encompassed political, economic, and social factors alongside purely military considerations. Staff systems had become essential for managing complex operations, and the relationship between armed forces and the societies they served had fundamentally changed. The foundations laid during the Napoleonic era would continue to shape military development as industrialization introduced new technologies and capabilities to warfare. The Industrial Revolution transformed warfare as thoroughly as it changed civilian society. New manufacturing techniques, materials, energy sources, and transportation systems created military possibilities unimaginable to earlier generations. From 1815 to 1914, warfare evolved from Napoleonic-era armies fighting with muskets and horse-drawn cannon to modern forces equipped with bolt-action rifles, machine guns, and motorized transport. This transformation set the stage for the devastating conflicts of the early 20th century. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, represented a transitional moment in this evolution. In many ways, it resembled earlier conflicts, with infantry still forming in close lines and cavalry charging in the traditional manner. Yet new technologies were beginning to appear on the battlefield. The British and French used steam-powered warships to transport and supply their forces. Telegraph lines transmitted information between the front and capitals thousands of miles away. Rifled muskets gave infantry greater range and accuracy. These innovations offered a glimpse of warfare's industrial future. Medical advancements during the Crimean War proved as important as weapons technology. Florence Nightingale's innovations in battlefield nursing and hospital organization dramatically reduced death rates from disease. For the first time, photography documented the realities of war, with Roger Fenton's images bringing the conflict into civilian living rooms. War correspondents like William Howard Russell sent detailed reports via telegraph, allowing the public to follow military events almost in real time. These developments created new relationships between warfare, public opinion, and political decision-making. The American Civil War, 1861 to 1865, demonstrated industrial warfare on an unprecedented scale. Both Union and Confederate forces employed railroads for rapid troop movement and supply. Telegraphy allowed generals to coordinate armies across hundreds of miles. Industrial manufacturing produced weapons in quantities impossible in earlier eras. The federal government alone purchased over 1 million rifles, 400,000 horses, and 1.5 million artillery rounds during the war. This industrial capacity eventually proved decisive, with the North's greater manufacturing strength gradually overwhelming the South. New weapons transformed Civil War battlefields. Rifled muskets tripled the effective range of infantry, making traditional close-order attacks increasingly suicidal. The Minié ball, a conical bullet that expanded upon firing to grip the rifle's grooves, improved accuracy while allowing faster loading. Early machine guns like the Gatling gun, though not yet fully exploited tactically, hinted at future developments. Rifled artillery increased both range and accuracy of cannon fire. Naval warfare saw revolutionary changes with the introduction of ironclad warships, culminating in the famous battle between the USS Monitor and CSS Virginia. Tactical thinking struggled to keep pace with these technological changes. Early Civil War battles often followed Napoleonic patterns, with disastrous results as rifled weapons cut down attacking formations. By the war's later stages, soldiers on both sides instinctively entrenched themselves when halting, creating rudimentary field fortifications that foreshadowed the trench systems of World War I. The increasing defensive advantages changed the character of battles, making frontal assaults increasingly costly and siege operations more common. The organizational demands of industrial warfare drove governmental innovation. Both American sides created new bureaucracies to manage procurement, transportation, and supply. The telegraph enabled more centralized command, with civilian leaders more directly involved in strategic decisions. The scale of mobilization required new financial instruments, tax systems, and economic controls. The Civil War thus expanded not just military but governmental power, establishing patterns that would reappear in later conflicts. European observers studied the American Civil War closely, but often drew incomplete lessons. Many dismissed it as peculiar to American conditions rather than recognizing its implications for future warfare. The Prussian military, however, incorporated some of its lessons while developing their own innovations. The Prussian General Staff, a permanent institution dedicated to war planning and officer education, represented a new approach to military organization that maximized industrial efficiency and scientific management principles. The Prussian victories over Austria, 1866, and France, 1870-71, demonstrated the effectiveness of their military system. Breech-loading rifles like the Drace needle gun allowed soldiers to reload while lying down, increasing their survival and firing rate. Artillery improvements, particularly steel breech-loading cannon designed by Krupp, provided greater range, accuracy, and rate of fire. Railroad timetables, meticulously prepared by the General Staff, enabled the rapid concentration of forces at decisive points. These campaigns established Prussia, and after 1871, unified Germany as Europe's premier military power. Colonial warfare in the late 19th century revealed both the power and limitations of industrial military technology. European forces armed with machine guns, modern rifles, and artillery could defeat much larger indigenous armies, as demonstrated at battles like Omdurman, 1898, where British forces under Kitchener defeated a Sudanese army while suffering minimal casualties. However, guerrilla resistance often proved more challenging, as the British discovered in Afghanistan and the Americans in the Philippines. Industrial weaponry provided tactical advantages, but not necessarily strategic solutions to colonial control. Naval technology underwent revolutionary change during this period. Wooden sailing ships gave way to steam-powered iron and later steel vessels. Explosive shells replaced solid shot, making wooden warships obsolete. Armor technology evolved from simple iron plates to complex layered systems. The development of the torpedo and submarine introduced new threats to surface vessels. By 1906, the launch of HMS Dreadnought, featuring all big gun armament, steam turbine engines, and improved fire control, rendered all previous battleships obsolete and intensified the naval arms race between Britain and Germany. Communications technology transformed both tactical and strategic aspects of warfare. Field telephones allowed commanders to coordinate artillery with infantry movements. Wireless telegraphy, radio-enabled communication with ships at sea and eventually between aircraft and ground forces. Improved printing and distribution networks spread military information through professional journals, accelerating the diffusion of tactical innovations. Signal flags, heliographs, and later electronic systems created more reliable battlefield communications. Transportation advancements dramatically changed military mobility. Railroads could move troops and supplies at 10 times the speed of marching infantry. By the early 20th century, internal combustion engines powered the first military trucks, cars, and eventually aircraft. These developments extended operational reach and logistical capacity. However, they also created new vulnerabilities as mechanized forces depended on fuel supplies and functioning transportation networks that could be targeted by enemies. Firearms evolved through several generations of improvement. Muzzle-loading rifles gave way to breech loaders, then to bolt-action magazine rifles like the German Mauser and British Lee Enfield. These weapons combined rapid fire up to 15 aimed shots per minute by trained soldiers with accuracy at ranges up to 800 yards. Machine guns developed from hand-cranked models to fully automatic weapons capable of firing hundreds of rounds per minute. These weapons would prove devastatingly effective against troops advancing in the open. Artillery likewise underwent revolutionary development. Breech loading, rifled steel cannon replaced older bronze muzzle loaders. Recoil systems allowed guns to remain in place when fired rather than requiring repositioning after each shot. Improved shells, fuses, and propellants increased range and lethality. Indirect fire techniques using mathematical calculations rather than direct observation allowed artillery to engage targets beyond visual range. By 1914, artillery had become the primary casualty-producing weapon on the battlefield. Military professionalism deepened across all major powers. Officer education became more technical and scientific, with greater emphasis on mathematics, engineering, and languages alongside traditional military subjects. General staffs conducted war games, developed detailed mobilization plans, and studied historical campaigns systematically. Military attachés observed foreign armies and reported on technological and organizational innovations. This professionalization created more capable military leadership but also increasingly isolated military thinking from civilian oversight. The Industrial Revolution's impact extended beyond technology to military organization and doctrine. Scientific management principles influenced army organization, with specialized branches, explicit chains of command, and standardized procedures. Uniform regulations, equipment specifications, and training manuals brought industrial standardization to military forces. Logistics became increasingly sophisticated, with calculations of supply requirements, transportation capacities, and consumption rates informing planning. Military medicine advanced significantly, improving both casualty treatment and disease prevention. Anesthesia allowed more complex battlefield surgery. Joseph Lister's antiseptic techniques reduced infection rates. Understanding of disease vectors led to better sanitation in military camps. Field ambulance services became more organized and effective. These improvements reduced non-combat deaths, which had traditionally exceeded battle casualties in most conflicts. By the early 20th century, the industrialization of warfare had created military systems of unprecedented power and complexity. Millions of men could be mobilized, equipped with factory-produced weapons, transported by rail or ship to distant battlefields, and supplied through industrial logistics systems. Telegraph and later radio communications allowed coordination across vast distances. These capabilities made possible warfare on a scale previously unimaginable, yet tactical and strategic thinking struggled to adjust to these new realities. The defensive power of magazine rifles, machine guns, and quick-firing artillery had fundamentally altered the battlefield. But many military leaders remained committed to offensive doctrines, emphasizing morale and willpower over firepower calculations. The complex interactions between industrial, political, economic, and military factors created strategic problems that traditional military education had not prepared leaders to solve. As Europe moved toward the crisis of 1914, its military establishments had created the instruments for industrialized warfare without fully comprehending their implications. The weapons, organization, and scale of forces pointed toward wars of attrition rather than decisive Napoleonic battles, but military doctrines still emphasized decisive offensive action. This disconnect between technological reality and military thinking would contribute to the catastrophic casualties of World War I. Industrial warfare had arrived, but understanding of its nature remained incomplete. The world wars of the 20th century represent warfare's most destructive manifestation. These conflicts expanded beyond battlefield engagements between professional armies to encompass entire societies in struggles for national survival. Industrial capacity, scientific innovation, economic strength, and civilian morale became as decisive as military skill or numerical superiority. The term total war captures this all-encompassing nature, where the distinction between soldier and civilian, military and industrial target, blurred into a single continuum of conflict. World War I began in 1914, with European powers still conceptualizing warfare in 19th century terms, despite possessing 20th century weapons. Initial German plans called for rapid movement and decisive battles in the style of Napoleon or Moltke. French doctrine emphasized offensive spirit with infantry advancing regardless of firepower disadvantages. Both sides expected a short, decisive war. Instead, they encountered a deadly stalemate that would last 4 years and cost millions of lives. The Western Front quickly demonstrated the new realities of industrial warfare. Machine guns capable of firing hundreds of rounds per minute mowed down attacking infantry. Quick-firing artillery caused most casualties, with millions of shells churning battlefields into lunar landscapes. Barbed wire impeded movement, while trenches protected defenders from fire. The deadly mathematics of industrial firepower gave overwhelming advantages to defensive positions. The result was a war of attrition, where offensives measured success in hundreds of yards gained at costs of thousands of lives. The search for solutions to this deadlock drove rapid technological innovation. Poison gas, first used at Ypres in 1915, temporarily broke the stalemate, but was quickly countered by gas masks. Tanks, introduced by the British at the Somme in 1916, offered a way to combine firepower, protection, and mobility, though early models proved mechanically unreliable. Aircraft evolved from reconnaissance platforms to fighters and bombers. Indirect artillery fire, using mathematical calculations and observation data rather than direct aiming, became increasingly sophisticated, allowing guns to deliver accurate fire from positions miles behind the front lines. Both sides sought strategic alternatives to the Western Front bloodbath. Germany's unrestricted submarine warfare attempted to strangle British supply lines. The Allies launched the disastrous Gallipoli campaign, hoping to knock Ottoman Turkey out of the war and open supply routes to Russia. Germany achieved a breakthrough on the Eastern Front, eventually forcing Russia's exit from the war through military defeat and internal revolution. These efforts to find strategic shortcuts ultimately failed to avoid the war of attrition that industrial firepower had made inevitable. The unprecedented scale of World War I required complete economic mobilization. Germany's development of the Haber process to synthesize nitrogen compounds compensated for the British naval blockade, preventing nitrate imports needed for explosives and fertilizer. Britain organized its entire economy around war production, with government coordination of manufacturing, raw materials, and labor. France converted luxury industries to munitions production. This industrial mobilization required new governmental powers, from rationing to labor controls to unprecedented taxation. Communications technology shaped both tactical and strategic operations. Field telephones allowed commanders to coordinate artillery with infantry advances. Radio enabled communication with aircraft and between headquarters, yet these technologies remained vulnerable, telephone wires were frequently cut by shell fire, and radio transmissions could be intercepted. The result was often friction between strategic planning and battlefield reality, with commanders struggling to maintain control over increasingly complex operations. The United States' entry into the war in 1917 proved decisive, not primarily through immediate military contribution, but through industrial and financial power. American factories produced vast quantities of weapons, ammunition, and supplies. American loans financed Allied purchases. When American troops finally arrived in large numbers in 1918, they tipped the manpower balance at a critical moment when German forces were exhausted by their spring offensives. The final year of the war saw tactical innovations that would influence future conflicts. German stormtroopers used infiltration tactics, bypassing strong points to attack headquarters and supply areas. The Allies developed more effective combined arms approaches with tanks, infantry, artillery, and aircraft working in coordination. These tactical solutions, combined with German strategic exhaustion, finally broke the stalemate. However, the armistice of November 1918 left many Germans believing their army had been stabbed in the back rather than truly defeated, a myth that would contribute to the rise of Nazism. The Treaty of Versailles attempted to prevent future European wars through territorial adjustments, military restrictions on Germany, and the establishment of the League of Nations. These efforts failed partly because the treaty was neither lenient enough to foster reconciliation nor harsh enough to permanently cripple German power. Economic problems, especially the Great Depression, undermined international cooperation. Totalitarian ideologies offered seemingly decisive solutions to complex problems. By the 1930s, these factors combined to make another European war increasingly likely. World War II began in 1939, with Germany better prepared conceptually for modern warfare than its opponents. The German concept of blitzkrieg, lightning war, combined tanks, motorized infantry, and tactical air support in highly mobile operations aimed at encircling enemy forces. Radio communication allowed coordination between these elements. This approach, first demonstrated in Poland and then perfected in France in 1940, temporarily overcame the firepower advantages that had produced WWI's static warfare. The early German victories resulted not from technological superiority. French tanks were individually superior to German models, but from organizational and doctrinal advantages. Germany concentrated tanks into panzer divisions rather than distributing them among infantry units. The Luftwaffe focused on tactical air support rather than strategic bombing. German commanders emphasized initiative at all levels rather than centralized control. These operational innovations proved more decisive initially than raw industrial power. The global nature of World War II dramatically expanded the geographical scope of warfare. Naval battles in the Pacific covered thousands of square miles. Aircraft could strike targets hundreds or thousands of miles behind front lines. Submarine campaigns threatened supply lines across entire oceans. This expansion of the battle space required new approaches to strategy and logistics, with global supply chains, overseas bases, and unprecedented coordination between allies separated by vast distances. Industrial competition became even more decisive than in the previous conflict. The United States achieved production levels that seemed scarcely believable: 324,000 aircraft, 100,000 armored vehicles, 71,000 naval vessels, and 41 billion rounds of ammunition during the war. Soviet factories, many relocated east of the Ural Mountains to escape German bombing, produced over 78,000 tanks, despite the loss of significant industrial regions. This productive capacity eventually overwhelmed Germany and Japan despite their initial military advantages. Scientific and technological development accelerated under wartime pressures. Radar revolutionized air defense and naval warfare. Improved aircraft extended range, payload, and performance capabilities. Proximity fuses increased artillery effectiveness. Electronic warfare and cryptography shaped intelligence operations, with the breaking of German Enigma codes providing crucial advantages to the Allies. Computer technology, initially developed for calculating artillery tables and code breaking, laid foundations for the post-war information revolution. Strategic bombing emerged as a distinctive feature of World War II. Both Axis and Allied powers targeted enemy industrial capacity and civilian morale. The technology of bombing evolved from limited operations with minimal accuracy to massive raids involving hundreds of aircraft and precision guidance techniques. The morality of civilian targeting generated controversy even during the conflict, but military leaders on all sides ultimately embraced strategies aimed at undermining enemy societies rather than merely defeating armies in the field. The culmination of this strategic bombing logic came with the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. These attacks, which killed approximately 200,000 people, introduced nuclear weapons to warfare and created a fundamental break in military history. For the first time, a single weapon could destroy an entire city. This development would shape all subsequent thinking about great power conflict, eventually leading to doctrines of deterrence based on mutual assured destruction rather than traditional concepts of battlefield victory. The Holocaust represented another distinctive feature of World War II, genocide conducted with industrial methods. The Nazi regime used modern bureaucratic organization, transportation systems, and manufacturing techniques to implement mass murder with efficiency that previous genocides had lacked. This industrialization of atrocity revealed the darkest potential of modern organizational capabilities. It also blurred any remaining distinction between military and civilian aspects of total war. Resistance movements in occupied territories created another dimension of World War II. From French resistance sabotage to Yugoslav partisan warfare to Soviet guerrilla operations, these movements tied down Axis forces, gathered intelligence, and maintained hope in occupied populations. Special operations forces, like the British Special Operations Executive and American Office of Strategic Services, developed techniques to support these movements, establishing foundations for later unconventional warfare doctrines. The war at sea saw revolutionary developments. Aircraft carriers replaced battleships as the central elements of naval power. Submarine warfare evolved from the relatively limited German campaigns of WWI to near-decisive impacts on both the Atlantic and Pacific theaters. Anti-submarine warfare became increasingly sophisticated, with sonar, radar, long-range aircraft, and computer-assisted tracking systems. Naval operations expanded to include amphibious warfare on unprecedented scales, with landings like Normandy and Iwo Jima involving hundreds of ships and thousands of landing craft. The conclusion of World War II left the United States and Soviet Union as the dominant global powers, with much of Europe and Asia physically devastated. The unprecedented destructiveness of the conflict, culminating in nuclear weapons, created powerful incentives to avoid direct confrontation between these superpowers. The Cold War that followed would be characterized by proxy conflicts, arms races, and ideological competition rather than direct military confrontation. Warfare had become too dangerous for traditional great power conflicts. The legacy of the world wars transformed both warfare and international relations. The United Nations replaced the League of Nations, with stronger mechanisms for addressing threats to peace. International law developed new frameworks regarding war crimes and human rights. Military organizations incorporated lessons about combined arms operations, logistics, and joint service cooperation. Most fundamentally, the demonstration of warfare's destructive potential at industrial scales created a powerful impetus to develop alternatives to direct military confrontation between major powers. Yet, warfare did not disappear after 1945. Instead, it transformed again, with conflicts focusing on revolutionary warfare, counterinsurgency, limited wars, and terrorism rather than total war between industrial states. Nuclear weapons created a paradox. Their development made warfare between nuclear powers potentially suicidal, yet conflicts continued in different forms around the periphery of the global order. The principles of industrial mobilization, technological innovation, and total societal involvement established during the World Wars would continue to shape these conflicts, albeit in altered forms appropriate to the nuclear age. Warfare since 1945 has evolved in ways that would bewilder a general from earlier eras. The development of nuclear weapons created a paradox. The most powerful military technology ever devised became too destructive to use in direct confrontation between major powers. Conventional military power reached unprecedented sophistication through precision weaponry, stealth technology, and digital systems. Yet despite these technological advances, conflicts increasingly involved irregular forces using asymmetric tactics to overcome conventional military advantages. Modern warfare has become simultaneously more technically advanced and more primitive, more globally integrated, and more locally fragmented. The Cold War established the framework for post-World War II military developments. Direct confrontation between the United States and Soviet Union risked nuclear escalation, creating powerful incentives for both superpowers to avoid direct conflict. Instead, they engaged in proxy wars, supporting allied states and non-state actors in conflicts across the developing world. These proxy conflicts in Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Angola, and elsewhere allowed testing of weapons and doctrines while keeping confrontation below the nuclear threshold. Nuclear strategy developed into an extraordinarily complex field. The initial American nuclear monopoly ended in 1949 when the Soviet Union tested its first atomic bomb, the hydrogen bomb, tested by the US in 1952 and the USSR in 1955, increased destructive power by orders of magnitude. Delivery systems evolved from bombers to intercontinental ballistic missiles, ACBMs, and submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs. Doctrines evolved from massive retaliation to flexible response to mutual assured destruction, MAD. This last concept, that neither superpower could survive a nuclear exchange regardless of who struck first, created a strange stability through the promise of shared annihilation. Conventional warfare continued to evolve within this nuclear context. The Korean War, 1950 to 1953, resembled World War II in many respects, with large-scale conventional operations including tanks, artillery, and tactical air support. However, it also introduced jet aircraft combat and helicopter medical evacuation. The war ended in stalemate, establishing a pattern of limited conflicts fought for limited objectives rather than the total warfare of the World War era. Vietnam represented a different sort of conflict, one where overwhelming conventional superiority proved insufficient against an adversary, using asymmetric approaches. American forces dominated conventional engagements but struggled against guerrilla tactics, with the Viet Cong blending into civilian populations and avoiding decisive battles. Political will became as important as military capability, with North Vietnamese forces willing to accept casualties that would have been politically unsustainable for American leaders. This pattern would repeat in later conflicts, demonstrating that modern warfare increasingly involves psychological and political dimensions alongside traditional military confrontation. Technological innovation continued to reshape warfare through the late 20th century. The 1973 Arab-Israeli War demonstrated the effectiveness of precision anti-tank missiles and surface-to-air missiles against armored forces and aircraft. Electronic warfare, jamming, spoofing, and intercepting enemy communications and radar became increasingly sophisticated. Smart bombs with laser or television guidance improved strike accuracy dramatically compared to traditional unguided munitions. Night vision devices extended combat operations around the clock. These innovations generally favored wealthier, more technologically advanced nations, but their advantages could be countered through asymmetric approaches. The 1991 Gulf War represented the pinnacle of conventional U.S. military dominance. Operation Desert Storm combined precision airstrikes, overwhelming firepower, superior communications, and maneuver warfare to defeat Iraq's conventional forces with minimal coalition casualties. GPS-guided munitions struck targets regardless of weather conditions. Stealth aircraft penetrated sophisticated air defense systems. Digital communications coordinated complex operations across vast distances. This revolution in military affairs appeared to restore decisiveness to conventional operations after the frustrations of Vietnam. However, the post-Cold War world has demonstrated that conventional military dominance does not necessarily translate to strategic success. The 2003 Iraq War saw quick conventional victory followed by prolonged counterinsurgency operations. Afghanistan similarly showed the limits of conventional force against determined irregular opponents. These conflicts highlighted an enduring truth: military technology, no matter how advanced, cannot alone secure political objectives when facing opponents with different strategic timeframes and metrics for success. Modern military forces have adapted to these realities by developing new capabilities and doctrines. Special operations forces have gained prominence, conducting missions ranging from counter-terrorism to foreign internal defense. Military intelligence has expanded beyond traditional battlefield reconnaissance to include cultural understanding, human intelligence networks, and psychological operations. Civil affairs units work to secure civilian cooperation and build governmental capacity in conflict zones. These adaptations reflect recognition that modern conflicts involve competition for legitimacy and popular support as much as battlefield dominance. The information domain has become central to modern warfare. Cyber operations can disrupt enemy command systems, interfere with critical infrastructure, or influence public opinion through information operations. Satellite communications enable global command and control, while also creating vulnerabilities if disrupted. Social media serves simultaneously as intelligence source, propaganda platform, and recruiting tool. Armed forces now maintain substantial cyber warfare capabilities, alongside traditional land, sea, and air forces, recognizing that control of information has become as strategically important as physical territory. Precision strike capabilities have transformed approaches to targeting and force protection. Guided munitions allow smaller forces to achieve effects that previously required massive bombing campaigns. Unmanned aerial vehicles, drones permit surveillance and strike missions without risking pilots, extending operational endurance and reducing political costs associated with casualties. Precision has also raised expectations about minimizing civilian casualties, creating legal and ethical constraints on operations that previous generations of commanders rarely faced. Non-state actors have developed sophisticated responses to conventional military advantages. Improvised explosive devices, IEDs, counter armored vehicle superiority. Urban warfare negates advantages in firepower and mobility while increasing risks to civilians. Dispersal and concealment reduce vulnerability to air power. Information operations target domestic political support in democratic societies. These asymmetric approaches have proven remarkably effective against conventionally superior forces, demonstrating that modern warfare remains as much about adaptation and will as about technology and firepower. The proliferation of weapons of mass destruction represents another dimension of modern security challenges. Beyond the established nuclear powers, countries like North Korea have developed nuclear weapons and delivery systems. Chemical and biological weapons, though prohibited by international convention, remain potential threats in the hands of both states and non-state actors. These weapons create security challenges that cannot be addressed through traditional military approaches alone, requiring diplomatic, intelligence, and non-proliferation efforts alongside deterrent capabilities. Robotics and autonomous systems are increasingly reshaping the battlefield. Beyond well-known systems like armed drones, military forces are developing autonomous ground vehicles, naval vessels, and logistics systems. Artificial intelligence supports target recognition, threat analysis, and decision support systems. These technologies create both opportunities and ethical challenges, potentially reducing risk to human combatants while raising questions about appropriate human control over lethal force. The legal and ethical frameworks for these systems remain under development, struggling to keep pace with technological capabilities. Modern conflicts increasingly occur in densely populated urban environments rather than traditional battlefields. Urban warfare neutralizes many conventional military advantages while increasing risks to civilians and infrastructure. Buildings provide cover from surveillance and fire while restricting movement and fields of fire. Civilian presence complicates targeting decisions and increases political constraints. Critical infrastructure, power, water, communications, can be damaged, creating humanitarian crises that military forces must address alongside combat operations. These challenges have driven developments in non-lethal weapons, precision munitions, and specialized urban warfare training. The global war on terror following the September 11, 2001 attacks highlighted challenges in confronting non-state actors operating across international boundaries. Traditional concepts of battlefield and front lines became largely irrelevant when facing dispersed networks rather than conventional forces. Intelligence operations gained primacy over traditional firepower. Special operations forces conducted targeted raids against high-value individuals rather than engaging enemy formations. These adaptations reflected the changing nature of threats in a connected world where small groups could inflict damage previously requiring state resources. Private military companies have gained increasing prominence in modern conflicts. These organizations provide services ranging from logistical support and training to direct combat operations. Their use allows states to conduct operations with reduced political visibility and accountability. It also reflects broader trends toward outsourcing governmental functions, including aspects of security and military operations. The legal status of these organizations remains ambiguous under international law, creating challenges for oversight and accountability. Climate change and resource scarcity are emerging as drivers of future conflicts. Competition for water, arable land, and energy resources may increase as climate impacts intensify. Military organizations have begun adapting to these realities, developing capabilities for disaster response, humanitarian assistance, and operations in extreme environments. These non-traditional security challenges blur distinctions between military and civilian response, creating new requirements for interagency coordination and specialized capabilities. The future of warfare appears likely to continue these trends toward complexity and hybrid approaches, combining conventional, irregular, informational, and other dimensions. Major powers continue developing advanced conventional capabilities, hypersonic missiles, advanced electronic warfare systems, space-based assets, while simultaneously preparing for asymmetric challenges. Non-state actors and smaller states develop asymmetric capabilities to counter conventional advantages. The information domain grows increasingly central to all forms of conflict, from influence operations targeting civilian populations to cyber attacks on critical infrastructure. Throughout this evolution of modern warfare, certain constants remain. Human judgment continues to prove decisive despite technological advancement. Political objectives ultimately determine military approaches rather than the reverse. Adaptation and learning often matter more than initial technological or numerical advantages, and the human cost of conflict for combatants and civilians alike remains war's most enduring characteristic, despite changes in technology, tactics, and strategic context. From stone axes to hypersonic missiles, from tribal raids to global conflicts, warfare has evolved continuously throughout human history. Yet beneath the changing technologies and tactics, warfare remains fundamentally a contest of human will executed through organized violence for political purposes. Understanding this evolution helps us comprehend both the persistent nature and the changing character of mankind's most terrible creation, and perhaps points toward ways to reduce its frequency and cost in the future. As the Persian Empire reached the height of its power and organization under Darius the Great, it encountered a set of small but fiercely independent states along its western frontier that would present an unexpected challenge. The Greek city-states, with their unique political systems, military traditions, and cultural identity, became entangled in a conflict with the Persian colossus that would reshape the history of both civilizations. What began as a minor rebellion on the edges of the empire would escalate into one of the most famous military confrontations of the ancient world, the Greco-Persian Wars. The seeds of conflict were planted when the Persian Empire expanded westward to include the Greek cities of Ionia along the western coast of Anatolia. These cities, including Miletus, Ephesus, and Halicarnassus, were centers of Greek culture and commerce, proud of their heritage and accustomed to a significant degree of autonomy. While Persian rule was generally tolerant, it did involve the installation of tyrants loyal to Persian interests and the payment of tribute to the great king. Tensions simmered beneath the surface for decades, finally erupting in 499 BCE with what became known as the Ionian Revolt. The uprising began in Miletus, where the local tyrant Aristagoras, facing potential punishment from Darius for a failed expedition against Naxos, decided to embrace the cause of democracy and independence. Under his leadership, Miletus overthrew Persian authority, and the rebellion quickly spread to other Greek cities throughout Ionia and beyond. Seeking support for their cause, the Ionians sent delegations to mainland Greece. Sparta, the preeminent military power among the Greek states, declined to assist, but Athens and Eretria agreed to send ships and troops. The Athenian decision proved particularly significant, as it marked the first direct involvement of mainland Greek forces against the Persian Empire. For the Persians, this intervention by foreign powers in what they considered an internal matter represented an unacceptable provocation. The initial phase of the Ionian Revolt saw some rebel successes, including the burning of Sardis, the principal Persian administrative center in western Anatolia. However, Persian military resources were far greater than those available to the rebels. After several years of fighting, the revolt was crushed, culminating in the siege and destruction of Miletus in 494 BCE. The other Ionian cities were brought back under Persian control, with varying degrees of punishment imposed based on their level of participation in the uprising. From the Persian perspective, the matter should have ended there, with rebellious subjects appropriately disciplined and order restored to the empire's western provinces. But Darius had not forgotten the role played by Athens and Eretria in supporting the rebels. Their actions could not go unpunished if Persian authority was to be maintained. Moreover, Persian intelligence likely reported on the unstable and frequently hostile relations between the Greek city-states, suggesting that an expansion of imperial control to include the Greek mainland might prevent future interference in Persian affairs. In 492 BCE, Darius dispatched his son-in-law Mardonius to secure Persian interests in Thrace and Macedonia, territories that formed a natural bridge between Persian-controlled Anatolia and mainland Greece. This expedition achieved significant success, but was hampered by the loss of many ships in a storm while rounding Mount Athos. Nevertheless, it established a Persian presence in Europe and laid groundwork for further operations. 2 years later, in 490 BCE, Darius sent a naval expedition specifically targeting Athens and Eretria. This force first descended upon Eretria, which after a brief siege was betrayed from within, allowing the Persians to capture the city, burn its temples, and deport its population. With one target eliminated, the Persian fleet crossed the narrow strait to Attica and landed at the Bay of Marathon, approximately 26 miles from Athens itself. The Athenians faced a critical decision. Should they remain behind their city walls and endure a siege, or march out to confront the Persian force directly? Under the leadership of the strategos Miltiades, who had previous experience with Persian military tactics, the Athenians chose to fight in the open field. They deployed their hoplite phalanx at Marathon, supported by a small contingent from their ally Plataea, but without the expected reinforcements from Sparta, which were delayed by religious observances. The resulting Battle of Marathon became legendary. The Greek forces, though outnumbered, executed a bold, tactical plan. They thinned their center and strengthened their wings, then charged directly at the Persian lines. After initial success on the wings, they enveloped the Persian center, driving the invaders back to their ships. Traditional accounts claim the Athenians lost 192 men, while killing approximately 6,400 Persians, though these figures may be exaggerated. A famous story relates how a messenger ran the entire distance from Marathon to Athens to announce the victory, collapsing and dying after delivering the news, the inspiration for the modern marathon race. While details of this story may be embellished, the Athenians certainly faced the urgent need to return to their city before the Persian fleet could execute a naval attack directly on Athens. They marched back swiftly, arriving in time to deter any Persian attempt on their undefended city. The Persian force withdrew from Greek waters, and Athens celebrated a victory that would become central to its civic identity. For the Persians, however, Marathon represented merely a setback, not an abandonment of their goals. Darius began preparations for a larger expedition, but his death in 486 BCE left this task to his son and successor, Xerxes. Xerxes approached the Greek campaign with characteristic Persian thoroughness and scale. Rather than risking another naval disaster around Mount Athos, he ordered the construction of a canal through the peninsula, an engineering feat that impressed even his enemies. He also built bridges of boats across the Hellespont, modern Dardanelles, linking Asia to Europe with a physical connection that symbolized Persian determination to extend imperial control westward. The expedition Xerxes launched in 480 BCE dwarfed all previous Persian military operations in the region. Ancient sources claim the Persian force numbered in the millions, though modern historians suggest a more realistic figure of perhaps 200,000 troops plus supporting personnel, still an enormous army for the ancient world. The Persian host included contingents from throughout the empire, showcasing the diversity of peoples under the great king's rule. Simultaneously, a substantial fleet moved along the coast to support the land forces and maintain supply lines. Meanwhile, the Greek response had evolved since Marathon. Under the leadership of Sparta, traditionally acknowledged as the premier military power among the Greek states, a coalition formed to resist the Persian advance. This Hellenic League included approximately 30 city-states, though notably not all Greek cities joined the alliance. Some remained neutral, while others, particularly in northern Greece, submitted to Persian demands for earth and water, symbolic tokens of submission. The Greek strategy recognized the impossibility of meeting the Persian army on open ground, where superior numbers would prevail. Instead, they sought to use the mountainous Greek terrain to their advantage, selecting narrow passes where smaller forces could effectively block larger ones. The first such position was at the Vale of Tempe in Thessaly, but this was abandoned when the Greeks learned it could be outflanked through mountain paths. The coalition then selected two positions to make their stand: the narrow coastal pass at Thermopylae and the nearby strait at Artemisium, where the Greek fleet could engage the Persian navy. The Spartan king Leonidas commanded the land forces at Thermopylae, while the Athenian Themistocles played a leading role in the naval operations. The Battle of Thermopylae has become one of history's most famous last stands. For several days, a Greek force of approximately 7,000, including the legendary 300 Spartans, plus their helots and allies, held the narrow pass against repeated Persian assaults. Xerxes is said to have watched in frustration as his numerical advantage proved ineffective in the confined space. Eventually, however, a local Greek named Ephialtes revealed to the Persians a mountain path that allowed them to outflank the Greek position. Learning that his position was compromised, Leonidas dismissed most of the allied contingents but remained with his Spartans and some Thespians and Thebans to cover the retreat. This final stand, though ending in the annihilation of the Spartan force, achieved its strategic purpose of allowing the bulk of the Greek army to withdraw safely. It also established a powerful example of sacrifice and resistance that would inspire the continuing Greek struggle. While the land battle raged at Thermopylae, the Greek and Persian fleets clashed at Artemisium. These naval engagements ended inconclusively, though the Greeks inflicted significant damage on the numerically superior Persian fleet. When news arrived of the defeat at Thermopylae, the Greek navy withdrew southward to regroup. With northern and central Greece now open to them, the Persian forces advanced to occupy Athens, which had been evacuated following a controversial but prescient decision championed by Themistocles. The Athenian population relocated to the nearby island of Salamis and other safe locations, while the Persian army entered the abandoned city. In a highly symbolic act, Xerxes ordered the burning of the Acropolis, including temples under construction that would later be rebuilt as the Parthenon and other iconic structures of classical Athens. The destruction of Athens achieved the primary goal of punishing the city for its involvement in the Ionian Revolt, but it did not break Greek resistance. The Allied fleet remained intact at Salamis, and the Peloponnesian states prepared to defend their territory at the Isthmus of Corinth. Xerxes needed a decisive naval victory to secure his position and extend Persian control throughout Greece. Themistocles, recognizing that the enclosed waters around Salamis would neutralize the Persian numerical advantage, orchestrated a brilliant stratagem to ensure the battle occurred on his terms. Through a pretended betrayal, he convinced Xerxes that the Greek fleet was preparing to flee. The Persian king ordered an immediate attack, sending his ships into the narrow strait where their numbers became a hindrance rather than an advantage. The resulting Battle of Salamis in late 480 BCE ended in a decisive Greek victory, with many Persian ships destroyed or captured. Though still commanding overwhelming land forces, Xerxes now faced difficult strategic decisions. The onset of winter would complicate supply lines, and without naval dominance, his position in Greece was potentially vulnerable. He chose to withdraw personally to Asia Minor with a portion of his army, leaving his general Mardonius with a still formidable force to continue operations the following spring. The final phase of the conflict came in 479 BCE, when the largest hoplite army ever assembled in ancient Greece met Mardonius's forces at Plataea. Under Spartan leadership, the Greeks achieved a comprehensive victory. On the same day, according to tradition, the Greek fleet defeated the remaining Persian naval forces at Mycale, off the coast of Ionia, destroying Persian naval power in the Aegean. These twin victories effectively ended the Persian attempt to conquer the Greek mainland, though hostilities would continue intermittently for decades, with Persia maintaining influence in parts of northern Greece and supporting various Greek factions during the Peloponnesian War. Direct Persian military action against mainland Greece ceased. The Achaemenid Empire remained the dominant power in Asia, but its westward expansion had found its limit. The Greco-Persian Wars transformed both civilizations involved. For the Greeks, the experience of successful resistance against overwhelming odds reinforced their sense of cultural distinctiveness and superiority. Athens, in particular, entered a period of unprecedented cultural and political flourishing, using its leadership of the Delian League, originally formed to continue operations against Persia, to establish what amounted to an Athenian maritime empire. The confidence gained through victory contributed to the extraordinary achievements of Greek art, philosophy, drama, and political thought during the 5th century BCE, developments that would profoundly influence Western civilization. For Persia, the failure to subdue Greece represented a significant but not catastrophic setback. The empire remained vast and wealthy, controlling territories from the Indus to the Nile. Persian resources dwarfed those of the fractious Greek city-states, and Persian diplomacy proved adept at exploiting divisions among the Greeks in subsequent decades. Nevertheless, the myth of Persian invincibility had been shattered, revealing limitations to imperial power that future events would further expose. Beyond the immediate military and political consequences, the Greco-Persian Wars established a conceptual division between East and West that has influenced historical understanding ever since. Greek writers portrayed the conflict as a struggle between freedom and despotism, between citizen soldiers and royal subjects, between Hellenic reason and Oriental excess. These interpretations, though deeply biased, shaped how later traditions, particularly in the West, would understand the significance of the conflict. Persian perspectives on these events are less well documented, as Greek sources dominate our historical record. From the Persian viewpoint, the failure to subdue a few troublesome states on the empire's western frontier likely seemed less momentous than Greek accounts suggest. Administration of the empire's vast territories continued, and the wealth and power of the Achaemenid state remained largely intact. Xerxes continued his reign until 465 BCE, focusing on internal affairs and construction projects rather than further western campaigns. As the dust settled on these epic confrontations, both civilizations continued their distinctive development, each influencing the other through ongoing commercial and cultural contacts. Persian luxury goods, administrative practices, and artistic motifs found their way into Greek society, while Greek mercenaries, physicians, and craftsmen served in Persian territories. The relationship between these two great civilizations remained complex, characterized by both conflict and exchange, mutual suspicion, and mutual fascination. The legacy of the Greco-Persian Wars extended far beyond the lifetimes of the participants. For centuries, Greeks and later Romans would look back on these events as defining moments in the struggle between East and West. Alexander the Great would invoke the Persian burning of Greek temples to justify his conquest of the Achaemenid Empire. Romans would see themselves as heirs to the Greek resistance against Eastern despotism. These interpretations, though simplistic, shaped how successive generations understood the cultural geography of their world. As Xerxes returned to the heart of his empire to focus on governance and monumental construction, and as the victorious Greeks began their own projects of rebuilding and commemoration, neither side could have fully appreciated the historical significance of their clash. Yet their conflict had established patterns and perceptions that would influence relations between Eastern and Western civilizations for millennia to come. Tonight, on Digging into History, we journey to the ancient lands where one of the greatest empires the world has ever known first took root. Before Rome cast its shadow across Europe, before the Greek city-states reached their golden age, the vast Persian Empire stretched across 3 continents, ruling with remarkable tolerance and innovation. The story begins on the Iranian plateau, a dramatic landscape where nature itself seems to have designed the perfect cradle for civilization. Picture a vast expanse of land where rugged mountains rise like sentinels around fertile valleys. Here, where winters bite with icy winds and summers scorch the earth, the first Persian tribes learn to survive and eventually thrive. The plateau forms a natural fortress, bordered by the Zagros Mountains to the west, the Elburz Range to the north, and deserts to the east. Rivers cut through this terrain, creating green ribbons of life where early settlements first appeared. In this harsh yet promising land, nomadic tribes roamed for centuries, following seasonal patterns with their livestock. These nomads lived by a simple code. Survival demanded strength, horses provided mobility, and loyalty to the tribe meant everything. Among these wandering peoples were 2 groups who would change the course of history: the Medes and the Persians. Cousins in culture and language, they shared Indo-European roots and traditions that set them apart from the older civilizations of Mesopotamia to the west. The Medes settled primarily in the northern regions of the plateau, establishing themselves as skilled horsemen and metal workers. Their society gradually shifted from purely nomadic to semi-settled, with tribal chiefs ruling over increasingly permanent communities. By the 7th century BCE, these tribes had united under a single ruler, forming the first Median kingdom, a development that would have far-reaching consequences. Meanwhile, the Persian tribes made their home in the southern regions, in the area now known as Fars province in modern Iran. They called themselves Parsua, which eventually evolved into the name Persia. Like the Medes, they lived primarily as pastoralists, herding sheep and goats across the windswept plains. Their society was organized around clan structures, with tribal leaders holding authority based on both inheritance and personal capability. Life in these early communities followed the rhythms of the seasons. Spring brought the movement of herds to highland pastures where the animals could graze on fresh grass. Families lived in portable dwellings, crafted from materials that could be easily transported. Even in these early days, Persian craftspeople created remarkable textiles with intricate designs that would later influence the famous Persian carpets. Metal weapons and tools showed sophisticated workmanship, speaking to their growing technical expertise. The religious beliefs of these early Persians centered around nature worship. They revered fire as a purifying element and associated different deities with natural phenomena like the sun, moon, and water. Mountains were considered sacred places where the divine and mortal worlds might meet. These beliefs would later evolve and be formalized when Zoroastrianism emerged, but the connection to nature remained fundamental to Persian spirituality. As centuries passed, both the Medes and Persians began establishing more permanent settlements. Small farming communities appeared where conditions were favorable, with irrigation systems channeling precious water to fields of barley, wheat, and lentils. These settlements grew into towns, governed by local chieftains who collected tribute from the surrounding countryside. To the west of the Iranian plateau lay the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia, particularly the powerful Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians, with their formidable military machine, cast covetous eyes on the lands of the Medes and Persians. For generations, Assyrian kings launched campaigns eastward, demanding tribute and attempting to incorporate these tribal territories into their empire. The Medes and Persians sometimes paid this tribute, sometimes resisted, but always maintained their core identity. The Median kingdom grew in strength and sophistication under the shadow of Assyria. By the late 7th century BCE, the Medes had built a capital at Ecbatana, modern Hamadan, a city described by later Greek historians as having 7 concentric walls, each painted a different color. While this description may be embellished, it speaks to the growing wealth and architectural ambition of the Median rulers. In 612 BCE, a momentous event shook the ancient world. The Medes allied with the Babylonians to overthrow the Assyrian Empire, destroying its capital at Nineveh. This victory transformed the political landscape. The Medes suddenly found themselves a major power, controlling vast territories from Central Asia to eastern Anatolia. The Persian tribes, though related to the Medes, found themselves in the position of vassals to their northern cousins. It was during this period that the Achaemenid dynasty began to take shape among the Persians. According to tradition, the dynasty traced its lineage to a chieftain named Achaemenes, who unified several Persian tribes around 700 BCE. His successors gradually consolidated power, establishing themselves as kings of Anshan, a region in southern Iran. These kings acknowledged Median overlordship while carefully building their own base of power. One of these Achaemenid kings was Cambyses V, who strengthened his position by marrying a Median princess. Their son would change history. Cyrus, later known as Cyrus the Great, born around 600 BCE, Cyrus grew up in a world where Persian identity was flourishing, even as Median kings claimed authority over the region. From his earliest years, he would have learned the Persian traditions of horsemanship, archery, and the sacred importance of speaking truth. The young Cyrus witnessed a world in transition. To the west, Babylon had risen again as a major power. Egypt remained a wealthy kingdom protecting its ancient traditions. The Greek city-states were developing their unique political systems, and in the Persian homeland, changes were brewing as well. The once nomadic lifestyle was giving way to more settled agricultural communities. Trade routes were expanding, bringing new ideas and technologies. The Persians themselves were developing distinct cultural traits that would later define their empire. They placed high value on honesty and personal integrity. Education for noble youth emphasized physical training, riding, archery, and speaking truth. Unlike many contemporary civilizations, Persian society allowed a degree of social mobility based on merit and service. These values would later be reflected in the administrative systems of the empire. As he matured, Cyrus developed into a leader of remarkable capability. Stories tell of his charisma, intelligence, and strategic thinking. More importantly, he possessed a vision of governance that transcended the tribal mindset. Where other kings saw conquered peoples simply as subjects to be exploited, Cyrus recognized the value of respecting local customs and incorporating diverse talents into a unified system. By the mid-6th century BCE, tensions were growing between the Medes and their Persian vassals. The Median king Astyages, possibly concerned about the rising influence of his Persian grandson Cyrus, began to take actions that threatened the autonomy of the Persian territories. The stage was set for a dramatic shift in power that would reverberate across the ancient world. Cyrus carefully consolidated support among both the Persian tribes and disaffected elements within the Median kingdom. In 550 BCE, he led a rebellion against his grandfather Astyages. The conflict came to a head when key Median generals defected to Cyrus's side, allowing him to capture the Median capital of Ecbatana with minimal bloodshed. This moment marked the beginning of Persian ascendancy and the foundation of the Achaemenid Empire. Rather than treating the Medes as a conquered people, Cyrus incorporated them as equal partners in his new regime. He maintained many Median officials in their positions and adopted elements of Median court ceremony. This policy of respectful integration would become a hallmark of Persian rule, allowing the empire to expand while maintaining stability across diverse regions. With the resources and manpower of both Persia and Media at his command, Cyrus turned his attention to the wealthy kingdom of Lydia in western Anatolia. King Croesus of Lydia, whose name became synonymous with wealth, had expanded his territories eastward, bringing him into conflict with the newly united Persian Median kingdom. In 547 BCE, Cyrus moved against Lydia, defeating Croesus in a winter campaign that demonstrated the Persian leader's tactical brilliance. The fall of Lydia opened the western coastline of Anatolia to Persian rule, bringing the Greek cities of Ionia under Cyrus's authority. Again, his approach was pragmatic and tolerant. Local rulers were often maintained in position as long as they acknowledged Persian authority and paid required tribute. Religious practices were respected, and communities were generally allowed to maintain their traditional laws and customs. This emerging Persian empire was unlike anything the ancient world had seen before. Where previous empires ruled through fear and forced assimilation, Cyrus established a system that balanced central authority with local autonomy. The foundation was being laid for an imperial structure that would govern the known world for 2 centuries. As the Persian Empire began to take shape under Cyrus's visionary leadership, the seeds of greatness were firmly planted in the soil of the Iranian plateau. The nomadic tribes that had once wandered these harsh lands were transforming into the administrators of history's first truly global empire. The stage was set for Cyrus's greatest conquest, Babylon, and the establishment of principles that would define Persian rule for generations to come. Beyond military campaigns and administrative systems, the Persian Empire expressed its power and identity through a distinctive visual language. The art and architecture created under Achaemenid rule combined influences from across their vast domains, while achieving a unique style that immediately identified imperial presence. These visual expressions were not merely decorative but served as sophisticated tools of statecraft, communicating Persian imperial ideology to diverse audiences throughout the known world. The great palaces at Persepolis, Susa, and Pasargadae stand as the most impressive manifestations of Persian imperial architecture. These complexes were designed to inspire awe in visitors while functioning as administrative centers, ceremonial spaces, and physical embodiments of royal authority. Each element was carefully planned to reinforce the central messages of Persian kingship, divine favor, multicultural harmony under Persian leadership, and unparalleled royal majesty. Persepolis, the ceremonial heart of the empire, offers the most complete surviving example of Persian imperial architecture. Built on an immense artificial terrace at the foot of a mountain, the site required extensive preparation before construction could begin. Workers leveled the area and created a massive platform measuring approximately 450 by 300 meters, raised about 12 meters above the surrounding plain. This elevated position ensured that the complex would be visible from great distances, creating an immediate impression of grandeur. Access to Persepolis came via a monumental double staircase, designed with unusually shallow steps to create a dignified and comfortable ascent. Unlike earlier Near Eastern architectural traditions, which often use steep, intimidating staircases to emphasize the separation between rulers and subjects, the Persian approach invited visitors upward while still maintaining the symbolic elevation of royal space. This combination of welcoming access and clear hierarchical messaging characterized much of Persian architectural philosophy. At the top of the staircase stood the Gate of All Nations, a massive square hall supported by columns and flanked by colossal stone bulls with human heads. Lamassu figures adapted from Mesopotamian tradition. These protective spirits guarded the entrance to the complex, their imposing presence announcing to visitors that they were entering a space where human and divine realms intersected. The gate was large enough to accommodate substantial numbers of visitors, appropriate for a site where representatives from across the empire gathered for royal audiences and celebrations. Beyond this entrance lay a complex of interconnected buildings serving various ceremonial and administrative functions. The Apadana, or audience hall, was the largest and most magnificent structure at Persepolis. 72 stone columns, each originally standing 20 meters tall, supported a cedar roof covering an area of approximately 1,000 square meters. The capitals of these columns took the form of bulls or lions, sometimes paired back to back, creating distinctive silhouettes against the sky. These animal figures symbolized royal strength while demonstrating the exquisite craftsmanship of Persian stoneworkers. The walls of the Apadana featured some of the most famous relief sculptures of ancient art. Along the northern and eastern stairways, carefully carved processions showed representatives from 23 nations bringing gifts to the Persian king during Nowruz New Year celebrations. Each delegation is depicted with careful attention to distinctive ethnic features, clothing, and characteristic products. Lydians bring metal vessels, Bactrians lead camels, Indians bring gold and cloth, Ethiopians offer ivory and exotic animals. The procession winds upward toward the central panel, where the enthroned king receives these tributes, surrounded by Persian and Median nobles. These reliefs communicate multiple messages simultaneously. To foreign visitors, they demonstrated the vast extent of Persian authority and the diversity of peoples acknowledging the great king. To Persian elites, they affirmed the empire's success in bringing order to the known world. To all viewers, they presented an idealized image of imperial harmony, diverse peoples united in peaceful recognition of Persian leadership, each maintaining their cultural distinctiveness while participating in a greater whole. The artistic style of these reliefs balances naturalism with formal dignity. Human figures are depicted with careful attention to ethnic features, clothing details, and the specific items they carry, yet they move with a measured grace, arranged in orderly rows rather than individualized poses. This approach creates a sense of timeless ceremony rather than specific historical events. These are not portraits of particular delegations but representations of an eternal imperial order. The throne hall, or Hall of 100 Columns, provided another impressive ceremonial space at Persepolis. As its name suggests, it featured 100 columns supporting its roof, though these were smaller than those of the Apadana. The walls featured relief carvings of royal guards, and the king's throne was positioned against the back wall. Here, the great king would conduct more routine business with officials and visitors, the architectural grandeur reinforcing his authority in even ordinary administrative matters. The treasury at Persepolis stored the wealth of the empire, including tribute from the provinces and precious items accumulated by Persian kings. The residential palaces provided living quarters for the royal family and highest officials when in residence. While less monumental than the public buildings, these structures featured elegant proportions and high-quality materials, reflecting the refinement of Persian court life. Throughout these structures, Persian architects demonstrated their mastery of space and materials. They created interior environments that felt both grand and harmonious, with carefully calculated proportions and lighting. Columns were spaced to create a sense of openness while maintaining structural stability. Doorways and windows were positioned to control light and airflow, making these massive buildings comfortable in the varied climate of the Iranian plateau. The materials used at Persepolis and other royal sites came from throughout the empire, demonstrating both Persian resources and technological expertise. Stone was quarried in distant locations and transported to construction sites with impressive logistical coordination. Cedar for roofing beams came from Lebanon, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, gold from Lydia and India, ivory from Ethiopia. The assembly of these diverse materials and unified architectural compositions symbolized how the empire itself unified diverse peoples under Persian leadership. Color played an important role in Persian architecture, though little evidence of original pigmentation survives today. Ancient accounts and traces of paint indicate that columns, reliefs, and walls were brightly colored, with blues, reds, yellows, and gold leaf, creating a vibrant environment very different from the monochromatic stone ruins visible today. These colors not only enhanced the visual impact of the buildings, but carried symbolic meanings associated with cosmic and royal power. Beyond Persepolis, other sites demonstrated similar architectural principles. At Pasargadae, the earliest Persian capital established by Cyrus the Great, structures show a transitional style incorporating elements from Median, Lydian, Babylonian, and Egyptian traditions. This reflects Cyrus's approach to empire building, which respected and integrated diverse cultural elements rather than imposing a single model. By the time of Darius and Persepolis, these influences had been synthesized into a distinctively Persian architectural language. At Susa, the administrative capital frequented by Persian kings, Darius constructed a palace complex that adapted to the traditional building materials of the region. Where stone was scarce, architects used brick and applied glazed tile decorations. An inscription from Susa explicitly celebrates the multinational nature of its construction. The cedar timber was brought from Lebanon. The gold was brought from Sardis and Bactria. The precious stones lapis lazuli and carnelian were brought from Sogdiana. The turquoise was brought from Chorasmia. The silver and ebony were brought from Egypt. The ornamentation was brought from Ionia. The ivory was brought from Ethiopia, India, and Arachosia. This internationalism extended to the workforce that created these imperial projects. Inscriptions mention craftsmen from throughout the empire: Babylonian bricklayers, Lydian goldsmiths, Greek stonemasons, Egyptian sculptors, working together under Persian direction. The management of such diverse specialists required sophisticated administrative systems and cross-cultural communication skills, further demonstrating Persian organizational capabilities. Persian cities followed principles different from the dense walled urban centers typical of Mesopotamia. Persian urban planning favored more open layouts, with substantial gardens integrated into the design. The Persian term paradiser, referring to an enclosed garden or park, entered Greek as paradeisos and eventually English as paradise. These gardens featured carefully arranged trees, flowering plants, and water features, creating spaces of beauty and refreshment, while demonstrating human ability to bring order to nature, a microcosm of the larger imperial project. Royal tombs represented another important expression of Persian architectural vision. The tomb of Cyrus at Pasargadae presents a simple but elegant design, a rectangular chamber on a stepped platform, echoing Mesopotamian ziggurats while introducing distinctly Persian elements. Later kings, including Darius and his successors, created more elaborate tomb facades cut into the cliff face at Nakshi Rustam, near Persepolis. These facades resemble the fronts of palaces, with columns and relief sculptures showing the king performing rituals before a fire altar, supported by representatives of the nations of the empire. Beyond architecture, Persian artisans excelled in numerous media that displayed imperial wealth and sophistication. Metalwork represented a particular area of Persian expertise. Gold and silver vessels produced for the court feature exquisite repoussé designs showing animals, hunting scenes, and ritual activities. These precious objects served practical functions at royal banquets while demonstrating the king's access to rare materials and skilled craftsmen. The Persian appetite for luxury goods stimulated production throughout the empire. Carpet weaving, already an ancient tradition in the region, developed new patterns and techniques under Achaemenid patronage. Jewelry combined gold, precious stones, and intricate wirework to create pieces that displayed both wealth and refined taste. Textile production flourished, with Persian clothing known for fine materials and elaborate embroidery. Many of these portable art forms have survived poorly compared to stone architecture, but ancient sources describe their abundance and quality at the Persian court. Seals and coins offer smaller scale but widely distributed examples of Persian visual language. Official seals, used to authenticate documents and secure containers, typically featured the image of the king in various formal poses, hunting lions, battling monsters, or enthroned in majesty. These miniature works of art maintained remarkably high quality even in mass-produced items, demonstrating the depth of craft expertise throughout the administrative system. The Persian daric, a gold coin introduced under Darius I, circulated widely throughout the Mediterranean world and beyond. The standard design showed the great king in a half-kneeling position, holding a bow and spear, an image that communicated Persian military prowess and became instantly recognizable across diverse cultures. The reliable weight and purity of these coins made them trusted currency far beyond Persian borders, extending imperial influence through economic channels. Persian art and architecture embodied specific ideological messages central to imperial identity. One recurring theme was the king as divinely supported ruler, shown in combat with chaotic forces represented by lions or mythological creatures. These images, appearing on palace reliefs, seals, and other media, presented the king as the defender of cosmic order against forces of chaos, a visual representation of Zoroastrian dualism applied to political leadership. Another persistent motif was the voluntary submission of diverse peoples to Persian rule. Unlike Assyrian art, which typically depicted conquered enemies in humiliating positions, Persian imperial imagery showed representatives of different nations in dignified poses, distinguished by ethnic features and traditional clothing, but united in offering respect to the Persian king. This visual strategy reinforced the Persian self-conception as benevolent rulers of a diverse but harmonious empire. Natural imagery played an important role in Persian art, with stylized plants and animals appearing in architectural decoration, metalwork, and textiles. These designs combined naturalistic observation with geometric formalization, creating patterns that were simultaneously organic and ordered. The famous Persian gardens likely influenced these artistic motifs, with both expressing the ideal of natural abundance cultivated through human intervention. The development of Persian visual culture represented an important element of imperial strategy. By creating distinctive architectural and artistic forms that combined influences from across their domains, Persian rulers established a recognizable imperial presence that transcended local traditions while respecting their contributions. When subjects or visitors encountered Persian art and architecture, they immediately understood they were in the presence of imperial authority, regardless of their cultural background or geographic location. This visual language was adaptable to local conditions while maintaining core elements that identified Persian presence. In Egypt, Persian rulers sponsored temple construction that largely followed Egyptian architectural traditions but incorporated subtle Persian elements. In Anatolia, satrapal centers combined local building techniques with imperial Persian imagery. This flexibility allowed Persian culture to integrate with diverse traditions while maintaining its distinctive identity. The legacy of Persian art and architecture extended far beyond the Achaemenid period. Alexander the Great and his successors adopted elements of Persian court ceremonial and architectural display. Parthian and Sasanian rulers drew upon Achaemenid precedents while developing their own artistic traditions. Islamic art incorporated numerous Persian motifs and techniques, particularly in architecture, metalwork, and carpet design. The gardens of Persia inspired landscape design throughout Asia, the Middle East, and eventually Europe. As the Persian Empire continued to evolve under successive kings, its visual expression maintained remarkable consistency while adapting to new circumstances and influences. The core principles established under Cyrus, Darius, and Xerxes, monumental scale, multicultural integration, refined craftsmanship, and clear imperial symbolism, remained central to how Persia presented itself to its subjects and to the wider world. The art and architecture created under Achaemenid rule thus served not merely as displays of wealth and power, but as sophisticated tools of governance. They communicated Persian imperial ideology in forms that could be understood across linguistic and cultural boundaries. They created spaces where diverse peoples could interact within a shared framework of imperial order. They established visual cues that identified Persian authority wherever it extended, from the Aegean to the Indus, from the steppes of Central Asia to the cataracts of the Nile. At its height, the Achaemenid Empire ruled vast territories containing countless local cultural traditions. The remarkable achievement of Persian art and architecture was to create a distinctive imperial style that integrated elements from these diverse sources without erasing their distinctive qualities. This visual strategy reflected the larger Persian approach to empire, maintaining central authority while respecting local diversity, creating unity without imposing uniformity. In stone and metal, color and form, the Persians built not just palaces and cities, but a visual framework for understanding their place in the world. Cyrus the Great stood at a pivotal moment in history. Having united the Persian and Median kingdoms and conquered Lydia, he now turned his attention to the greatest prize of all, Babylon. This ancient city was the jewel of Mesopotamia, a center of wealth, learning, and power that had dominated the region for generations. The conquest of Babylon in 539 BCE would mark not just another military victory, but the true birth of the Persian Empire as a world power. The situation in Babylon had been deteriorating for years. King Nabonidus had proven to be an unpopular ruler, spending much of his reign away from the capital and neglecting important religious duties. He had offended the powerful priests of Marduk, the chief deity of Babylon, by favoring the moon god Sin. His son Belshazzar, who acted as regent in his absence, failed to restore public confidence. This internal discord created an opportunity that Cyrus was quick to recognize. Rather than launching a direct assault on Babylon's famously impregnable walls, Cyrus employed both military strategy and diplomatic skill. Persian engineers diverted the Euphrates River that ran through the city, lowering the water level enough for troops to wade along the riverbed, under the walls, and into Babylon itself. Even more remarkably, many accounts suggest that the city fell with minimal bloodshed. Some Babylonian factions, particularly the priests of Marduk, may have actively welcomed Cyrus as a liberator rather than a conqueror. What happened next revealed Cyrus's true genius as a ruler. Instead of destroying Babylon or punishing its people, as was common practice among conquerors of the time, he portrayed himself as the legitimate successor to the Babylonian throne. He respected local religious traditions, participating in ceremonies honoring Marduk and other Babylonian deities. He maintained much of the existing administrative structure and protected cultural institutions. This policy of tolerance and respect was formalized in the famous Cyrus cylinder, a clay barrel inscribed with a declaration of his intentions. Discovered by archaeologists in the 19th century, this remarkable document has been called the First Charter of Human Rights. In it, Cyrus presented himself as chosen by Marduk to restore proper rule to Babylon. He proclaimed his commitment to peace, promised to allow displaced peoples to return to their homelands, and affirmed his respect for local customs and beliefs. Among the beneficiaries of this policy were the Jewish people. The Bible records that Cyrus permitted Jewish exiles in Babylon to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple, which had been destroyed during the Babylonian conquest of Judah decades earlier. This act earned Cyrus unusual recognition in Jewish scripture, where he is described as a Messiah or anointed one, the only non-Jewish figure to receive this designation. The conquest of Babylon brought vast new territories under Persian control. The former Babylonian Empire had included Mesopotamia, Syria, and parts of the eastern Mediterranean coast. Combined with his previous conquests, Cyrus now ruled lands stretching from the Mediterranean Sea to the mountains of Central Asia, from the Black Sea to the Persian Gulf. This enormous realm encompassed diverse peoples, languages, religions, and cultural traditions. To govern this diverse empire, Cyrus established administrative principles that would be refined by his successors. He divided the realm into provinces or satrapies, each governed by a satrap who was usually a Persian nobleman loyal to the king. Local customs, laws, and religious practices were generally respected, as long as taxes were paid and Persian authority was acknowledged. This pragmatic approach reduced resistance and made the empire easier to govern. Cyrus continued his expansionist policies, turning his attention to the eastern frontiers. These campaigns took him into Central Asia, where he fought against nomadic tribes like the Scythians. According to the Greek historian Herodotus, Cyrus met his end in battle against the Massagetae, a tribal confederation led by Queen Tomyris. While the exact circumstances of his death remain debated, most accounts agree that he died in 530 BCE during a military campaign in the east. Even in death, Cyrus's vision for his empire endured. His tomb, which still stands today in Pasargadae in modern Iran, became a place of pilgrimage and respect. It bears a simple inscription, "O man, whoever you are, and wherever you come from, for I know you will come, I am Cyrus who won the Persians their empire. Do not therefore begrudge me this bit of earth that covers my body." The modesty of this epitaph stands in stark contrast to the boastful monuments of many other ancient rulers. Cyrus left behind not just conquered territories, but a model of imperial governance that would influence all future empires. His son Cambyses II succeeded him and continued the expansion, notably conquering Egypt and adding it to the Persian domains. Though Cambyses would prove less adept at maintaining the delicate balance of central authority and local autonomy that his father had established, the foundations of the empire remained solid. What made Cyrus truly remarkable among ancient conquerors was his understanding that military victory alone was insufficient for building a lasting empire. He recognized that governing diverse peoples required flexibility, respect, and pragmatism. His willingness to adopt and adapt elements from the cultures he encountered, rather than simply imposing Persian ways, created a sustainable imperial system. The Persian Empire under Cyrus was not without flaws or internal tensions. The demands for tribute could be heavy, and there were certainly instances of resistance and rebellion. But compared to earlier empires like Assyria, which ruled primarily through terror and brutal repression, the Persian model represented a significant evolution in governance. It demonstrated that diversity within an empire could be a source of strength rather than weakness. Cyrus's legacy extended far beyond his lifetime. His approach to governance influenced later Persian kings, particularly Darius I, who would further refine the administrative systems of the empire. The concept of a diverse yet unified realm, with a ruler who respected local traditions while maintaining ultimate authority, would be adopted by later empires from Alexander the Great to the Romans and beyond. The principles of religious tolerance that Cyrus championed were particularly influential. In a world where conquest typically meant the imposition of the victor's gods, his respect for diverse religious traditions set a new standard. This policy was not merely idealistic but practical. It reduced resistance and made the vast empire more stable and governable. Cyrus also established Persia as a cultural crossroads where ideas, technologies, and artistic styles from different traditions could meet and blend. This cosmopolitan atmosphere fostered innovation and learning. Under Persian rule, advances in irrigation, road building, architecture, and administrative systems spread across the empire, benefiting diverse communities. The empire that Cyrus created would face challenges after his death. His immediate successor Cambyses II lacked his father's diplomatic touch, and following Cambyses' relatively short reign, a succession crisis threatened the stability of the realm. It would take the leadership of Darius I to fully consolidate and expand upon Cyrus's achievements. Yet even during these periods of transition and uncertainty, the fundamental vision remained intact. The Persian Empire continued to function as a network of interconnected provinces, each maintaining its cultural identity while acknowledging the authority of the King of Kings. Trade flowed across vast distances, ideas circulated freely, and a remarkable degree of stability prevailed across much of the known world. Perhaps Cyrus's greatest achievement was showing that empire building did not have to be synonymous with destruction and cultural erasure. He demonstrated that acknowledging and respecting the dignity of conquered peoples could lead to more stable and prosperous rule. This insight represents one of the most important political innovations of the ancient world. As Cambyses II took the throne following his father's death, he inherited not just territories but expectations. The precedent set by Cyrus of wise, measured, and respectful rule would serve as both an inspiration and a challenge to all who followed. The Persian Empire was now the dominant power in the ancient Near East, but maintaining and expanding it would require the same blend of military might and administrative wisdom that had characterized its founder. The systems of communication and transportation that would become hallmarks of Persian governance were already taking shape during Cyrus's reign. His successors would develop these further, creating the networks of roads, courier stations, and administrative centers that would bind together the far-flung provinces of the empire. These innovations would prove essential for managing the vast territories that now acknowledged Persian rule. The Persian Empire grew to an unprecedented size under the leadership of Cyrus the Great and his successors. As territories expanded from the shores of the Mediterranean to the mountains of Afghanistan, from Egypt to the steppes of Central Asia, a fundamental challenge emerged. How could a single ruler effectively govern lands so vast and diverse? The answer lay in one of the most remarkable achievements of ancient engineering and administration, the royal road and its sophisticated postal system. Imagine a highway stretching over 2,500 kilometers, connecting the far reaches of an empire across mountains, deserts, and rivers. This was the royal road, a marvel of ancient infrastructure that served as the backbone of Persian imperial power. While portions of these routes existed before the Persian Empire, it was under Darius I that they were systematically expanded, maintained, and integrated into a cohesive network that transformed communication across the ancient world. The main artery of this network ran from Susa, one of the Persian capitals in modern-day Iran, to Sardis near the Aegean coast in what is now Turkey. A traveler beginning at the royal palace in Susa would head northwest, crossing the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, passing through northern Mesopotamia and into the hills of Anatolia. The road wound through mountain passes and across fertile valleys, finally descending to the coastal plains of Ionia. This remarkable feat of engineering featured carefully planned elements that made efficient travel possible. Bridges spanned rivers at strategic crossing points. Mountain passages were cleared and maintained. In some areas, the road was paved with stone to prevent erosion and ensure year-round access. The Persian engineers understood that imperial control depended on reliable communications, regardless of season or weather. Perhaps the most significant innovation along the royal road was the system of posting stations established at regular intervals. These stations, called chapakhane, were positioned approximately every 25 to 30 kilometers, the distance a horse could comfortably travel in a day. Each station maintained a supply of fresh horses, food for couriers, and accommodation for official travelers. This was the ancient equivalent of a high-speed transportation network, designed specifically for the rapid movement of information and imperial representatives. The Persian postal couriers, known as piradars in Old Persian, were elite messengers renowned throughout the ancient world for their speed and reliability. These men were carefully selected and rigorously trained. They needed to be excellent riders, physically fit, and capable of enduring the hardships of rapid travel across challenging terrain. Most importantly, they had to be absolutely trustworthy, as they often carried sensitive communications essential to the security and governance of the empire. Greek historian Herodotus, though writing from the perspective of a people who considered the Persians their enemies, could not help but express admiration for this system. He wrote that no mortal traveled faster than these Persian couriers. A message that would take a normal traveler months to deliver could reach its destination in a matter of days through the royal postal service. Herodotus claimed that neither snow nor rain, nor heat nor darkness would stay these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds, a phrase later adopted by the United States Postal Service. The efficiency of this system was not just impressive, it was revolutionary. For the first time in history, a ruler could send instructions to distant provinces and receive reports back within a reasonable time frame. A revolt in a far-flung province could be reported to the king quickly enough for an effective response to be organized. Trade regulations, tax policies, and royal decrees could be distributed across vast distances with unprecedented speed. This rapid communication system became essential to the Persian style of governance. The empire was divided into satrapies or provinces, each governed by a satrap who was usually a member of the Persian nobility appointed by the king. These satraps held considerable authority within their territories, collecting taxes, maintaining order, and administering justice. However, they were accountable to the central authority, and the king needed reliable ways to monitor their activities. To maintain control over these distant officials, Persian kings developed a system of inspectors known as the eyes and ears of the king. These trusted agents traveled throughout the empire, often using the royal road to observe conditions in the provinces and report back to the king. They arrived unannounced with the authority to investigate any aspect of a satrap's administration. The knowledge that such inspectors could appear at any time served as a powerful check on potential abuses of power. The postal system also facilitated the movement of trade and tribute throughout the empire. Gold from Lydia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, ivory from India, and grain from Egypt all flowed along these routes. Merchants benefited from the security and infrastructure provided by the royal road, though they typically traveled more slowly than official couriers, moving with caravans of goods. Beyond its practical function, the royal road served as a powerful symbol of Persian rule. The King of Kings could demonstrate his authority through his ability to project power rapidly across vast distances. Local populations throughout the empire encountered the visible manifestations of Persian governance through the couriers who moved swiftly along these highways, the royal officials who traveled between the capital and provinces, and the military forces that could be mobilized along these efficient transportation corridors. The road network also facilitated cultural exchange within the empire. Ideas, artistic styles, religious concepts, and technologies diffused along these routes. Persian administrative practices spread westward, while Greek philosophical concepts traveled east. The mobility created by this infrastructure contributed to the cosmopolitan character of the Persian Empire, where diverse traditions could interact and influence one another. The Royal Postal Service was not available to ordinary citizens. It existed primarily for government communications and the transportation of officials, diplomatic envoys, and military commanders. However, by maintaining the security and stability of the routes, the Persian authorities created conditions that benefited private travelers as well. Merchants, pilgrims, and others could travel with greater safety than had previously been possible in the fragmented political landscape that existed before Persian rule. The stations along the royal road varied in size and facilities. The largest functioned almost as small towns, with substantial buildings for storage, stables for horses, living quarters for station personnel, and guest accommodations for traveling officials. Smaller stations might offer more basic amenities, but all were required to maintain adequate supplies of food, water, and fresh horses. The personnel at these stations included grooms, cooks, guards, and administrators who ensured the system functioned smoothly. One of the most remarkable aspects of this postal system was its standardization across extremely diverse geographical and cultural regions. Whether in the mountains of Armenia, the plains of Mesopotamia, or the coastal regions of Anatolia, travelers would find familiar protocols and services. This consistency was a hallmark of Persian administrative genius, the ability to create standardized systems that could be implemented across varied environments. The royal road was supplemented by secondary routes that connected to other important regions of the empire. Roads led south to Egypt after its conquest by Cambyses II, east toward the Indus Valley, and north toward the Black Sea. While these secondary routes might not have featured the same density of postal stations as the main highway, they formed part of an integrated transportation network that bound the empire together. Water routes complemented the land-based system. The Persian Gulf, the Nile River, and the Eastern Mediterranean all served as maritime highways within the empire. Specially designated ships carried royal messages along these waterways, integrating with the land-based postal system at key ports. This combination of land and sea routes created a communication network of unprecedented scope and efficiency. The protection of these vital communication lines was a high priority for Persian authorities. Garrisons were strategically positioned to secure key points along the routes, particularly at river crossings, mountain passes, and in regions known for banditry. Regular patrols helped maintain security for official couriers and other travelers. The effectiveness of these security measures contributed significantly to the stability and prosperity of the empire. For all its impressive engineering and organization, the royal road was fundamentally about human connections. It linked the king to his subjects, connected diverse populations within the empire, and facilitated the exchange of goods and ideas that made the Persian Empire more than just a political entity. It created a shared space where different cultures could encounter one another within the framework of Persian imperial rule. The legacy of the royal road extended far beyond the Persian period. When Alexander the Great conquered the Persian Empire in the late 4th century BCE, he made use of the existing road network to consolidate his control. The Romans, masters of road building in their own right, would later be influenced by Persian precedents when constructing their famous highway system. The routes established during the Persian Empire remained important transportation corridors for centuries, some continuing in use to the present day. Perhaps most significantly, the Persian Royal Road established a model for imperial communications that would influence all subsequent empires. The recognition that effective governance of vast territories required rapid and reliable information flow became a fundamental principle of imperial administration. The sophisticated integration of infrastructure, personnel, and protocols developed by the Persians set a standard that later empires would strive to match. As Darius I consolidated his rule and expanded upon the foundations laid by Cyrus the Great, the royal road and its postal system became increasingly central to the Persian imperial project. The ability to move information, people, and resources quickly across enormous distances gave the empire a cohesion that previous political entities had lacked. The king in his palace at Susa could receive reports from the furthest reaches of his domains and dispatch orders that would be enacted within days rather than months. This unprecedented connectivity would be further enhanced under Darius through additional reforms and infrastructure projects. The man who had inherited and stabilized Cyrus's empire understood that maintaining control required not just military might, but sophisticated systems of administration. His vision would take the Persian Empire to new heights of organizational complexity and architectural grandeur, cementing its place as the most advanced political entity of its time. The Persian Empire faced a critical moment of uncertainty following the death of Cambyses II in 522 BCE. The son and successor of Cyrus the Great had expanded Persian territories to include Egypt, but his reign ended abruptly while returning from the African campaign. In the chaos that followed, a usurper claimed the throne, and the vast empire teetered on the edge of fragmentation. It was at this pivotal moment that a man stepped forward who would not only save the empire, but elevate it to unprecedented heights of organization, efficiency, and architectural splendor. His name was Darius, and history would remember him as Darius the Great. Darius came from a branch of the Achaemenid family, though not from the direct line of succession. He had served as a spear-bearer in the royal guard under Cambyses, a position of trust but not one that marked him as a future king. Yet when crisis struck, Darius demonstrated the decisive leadership that would characterize his entire reign. According to his own account, inscribed on the famous Behistun rock, Darius moved swiftly against the usurper, whom he identified as Gaumata, a Median magus pretending to be Bardia, the brother of Cambyses. With the support of 6 other Persian nobles, Darius eliminated the false king and claimed the throne for himself. The early years of his reign were consumed by the task of re-establishing authority throughout the empire. Revolts erupted in several provinces, including Babylon, Media, and parts of Central Asia. These rebellions reflected both the disruption caused by the succession crisis and the inherent challenges of maintaining control over such a vast and diverse realm. Through a combination of military force and diplomatic skill, Darius methodically suppressed these uprisings, campaigning personally in many regions to demonstrate royal power and determination. By 518 BCE, having secured his position, Darius could turn his attention to the vital work of reorganization and reform. Where Cyrus had been the inspired founder and Cambyses the conqueror, Darius would prove to be the administrator and institution builder. He approached the governance of the empire with systematic thoroughness, establishing structures that would endure for centuries. The most significant of these reforms was the reorganization of the empire into formal administrative units called satrapies. While the satrapy system had begun under Cyrus, Darius standardized and codified it. He divided the empire into approximately 20 provinces, each governed by a satrap appointed directly by the king. These provincial governors held considerable authority within their territories, but operated within clear parameters set by the central government. To prevent satraps from accumulating too much power or harboring thoughts of independence, Darius implemented several checks and balances. Military commanders in each province reported directly to the king, creating a separation between civil and military authority. Royal secretaries served in each satrapal court, monitoring affairs and communicating regularly with the capital. And the eyes and ears of the king, imperial inspectors who traveled throughout the realm, ensured that royal policies were being properly implemented. The standardization extended to taxation as well. Darius established fixed tribute requirements for each province based on assessments of agricultural productivity, population, and resources. This predictable tax system replaced the more arbitrary extractions that had previously prevailed, providing greater stability for both the royal treasury and provincial subjects. Gold and silver flowed into the imperial coffers, along with specialized products from each region: horses from Media, cedar from Lebanon, ivory from Ethiopia, and countless other goods. Recognizing the importance of commerce for imperial prosperity, Darius took steps to facilitate trade throughout his domains. He standardized weights and measures, reducing the confusion that had hindered merchants operating across provincial boundaries. Royal coinage, including the famous gold daric, provided a reliable medium of exchange that was accepted throughout the empire and beyond. These gold and silver coins, bearing the image of the king as an archer, symbolized both the wealth and the power of the Persian state. Infrastructure development accelerated under Darius, building upon the foundations laid by his predecessors. The royal road network expanded, with improved surfaces and additional routes connecting newly incorporated territories. Bridges spanned major rivers, and caravanserais provided safe resting places for travelers and merchants. Perhaps most ambitiously, Darius ordered the completion of a canal linking the Nile River to the Red Sea, creating a direct water route between Egypt and the Persian Gulf. This ancient predecessor of the modern Suez Canal reflected the Persian vision of connecting diverse regions into an integrated economic sphere. While these administrative and economic reforms were reshaping the empire from within, Darius also embarked on military campaigns to secure and expand its boundaries. In the east, he pushed Persian authority into the Indus Valley, incorporating parts of modern Pakistan into the empire. In the west, he launched an expedition across the Bosporus into Europe, bringing Thrace and Macedonia under Persian control. An attempt to subdue the Scythian nomads north of the Black Sea proved less successful, illustrating the limits of Persian military power against highly mobile opponents in unfamiliar terrain. Most famously, Darius faced the challenge of the Ionian Revolt, which began in 499 BCE, when Greek cities on the western coast of Anatolia rebelled against Persian rule. This uprising, supported by Athens and Eretria on the Greek mainland, was eventually suppressed, but it set the stage for the Greco-Persian Wars that would continue under Darius's son Xerxes. These conflicts would ultimately define Persian relations with the Greek world and shape the historical narrative of Persian imperial power for centuries to come. Yet for all his military and administrative achievements, it is perhaps as a builder that Darius left his most visible mark on history. Under his direction, monumental construction projects transformed the landscape of the empire, creating spaces that proclaimed Persian power and sophistication to subjects and foreign visitors alike. These architectural works served not just practical functions but expressed the ideological foundations of Persian kingship, divine sanction, multicultural inclusion, and centralized authority. The most magnificent of these projects was undoubtedly Persepolis, a new ceremonial capital constructed in the heartland of Persia. Built on a massive platform at the foot of a mountain called Ku-Aramat, Mountain of Mercy, Persepolis was conceived as the ritual center of the empire, the place where representatives from all provinces would gather to present tribute and honor the king, particularly during the celebration of Nowruz, the Persian New Year. The approach to Persepolis was designed to inspire awe. Visitors ascended a grand double staircase, wide enough for 10 people to climb side by side. Unlike the intimidating stairs of earlier Mesopotamian ziggurats, these steps were shallow and comfortable, inviting rather than challenging the visitor. At the top of the staircase stood the Gate of All Nations, guarded by massive stone bulls with human heads, protective spirits drawn from Mesopotamian tradition, but executed in distinctly Persian style. Beyond this gate lay a complex of palaces, audience halls, treasuries, and administrative buildings. The centerpiece was the Apadana, or audience hall, supported by 72 columns, each 20 meters tall. The roof of cedars from Lebanon created a vast covered space where the king could receive dignitaries from across the empire. The walls of the stairways leading to the Apadana were decorated with relief sculptures showing representatives of 23 different nations bringing gifts to the king: Lydians, Babylonians, Egyptians, Indians, and many others, each depicted in their distinctive national dress and carrying characteristic products of their homelands. These reliefs encapsulated the Persian imperial ideology. Unlike earlier empires that glorified the brutal subjugation of conquered peoples, Persian art emphasized the voluntary participation of diverse nations in a harmonious imperial order. The tribute bearers are shown walking calmly, not in chains or poses of humiliation. This visual propaganda reinforced the Persian self-conception as benevolent rulers of a multicultural realm united under divine favor. The architecture of Persepolis combined elements from across the empire. From Egypt came expertise in stone cutting and monumental construction. From Mesopotamia came the use of glazed bricks and protective spiritual figures. From Greece came Ionic column designs. Yet the result was not a mere collection of borrowed styles but a uniquely Persian synthesis, an architectural language that expressed the empire's cosmopolitan character while asserting its distinctive identity. Darius built not just at Persepolis but throughout his domains. At Susa, an ancient city that became one of his preferred residences, he constructed a magnificent palace complex. At Ecbatana, modern Hamadan, the old Median capital, he maintained and expanded the royal facilities. Even in Egypt, he sponsored temple construction and renovation, demonstrating respect for local religious traditions while incorporating subtle Persian elements. These building projects served multiple purposes. They provided employment for thousands of workers and artisans, stimulating local economies. They created administrative centers where the business of empire could be conducted efficiently. They demonstrated the king's piety by including elements dedicated to Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity of Zoroastrianism, and other gods. Most importantly, they materialized Persian power in stone and cedar, creating tangible symbols of imperial authority that could be seen and experienced by subjects and visitors alike. The construction of these monumental works drew on resources from across the empire. Stone was quarried from sites specifically selected for quality and transported over great distances. Specialized craftsmen were brought from different provinces to apply their distinctive skills. Egyptians for stonework, Lydians for goldwork, Babylonians for brickwork. The projects themselves thus became exercises in imperial coordination, demonstrating the ability of the Persian administration to mobilize diverse resources and expertise toward common goals. Inscriptions at these sites, written in multiple languages including Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, proclaimed Darius's achievements and the divine favor that supported his rule. A typical inscription begins, "I am Darius, the great king, king of kings, king of countries containing all kinds of men, king in this great earth far and wide." These texts express the universalist aspirations of Persian kingship, the claim to rule not just territories but the diverse peoples who inhabited them. While celebrating his own accomplishments, Darius was careful to position himself as the legitimate heir to Cyrus the Great. He maintained and expanded many of Cyrus's policies, particularly regarding religious tolerance and respect for local traditions. Like his illustrious predecessor, Darius understood that the stability of the empire depended on balancing central authority with provincial autonomy, Persian identity with multicultural inclusion. By the end of Darius's reign in 486 BCE, the Persian Empire had reached its greatest extent and highest level of organization. From the Indus Valley to the Aegean Sea, from Central Asia to the First Cataract of the Nile, diverse peoples lived under Persian rule. The systems of governance, communication, and economic integration established by Darius had created unprecedented stability across this vast realm. His architectural legacy, particularly at Persepolis, stood as a physical manifestation of Persian power and sophistication. Yet challenges remained. The conflict with the Greek city-states, though temporarily contained, would flare up again under his successor Xerxes. The very size and diversity of the empire created ongoing tensions between central control and local autonomy, and as with all personalized systems of rule, much depended on the capabilities of the individual sitting on the throne. Darius died in 486 BCE, leaving the empire to his son Xerxes. The foundation he had built was strong enough to survive many challenges in the decades to come. The systems he had established, satrapal administration, royal roads, standardized taxation, monumental architecture as political expression, would influence not just subsequent Persian rulers, but all later empires that sought to govern vast territories and diverse populations. As the sun set over the columns of Persepolis, casting long shadows across the stone platforms and relief carvings, the legacy of Darius the Great was literally set in stone. The empire he had organized and built would continue to evolve, facing new challenges and adapting to changing circumstances. But the essential pattern had been established, a model of imperial governance that balanced strength with tolerance, central authority with respect for diversity, material power with cultural sophistication. This Persian synthesis would continue to shape the political landscape of the ancient world for centuries to come.